Hello everyone, this is Computer Basics for the Absolute Beginner. 12 hours of training, the longest video that you can post on YouTube. It covers everything that you need to know when it comes to technology in the workplace. You'll learn Word, Excel, PowerPoint, even databases such as Microsoft Access, Windows 11, an operating system that is used pretty much in every workplace. And then if you're using a Mac, the Mac tutorial is included as well. So stay tuned and follow along. This is Microsoft Word for Beginners, a complete course. As you watch this video and follow along, I promise you, this will provide you with everything you need to learn Word. Regardless of the version of Word that you're using, this video is what you need to become proficient in Word. So let's get started. So to open Word, once we have it installed in the computer, we click here on Start and then locate it under the list of our programs here, or we simply type Word and then hit Enter. Once we open Word, we are presented with these options here. On the left, we have 3 tabs. We have the Home tab, New, and Open. On the Home tab, we have the option to create a blank document or some guides and templates directly from Microsoft. Then further below here, we have an option to open recent documents or pinned documents or documents that are shared with me. Further down here on the left, on the next tab on New, we have the option to create a blank document or to create a document from a template. This is so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's say you want to create a resume. The next option here is to open a document, where we can open from recent documents or OneDrive or files shared with me or files stored on this PC. Further down, we have also the account option. Let's say that we wanted to create a new document. We can do that either by clicking here under the Home tab. We click on the blank document option, or we could go here under the New tab and we click on blank document or use one of the templates. In this case, first I'm going to click on blank document. This main area here is where we type the document. Now, a couple other interface components here. On the very top left, you'll see here this quick access toolbar. This is an area for you to place in here commonly used commands in Microsoft Word. So you can click on the drop down. Let's say you're emailing a document or you're opening documents all the time. You can enable those buttons by just simply clicking one of those, and it will add the open button here. Another way to add those buttons is if you are in a specific tab, and I'll go over the tabs in a moment, and you want to insert, let's say, pictures all the time, you can right-click on this and choose to add it to the quick access toolbar. So in this case, it will always show up here. You don't have to go under the Insert tab and then Pictures, but you can simply use it from here. Now, if you want to remove it from here, you can right-click on it and choose to remove it from the Quick Access toolbar. On the left-hand side here, the first option is File. File is basically bringing you back to work with anything related to the file in the computer, whether you want to create a new file, open an existing file, or information about the specific file that you're working with, or saving that file, or printing it, sharing it. So that's your File tab. The next thing here is the Home tab. So these are the different tabs actually. So if I click on Insert, you'll have a different set of tools within that tab. If I click on Design, again, a different set of tools. So under the Home tab, these are the most commonly used tools to edit a document in Word. And these are referred to as the groupings. So you have the font grouping, or the group for font-related commands, or paragraph, formatting the paragraph grouping. So these are the functions related to formatting paragraphs, or styles, applying a style to a document and so on. All the style stuff is over here, editing over here, and other options. The key concept here, there are different tabs, Each tab has groupings. Within each grouping, there is a set of functions. These are designed intentionally this way. So you initially type your document with a bunch of text in here. Then once you have typed that document, then you can apply formatting to it. You can change the paragraphs, you can apply styles, and we'll learn about all of these different functions in this tutorial. Once you have done these basic things with your document or your report, then you can go here under Insert, and that's where you can insert cover pages, blank pages, page breaks, tables, pictures, icons, 3D models, and smart art, and all of these different functions, comments, headers and footers, and things of that nature. So you are enhancing your original document. Under the Design tab, now you go into a different layer of enhancing this document. So you're kind of applying a theme, and we'll learn about the themes later, but you're making all the components in this document uniform. The next component here is the layout. You're changing the layout of the document, whether it's the margins for the document or the orientation or the size of the document or adding columns. Then you move to the references. This is like where you're taking it even farther. For example, you have a long report. Now you're creating a table of contents. You're adding footnotes, and you're researching and finding and applying citations, captions for various images. So you're kind of refining it at this stage. Then you have the Mailings tab. That's kind of by itself. That's just a separate function for you to do mail merges, whether it's creating envelopes, labels, or letters, or emails, or a directory, and so on. The Review tab, this is one of the last steps. Let's say you finalized your report. Now you need to review it. So you go under the thesaurus, you check the word count, you check it for accessibility, you add comments to it and collaborate with others and track changes when you're collaborating with others. You can even compare documents and restrict functions within this document. And then finally, do a full review of your document where you're going here under the View tab, and then you can do a reading mode, just reading through to make sure it's what you intended it to be. You also have the Help option, where this is where you can learn about training or what new features are there. But also, along with the Help here, notice that on any of these tabs, you have this option, and you can type, let's say, margins. You are not sure how to set the margins. You can simply search in this area for that function, and it will take you to that specific command. So you don't have to know where that command is. Since this is part of Office 365, you can share this document and you can comment with other individuals as well. On the bottom right, this is where you can change the zoom. You can change the views here to have this in reading mode or print layout mode. Typically, you want to have it in print layout mode. You also have the focus mode, hiding everything else. Then on the left-hand side, you have the number of words, various statistics about this document, and then the number of pages and navigation here as well. In this segment, we're going to create a basic document, do some formatting, save it. So we go here under Start, and then we can open Word from recently used applications or simply type Word. At this point, I'm going to first create a new blank document. Simply start typing. As you are typing and the cursor or the words reach the end of the line, the content will move on to the next line automatically. This is very basic, but I needed to mention it just for those that are very new to Microsoft Word. So now that we created some text in this document, we can format this and work on this. So let's pretend this is our document. We can make this bold, change the font type, change the font size. Now notice as you're changing the font size, you have these two icons to increase and decrease it. You can also have other options such as uppercase and lowercase. So we are basically selecting the text first, and then you're making these modifications to that selected text. Additionally, let's say that down here in these list of items, we want them to use bulleted lists. So you can simply click on this section here under bullets, click on the drop down and select different types of bullet, or you can choose numbers or the lists option. As far as formatting the text, once you select it, you can have this centered by using those buttons right here, or indent it to the right, or typically, as it is the standard, to the left. For any of this text, once you select it, you can also change the spacing. So let's say I wanted this double spaced. One of the options here is to use line spacing and change it to double spaced. So for those that are college students and you need to do double spaced papers, you change it directly using this function right here. If you needed to undo, you can either use the undo option from up here on the quick access toolbar, or you could press Control Z on the keyboard and that will undo the last function that you performed. But for now, let's assume that we are done with this document and we want to save it. So you can press Save up here on the quick access toolbar, where you can click on File and choose Save. And by default, it'll just save it on OneDrive. So if we go back and press Save here, notice it's starting to save it to OneDrive. You can either click File, Save, and choose this PC, and then save it wherever you want to save it in this PC. For example, in My Documents, where I can go here under Browse, and then go and browse for documents, and then give it a name. Now, saving it on OneDrive, it's advantageous because in case something happens to your computer, you can recover this file by simply accessing the file on OneDrive. One other thing, instead of you creating a document from scratch, you can also go here under File and New, and that will bring you to a similar screen like what we had seen earlier, and use one of the templates. So notice there are all kinds of templates here automatically. Let's say I wanted a brochure. You simply search for it and double click on it, press Create, modify key components of this brochure, add and change various headings and so on. But you basically have the complete layout of the document and you don't have to spend a lot of time on the design. You can simply use a template that already exists in the computer. You can do this for resumes, reports, or brochures. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the dictate option in Microsoft Word. As you're creating a document, instead of typing it, go anywhere in the document, and as long as you have a microphone in your computer, you can come here under the Dictate area, and you can click on the drop down and choose the language that you prefer to do the dictation with. Once you're ready, click on Dictate, and then everything that you say, the system is going to transcribe it for you. Let's say I want to type right here, and at this point, everything that you say, it's going to be transcribed. Notice that you can also give commands to the system. Period. New paragraph. As computers become better understood and more economical, comma, every day brings new applications, period. Many of these new applications involve both storing information and simultaneous use by several individuals, period. The content that we wanted has been transcribed. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to format a document. For the sake of time, I have an existing document. This document is just a generic one. I am giving credit to the website that I copied it from. I modified a couple of things in it, but basically this is not really my typing here. We're going to learn how to change the formatting on it. Let's assume that we typed what we needed to type. Now we want to learn about some of the formatting capabilities. First, to select a section here, we can double click on that heading, and it will select the whole section, or drag it from beginning to end, or from end to beginning, hold down the mouse, and you'll be able to select that section. You can do the double clicking also for paragraphs. It will select the whole paragraphs. If you go outside of the document and you triple click, that will select the whole document. Now for this document, let's suppose I wanted to change the font on this document. I select the whole thing. I can either hold down the mouse in the beginning here and drag it down like this, or triple click outside of it. I want to change the font to Calibri. I clicked here on the drop down, chose Calibri, and it applied the font. Now under the size here, I could change the size as well directly from here. If I wanted to increase the font size, I can use this icon over here. To change the font type, italics, or apply additional properties, you simply select any of these options in here. You can click on this down arrow to each group of icons, and it will give you additional functions for those settings for the font. So if I click here on this arrow, this is where I can make additional modifications. If you always want any new documents to start with a particular font or a particular font size, you can come to this screen, adjust the properties, and then set this as the default. That's how you set the default font for all documents in Microsoft Word. Then you click on OK. Once you select a bunch of text, whatever that may be, notice that this quick toolbar will show up right above the text that you selected. This is commonly used tools so that instead of you having to reach out all the way here to the ribbon and the various functions, this is quicker for you to access and apply. Let's say that I selected this text and I applied various properties to this text, to this heading, and now I need to apply it to another section. Let's say I need to apply it right here. Instead of me having to go and change the properties and apply 5 different properties that I'm changing, I could actually copy the properties of the formatting from here, apply it to a different section of the document. And that is referred to as the format painter. So this is, we're copying the formatting of a specific section and applying it to a different part of the document. And the way that works is that we make the modifications in one spot. We go here under the Format Painter. It doesn't seem like much happened except for the icon that changed, like this paintbrush. Now we go to the other section of the document, select it, and let the mouse go. It will apply the same properties of that item that we selected earlier. As far as copying and pasting, of course, you can copy a segment of it, and you can click on copy over here on the top left, or press Ctrl+C, go to another section of your document, and then press Ctrl+V or press paste. Notice here under the paste option, you can do to keep the source formatting, you can merge the formatting. That means it's going to apply it with what your document has, or it's going to paste it as a picture, or it's going to paste it as a text, only removing any formatting. Typically, you want to merge the formatting, or typically you simply want to press here paste. Show paragraph marks and other hidden formatting symbols. The spaces are represented with a dot here, and if there is more than one space, notice there are 2 dots here, so you could remove that other one. Right before the paragraph mark, there is another dot or an extra space in there, and this means that there is a return key or a paragraph mark symbols in the document. When you're done with it and you don't want to see this anymore, press it again. Before we move into more advanced features, you can also apply one of those styles. So styles are pre-formatted text, basically. So you have, and we'll get into this in the next session in more detail. But basically for now, you can just go in here. You want to apply heading 1. It has this pre-formatted style. It's in blue, it's all caps and so on, and it's centered as well. If you choose to have a different one, you simply click on it and it will apply it as needed. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to use search and replace in a document in Word. So let's say we want to replace all the protection words with the word security. Of course, one of the ways is to simply locate them and type them, but that could take quite a bit of time, plus we could miss some of the instances of this. One of the options is here to click on Find, and we can, let's say, search here. Notice it says protection. We just search the word protection, and it gives us all the instances where this word is used. So it's used 57 times. We can click, and it will take us to that specific area in the document. So this is just finding the words. But let's say now we want to replace those words. So we go to the top of the document, and then we click here on Replace. Now we're going to search. So instead of finding, we are just simply going to go to Replace. We're going to find the word Protection, and we're going to replace it with the word Security. Leave all these other options blank. Choose Find Next, and it will show us the next word, the next place that this word appears at. And then we can either choose Replace or Replace All if you want to replace all instances of it. You can replace words with other words, or if you click here on More, you can also match the case and replace them on specific case, how it's spelled. Or you could use wildcards, or you could even replace the formatting, so you can select something that is formatted a certain way. You can also search for specific characters or digits or any type of characters or paragraph marks. So let's say I want to search for anywhere where there are 2 paragraph marks and replace it with only 1 paragraph mark. Then we press Next, and it's going to locate. So notice it found one right here. I can choose to replace it, and so on. So I had, in this case, I had only a couple spots here where I can choose to replace all of them. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use formatting styles in a document in Microsoft Word, and then from these styles, create a table of contents. Formatting styles save you time. They're designed as a tool to save you time, particularly in formatting long documents. So it saves you time, and also it provides consistency throughout the document. The styles, you can access them from here. Notice you have the title style, the heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4 styles, and other ones as well. Plus you can create new styles as well, or clear the formatting for specific styles in a document. Let's say this is the title of my document. Go here under the title, and that has been applied. To modify the title, it's best to modify either style itself by clicking Edit, Modify here, and then change this to be, let's say, bold, and make it 14, and click OK. Or change the style by formatting things the way you want over here. Let's say I want it this way. Once you have the style changed how you want it, you can go back here under that style and choose to update it to match the selection. So you're updating the title style here so that in the future when you apply it, it'll always be that type of formatting. So if I typically don't want to apply the title style elsewhere in the document, but let's say I wanted to, click on it, and now it has been modified to those types of properties. Let's say that I want to format now this heading. So this would be heading number 1. This is level 1 of my document content. While you can create your own personal styles, I suggest that you modify the style how you prefer. Let's say heading 1 here. I click on it, and let's say I didn't like it the way it looks right now. Change this to whatever you want it to look like. Let's say I want it bold, and I want it to be indented all the way to the left and Calibri, and let's say for the sake of emphasis I want it red. So I'm modifying. I initially applied the heading 1 style, now I'm modifying it, now I'm updating this style to how I changed it, how I like it. And then I go elsewhere in the document. Notice this is size 16, and this one I want to apply it right here. This is size 11. It's similar, but it's not the same. I click here on heading 1, and notice it's applying it right away. The next one, let's say this should be a heading 1 as well. Click on it, it's applied. Let's say this needs to be heading 1. Now you can do the same thing for the other headings as well. So you go here. Let's say this, you want it to be heading 2. So in the table of contents, you'll have the title, the first level heading, which would be considerations, the study of security. Then you have general observations right below that as another heading. You can choose here heading number 2. And again, you can modify this style to what you want. Let's say I want this to be size 14, bold. And once I have applied it once, I want to update heading number 2 style so I can reapply it to other areas of the document. You can right-click, choose Update it to the selection, and then I go elsewhere in the document and choose heading number 2. Notice it saves you time and it provides consistency throughout the document. Obviously, this has to do also with layout of the document, so you don't want to just select those levels randomly, but you want to apply it depending on how the document has been organized. So now if I go to the top, and let's say I want to apply heading number 3 to another area of my document. Let's say I have here this heading number 3. Now, if for some reason you don't see heading number 3 or heading number 4 in the document, that means that you have to apply it first, the previous heading. So let's say you can't apply heading number 4 unless you have something with a heading number 3. So now I have here heading number 3. I want to change the formatting as well to this. Make it, let's say, 12, size 12, update it, and then apply this same heading to other areas in my document. Now that I have applied the headings, notice it saved me time, it provided consistency. The application of these headings can help us in creating a table of contents. The table of contents, typically it's at the beginning of the document. So typically you'd have a blank page in the beginning and so on, but for now I'm just going to insert the table of contents right here. Now the table of contents, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but yet since we are learning about the application of styles in the document, it's helpful to kind of tie those two together with the table of contents, and it's best to learn that now. So here we want to insert the table of contents. Table of contents, it's a reference tool that we want to insert. So you click here on References, you click on Table of Contents, or you could have typed up here under Search, go to Table of Contents. That's the other way to do this. Under Table of Contents, you have various options here that you can utilize, or different templates, basically. You can pick whichever you want. I'm going to take this first one, Automatic. And now the table of contents will be created automatically. Notice I have level A, considerations about security, then general observations. Notice it's level 2 right below it. It has put the page numbers automatically. If for some reason you go and change one of those levels, let's say in here I change this to heading number 2, or let's make it 1 for easier identification. Once you make changes, whether to the page numbers or to the headings, you can update the table of contents by going here to the table of contents, click once on it, and then choose Update Table. And then you choose to update the entire table. Notice this just changed, and it was just updated. As you're learning about the table of contents and the styles, one thing to understand at this stage is also that you can define styles a certain way to your liking with various properties, and you can create your personal style of formatting as well. So you click here on the drop down and choose New Style. Give it a name, click OK, and now I have the Sally style here. If I go somewhere else in the document, I can go and apply this particular style. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we are going to learn about using the editor tool in Microsoft Word from Office 365. This is a new tool in recent editions of Word, So let's say we have this document or report, we have made changes to it, we have applied some formatting to it and things of that nature, and now we want to check it for certain grammar and other options. Now remember, some of this grammar and is also covered on the review area, and I'll try to cover those later, but since we are early on in the Home tab, we are presented also with this tool for the editor. If you click on Editor, it's going to check for spelling in the document, and it's going to identify the grammar areas and also various refinements such as for clarity, for conciseness, formality, punctuation, and things of that nature. Now you'll notice here that certain things are with a check mark. That's because this was a document that I retrieved, so it was a published document. If you click on the spelling area, there's no reference for this first one. Let's go to the next one. Again, there's no reference here as well, and no reference. So there are no spelling errors. It's just bringing things that are not normal. So you can ignore those or ignore them all the time and then move to the next thing. Then you return back to the editor here, and then we are going to check it for grammar. You click on grammar, it's recommending or it's suggesting to use thus, comma, so put a comma in there. You are making those changes and applying them directly by simply pushing those suggestions or acknowledging those suggestions here. Then you come back to the editor, and then you go under the punctuation conventions or clarity, and you make those changes as well. Once you deal with these suggestions, then you can close the editor. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert images and how to manipulate those images in a document in Word. We assume now that we have this report and we want to enhance it. So we go here under Pictures. After we click on Insert, we choose Pictures, and then you can choose a picture from this device, which means your computer. You have to locate the picture, or stock images, or online pictures, where basically you have to be connected to the internet to download those pictures. So first we're going to apply an image from this PC. Go under either Pictures or go under Documents, wherever you have your picture. And let's say I want to use Office 365. Notice you can resize this image by using one of those handles on the corners. Click on it. Notice you have these tools that show up after we inserted the picture. Those are called contextual tools. It's tools that show up in the context of what you're doing with a particular item from your document. So if you're working on a table, it'll give you the table tools or the contextual tools for tables. If you're using images, these are the contextual tools for pictures. If you're using Smart Art, you'll get the Smart Art contextual tools, and so on. Now here you can apply some of those themes. These are very similar to the styles for formatting documents that we learned earlier. You're applying particular themes or styles for formatting a picture. Notice here it's adding the gray edges on the bottom and the right hand side, or this is formatting, it's slightly different, and so on. Notice there's a drop down here. You can modify this however you please, and you can apply borders. You can also apply shadows and reflections and 3D and all that type of stuff. You can select also the position for this tool. So you have the alternate text that we just entered earlier. You can choose to change that from here, but also you can go under position and pick a different position where this should show up in your page. So you could have it in the middle of the page, the right-hand side, bottom, and so on. So let's say I want it on the right-hand side automatically. Notice it's changing it with a text. Also the positioning, so that's the positioning there, but then also the text wrapping. This is where you can specify how you want the text to wrap tightly through it, over it, and so on. So I'll suggest that you play with this, but it's one of the functions that's commonly used with an object that you insert in your document. Under the wrapping of the text, we can actually change it so the text can come come against it. So if we choose tight, notice we can make the text tightly fit around this image. If we wanted to crop this, just simply double click on it, you go under the crop tool, and then you move these handles. You can crop it from one of the handles in the bottom. Let's say I want to bring this up like that, and then this down. Or you could use the corner ones like that as well. And then once you're done with the cropping, you press crop again, and that will apply those cropping properties. Now, once you crop it, notice this doesn't look too great. You could go and apply a different style and then adjust it slightly. That's how it works for any objects that you insert, whether from the web or from your computer or any of those objects that you'll insert from here. Remember also one other thing under the image here, you can change and remove the background if you want it. You can change the color. You can add artistic effects by applying these tools here in the color area. Inserting images from other locations. So if we click here on Insert, we go under Pictures and then Stock Images. We'll select the image that you would prefer to utilize in your document or in your report, press Insert, and then further modify it using the tools that I explained just a moment ago. And then under Insert here, Pictures from Online, of course you have to be connected to the internet. Type what you want to search for. Click on the image that you prefer, insert it, and then modify it. Notice here it's also giving us where it was taken, this image from, where it was downloaded from, and to give credit to it. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert icons in a document in Word. So we have a document similar to this, and now we want to enhance this further. We have inserted pictures in the document, we have inserted a table of contents, and now we want to go in and insert or learn how to use some of those additional tools such as inserting icons in this document. Go, let's say, to a specific area of your document and then click here on Insert tab and then choose Icon. We click here on Icons, pick the category of icon. Notice you have illustrations, stickers, you can have specific icons. And under Technology, let's say I want to use this icon in my document. You click on it, click on Insert, and it has been inserted at this point, but let's say I want to put it right in front of Complete Mediation. Bring that down, resize it. The other thing that I can do is go here under Icons again, and then for the next heading, I could have some other icon related to technology. And you basically are resizing it. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert 3D models in a document in Word. So we have here a Word document, and for the sake of demonstration of the functionality of Word, we're going to learn how to add 3D models. So we are in Word, we have the document, we go here under the Insert tab, and then we go under 3D models. Here you can search for a keyword, or you can use one of those categories, or simply click on any of those items. So let's say I want this all animated. Pick any of the, click on Insert, and you can kind of spin this, adjust how it will display to the viewer by using those controls. Obviously, you want to use this intentionally to make a point, and you don't want to overuse this to annoy the users. If you double-click, you have the various views that you can apply to it. You also have the text wrapping functionality, the concept that we learned earlier. So you could have this so it wraps tightly against the text, and you could pan and zoom and align it and all kinds of other tools. So keep in mind here to utilize these contextual tools that show up for this object. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert and use shapes in a document in Word. Now this function is not used as much, but at least for the sake of functionality of the product, it would be worth covering. So we go here at any place on the document, then we click on the Insert tab, and then we go under Shapes. Now you can select any of those shapes. Of course, this is just to make a case. They have to be used purposefully for your document. Unlike inserting a picture where the picture will be inserted automatically, or icons and other components in the document, here we have to draw how big or where we want this object to be inserted and how large. So we select it, and now at this stage notice that contextual tools show up. So it's tools related to the shape component. Now here we can apply various styles for this, animations, and we can apply here the text wrapping to make it tight, and other components, and edit this. If you don't like this, you can change the shape from here using this tool, and it'll change it to something else. If you go under Insert, you can actually, on top of this, you could insert a text box. So you could actually type stuff on top of this object. And you do that by clicking on Insert, choosing Text Box, and we are going to draw a text box directly as part of this. Format this, and even change the background under the shape fill here to make it to no fill, and then you can make the text color white. So in this case, we are learning about two concepts. One, inserting the shape and adjusting it in the document. The other one was inserting a text box. In order to move these are two separate objects. You can click on the text box, hold down the Control key, click again on the larger one, the outside one, and if you right-click, you can group those together as one object rather than two. In this segment, we're going to learn how to insert a table in a document and how to modify that table in a document in Microsoft Word. Go any place in the document, and we go under the Insert tab and then choose Table. If you click on the drop-down, you notice that you can draw a table, pick how many columns and rows you want, use an Excel spreadsheet, or use quick tables, very similar to this for calendars or things of that nature. In our case, we are simply going to select how many columns and rows we want. So let's say I want 3 columns and 2 rows. Notice as soon as I select it, it's entered in the document. Now I can resize those columns as needed. And also notice on the top, we have the table design tools. That gives us the various styles and tools related to tables. Notice also that next to Table Design Tools is also the Layout tab that gives us another set of tools related to working with tables. If those tools for some reason do not show up for you, you may need to click out, click somewhere else in the document, and then click back on the tools or double click on your table, and then you should be able to see those table tools on the top. Next, enter the information in each cell. Now, in the cases where you need to add additional columns or rows to your right-click and choose Insert, and then choose Insert Rows Below. And this is how you add additional rows. For these table tools, as you can see, you have options also such as the total row. So you can click on Total Row here, and if I add another cell or another row, if I go here under the Layout tab and go under Formula, I could the formula to give me the sum of all the cells above this. All I have to do is click OK, and it'll give me the total for those numbers. Let's suppose that we want to make this table look more professional. We go under the Table Design Tools, and then pick one of the designs. If you click on the down arrow under the Table Styles, we can select from one of the styles. Notice that also you have these tools for adding rows and columns below. Also, another key concept to remember here is and sometimes it gets tricky, is how the text is going to be indented in that specific cell. So right now, notice for a firewall device, it's at the top of the cell. Let's say we wanted that centered. You go here under the layout tool and you choose from one of those the alignment area. This is where you can define for that to be centered, or if you want it to right side or left side, but yet centered, that's where you change this. Obviously, you can change also the text direction and additional components. In this segment, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert hyperlinks in a document in Microsoft Word. So let's suppose that there's a need where you need to link to different supporting documents or external websites or a video somewhere from your Word document. So to hyperlink, you simply select the words that you want within your document, and then you go under the Insert tab, and then you go under the Link option. From here, you could link to a document in your computer or an address or something on the web. So here, for example, I'll link to my YouTube channel, and then you press OK. This has been hyperlinked, and the user, if they hold the Control key and click on it, it will take you to that specific hyperlink. You can also link to a document in your computer. And if you select the words that you want in your document, click on the Insert tab, and then you choose Link, select that specific document. Then click on OK. It will be clickable, so you hold down the Control key, and this is linking to a document on the computer. This is a PDF, and it will launch the PDF file. Now, obviously, the document that you're referencing has to be in the same computer when you're presenting this. So be careful when you're sharing the document with somebody else that they will have access to it. It's best to share it, upload the document somewhere on the web, and then link it that way directly from the website. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert a signature in a document in Word. So we go here under the Home tab, and then we click on Insert, and then go under Signature Line. Click on it. Now, the first time you run it, you may be prompted to enable the Microsoft Signature tools and just proceed with anything positive for it. That's because at one point in the past, I had clicked to enable it. Now here, you simply put in the information that you want, the email address if necessary, and so on. And then you can allow also the signer to add comments in the dialog box as well. Fill out these, and then you click OK. Then it'll add a signature line very similar to this. At this point, the person signing the signature or signing this document will be needing to double click on it and then type their name. Then you can have additional comments added in here, and then click on Sign. It will prompt you whether to use the certificate, and there you go. So it puts some additional properties behind the scenes, and it kind of connects with Microsoft Digital ID services to make this legit. It also collects additional information as to the time and date and so on from the user. In this next session, I'm going to talk about inserting or using the screenshot feature in Microsoft Word. So let's assume we have this document here, and now we want to insert a snapshot, whether we are doing documentation on how to do something or whatever the case may be. So what you do is you go under the Insert tab, you click on Screenshot here, and notice you can either clip the screen or you can pick from one of the available windows. I'm going to do a screen clipping first, so I click on Screen Clipping, pick part of my screen, and now that has been inserted in my document. Now this, you could use it for creating a manual or creating directions or whatever it may be within your document. This is basically just like another image that I inserted in the document. I can go here and customize this and make it look differently and so on, and apply the various different styles related to the images in the document. The other thing you can do is if you go here under the Insert, under Screenshot, so you have to have something opened in your computer, and then you can take a screenshot of an application that you may have opened in your computer, and then of course resize this however you need to. In this next session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use a text box in a document. So you go under the Insert tab, and then you go under Text Box. Now here you have different types of designs that you could pick from. So let's say I like this kind of design here. All you have to do is just put some text. And if you wanted to change it or make adjustments to it, again, remember the concept is that you can double-click on it and click on the various tools related to this particular object, and of course using options within this. Remember, you can always resize it and move it wherever you need to move it. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create columns and basically format your document to use columns. You can go to here, the Layout tab, and then you go under Columns. And if you wanted just columns throughout your document, let's say 2 columns or whatever you need, you simply click on 2, and then it's going to apply it throughout that section in your document. If you don't want that, and I'm going to undo this part, you can simply go to a specific section, select it, and then click on Columns, and then click on More Columns, or you can just choose 2 for that here. If you wanted just 2. Notice once we selected it, it applied it to just that specific section. The other thing you can do is you can go under Columns, More Columns, and this is where you can customize it even further. Let's say you want a line in between, and you can how many columns you want and that type of thing, and then also where it applies, whether it applies to the selected section or to the whole document. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert a cover page in the document. So here we have a document that we have added a bunch of stuff to it, and now we want to insert what's called a cover page. You can click here on the Insert tab, click on Cover Page, and then choose from one of those templates. Note that there are additional templates that you can download from office.com and embed them in the document as well. And let's say I'll pick this one, and then you give it a document title, fix the font how you want it, add additional properties if necessary, or delete areas or components that you may not want. Notice that it's smart enough to insert the cover page at the top of the document for you automatically. Now from here you could add a different image if you'd prefer and change this and modify this as needed. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert a page break in a document. So let's say we have this document and we want this to always start on a new page. So this heading to be always on a new page. So we go here under the Insert tab and we choose to add a page break. So we basically click right in front of that heading and then go under Insert, we choose Page Break, and from now on, no matter what you type or how you type this, so let's say I copied a bunch of text here and I keep on adding to it, and notice pretty soon it's going to jump into a new page. Notice that even though it's only 1 line or 2 lines here on the next page, notice this got pushed down to a brand new page. So that's the purpose of a page break in a document, is that you specify a particular heading or a particular area of your document to always be on a new page. For most users, the difficulty is How do I remove that page break? To remove it, you need to go under the Home tab, then click on this icon to show and reveal the hidden symbols. Then you scroll down and notice that at the end of the page where it ended from the previous section, there is this page break. So you want to select it and then press delete on your keyboard, and then it will bring everything up. Then you can unhide those hidden characters and you're all set. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use Smart Art in a document in Word. Smart Art is used to quickly and easily make a visual representation of your information. Let's say we want to outline the research paper writing process. So typically you can represent this in a document very similar to this, like selecting a topic, then identifying the research problem, then collecting the relevant data, then analyzing the data, then writing the research paper, proofreading it as well. So this is one way that historically most have done it. So you simply list these areas, and however, you can take this same information and convert it into Smart Art. Unlike PowerPoint, where you can select the information and convert this into a Smart Art, unfortunately in Word you have to retype this stuff all over again. So we go here under Insert, we go under Smart Art, and then pick one of the processes from here. So let's say I'll pick this first one. Click OK. Now I have these options. Now it's asking me to type those processes. In this case, I'll simply copy them and paste them in here. So I don't have to re-type it from scratch. And I'm clicking down here where the Smart Art area is. Obviously, you want to do this from the start rather than the way that I did, and I did that for demonstration purposes. The Smart Art, it's more visually appealing here. Now to take this one step further, you can double-click on the Smart Art that you just created, and notice that the Smart Art design tools show up. Now you can change the design if you prefer to something different. And notice you get the live preview. And once you select one of the designs that you prefer, now you can select also various color schemes as well. And furthermore, you can adjust the design of the Smart Art as needed. So instead of you representing that topic by just a bunch of bullet points, you're now using a Smart Art object to represent the same idea, but it's more visually pleasing. Now here, obviously, you can modify this further. Under the formatting, you can then adjust other stuff here related to it, including the text wrapping if necessary. In this segment of the Word 365 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the design feature in Word. So we have this document, and the document, we have a cover page, we have a table of contents, we have images, tables, objects, and charts. And now here you can go and apply a design theme to the whole document so that objects and components within that document flow from a design point of view. So you go here under the Design tab and then select from one of those document formatting styles, or you can go under the Theme area and select from one of those themes. And notice it will give you a preview, a live preview of what the document is going to look like once that theme has been applied. Notice it changes the font style, it will change the color combination. So pick one of the styles that you prefer. Notice that the various objects that we have inserted throughout the document have been modified to apply the same color scheme across the whole document. Now those colors, you can further modify them if you prefer. So if I go here and change it to Office 2007 or a different color theme, that can apply again. So if you like the font, you like the additional properties, but don't like specific color schemes, you can modify it from here under the colors option, and also you can modify the fonts as necessary. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to insert headers and footers in a document. So let's suppose we have this document. It's a pretty long document, 16 pages, and now we want to insert a footer. We go here under Insert, and then go under this section for header and footer. Select the type of footer that we want to insert, and notice there are different designs that you can apply to this document. Select one of those designs, click OK, and notice it gives you the type of footer that you selected automatically. Now in this case it's selected to page 2 out of 15. Now here you could format this text to be a different color if you prefer, and to make it larger or smaller and things of that nature. Now notice also as you're dealing with headers and footers, now in our case we have a cover page, but if we didn't have a cover page, your first page will have the page number. In that case, you want to select that option for different on first page. That's what makes the page number not show up on that very first page if you had a cover page. From here, you could add other field types under the footer. Let's say to the left of this footer, I want to insert the file name. You can do that by inserting document information, and you could choose the author or the file name or the path, or you can even insert a field name such as the date created and table, all kinds of data from this document. So I'll choose here file name, and that's my current file name, and notice that has been applied to the rest of the document. To get out of the footer mode, just double click anywhere in the text and that will bring you back and take you off the footer mode. If you want to go back into it, double click on the footer and it will bring you the tools related to header or the footer. The process works the same way for the header. So if I go under the document here and choose Insert, then Header, and then pick one of those header types or header templates, and then I chose to have the document title here, you can adjust the formatting of this as needed. You have 3 different tabs of contextual tools in this case, and the reason for that is because we are working with a table within our header area of the document. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we're going to learn how to insert a footnote in a document in Word. We have this document, and in a particular area of the document we want to insert a footnote. All you have to do is you go under the References tab and then you click on Insert Footnote. So it will insert the footnote at that location where you have placed the mouse. Once you press Insert Footnote, then you can type those explanatory notes for that document. If you move this paragraph to a new page, then it will move that footnote with it automatically. In some other cases, you might need to insert what's called an endnote. The endnotes will be displayed at the very end of the document, just like its name states. So we click here on a specific area in the document, then we click on Insert Endnote, and then type in there the notes that you would prefer to insert in there. And that's all that there is to it. In this segment of the Word tutorial, we are going to learn how to change the margins and the layout of a document in Word. By default, the margins are at 1 inch on all sides. You access those properties by going here to the Layout tab. And then the first option is Margins, and notice it's 1 inch on the top, left, bottom, and right. If you prefer, let's say, narrow margins, 0.5 inches on all corners, all you have to do is press narrow and it will apply to the whole document with that single click. If you prefer custom margins, you scroll down to the bottom, you choose custom margins. Here is where you can change, let's say on the top, I want 0.7 inches and I want to apply it to the whole document. Then you press OK. If you want all your documents to start a certain way, you can choose to set this as a default with those margins, and any new documents that you create in the future, if you choose this set as default and you press OK to this, any new documents will start with those dimensions. Then you press OK, and those settings have been applied. Now, under the custom margins area, notice also one other thing. You can apply specific margins also to a part of the document or to the whole document. So right now, since we did not select anything, we have the option for this document or this point forward. So let's say I want 1 inch on all sides here, or let's say on the top, I want 1 inch for this document from this point forward. I can select that option and click OK. And now from here and on, it would be 1 inch, but from the point prior to this, it would be whatever we had specified from earlier. If you select a page in a document and you go under custom margins, now we have the option to the selected sections of the document. And then you press OK, and it will apply to that particular section of the document that you selected. Now, as far as the orientation, you can apply the orientation to the whole document or to a particular page of that document. So here under orientation, we applied it to the whole document. So let's undo that, and I'm going to do Control-Z to change it to landscape for a particular area. Let's say we had something that we wanted to present in a different way. You can go to that particular page and go under Margins, then Custom Margins, and then choose Landscape from this point forward. Then click on OK. And now the previous page, it's in Portrait, but this page and the content following is in Landscape. Let's say we don't want the subsequent pages to be in Landscape. You can go back to Margins, Custom Margins, Portrait, from this point forward, and click OK, and that the rest of the document will be in Portrait. Now, you could change it, but you'd have to apply sections to the document if you wanted to apply it to only a specific section. So you don't have to do this point forward from here, and then you'd have to go back to change it again from this point forward to Portrait from the next page. In this segment of the Word tutorial for Office 365, I'll demonstrate how to insert comments in a document. So let's suppose that you're collaborating with others in your office or with your team, and somebody sent you this document, and now you want to make comments in this document. So one of the options is, as you're reading the document, you can select specific words or paragraphs for that matter. So then you can go under the Review area here, the Review tab, click on New Comment. And then on the right-hand side, this is where you can type your comment. Now, the other thing that you can do is you can actually enable track changes in this document. So you click on Track Changes, and at this point, if you prefer to delete certain areas, and then you simply type whatever needs to be changed, the system at this point will track all the things that you are changing. So you can choose to show the track changes. Notice by default it will be in red here on the left, and it will highlight by you clicking on to show the track changes. And you can add new sections as well. Now, The reviewer, on the other end, when they receive or they review these notes from you, they have an opportunity to go through each one of them, and they can accept those changes or reject those changes. So accept and move to the next, accept and move to the next, or they can accept all of them as well if they just previewed them first, or they could reject and move to the next. And that's how you can collaborate among other users. Now, typically, those changes on the right here, it would have the name of the individual and the time when they edited that item. You can also reply to their comments or resolve those comments. This is kind of very similar to the Google Docs functionality. Now, notice as you're working on this, there are a couple other options here. To view the document with all the markups, meaning all these notes and content and suggestions and modifications and that type of stuff, or you can view the original without any of these changes, or just a simple markup here and there without too many notes. Now, before you send the document to somebody else, you need to make sure that you clean all of those markups and approve them so that the comments do not get sent to the final reviewer or whoever is going to access this stuff. And in order to clean up the document of any personal information or any of these comments, you can do that by clicking here on File, and you go under Info for the file, and then you choose to inspect the document. Choose Inspect here. You need to save the changes first. Let's say you don't care for these other document properties, your name and that type of stuff, how long it took, but yet we want to remove all the comments, revisions, and so on. We click on Inspect, and then remove all the comments and notes about the comments. Reinspect it again, and now it is safe for you to send this document to your audience, and they will not be able to view any of those comments that you had made while working with your team. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to save an existing document as a PDF file. The advantage of a PDF file is that the user or the viewer that you're sending this document is going to access it exactly how you have saved it, and they also cannot modify it, and they can open it in multiple devices as needed without needing Microsoft Word. So to convert this document into a PDF, there are a couple ways to do it, but one of the simplest ones is to click here on File and then choose Export. And then under this option, Create PDF or XPS document, you simply click on Create PDF XPS, take note where you're saving it, and then give it a name. Press Publish, and that's all that there is to it. And now the document has been saved into PDF. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to protect a document with a password and how to encrypt it with a password. We have here this existing document, and then we go here under File, and then we go under Info. From here we have this option, Protect Document. Click on it, and then choose to restrict it with a password or to encrypt it with a password. Click on Encrypt with a password, and then enter a password that you'll remember. Notice that the passwords are going to be case sensitive. We need to confirm the password again, and now a password will be required in order for us to open this document. Now if I go ahead and close this document, we'll be prompted to use a password, and then we'll be able to open it. Now to remove the password, in case you needed to do that, you click here on File again, and then you go under Info, and then under protect document, we need to click on encrypt the password, just click on it again, and then we erase whatever the password is that we had from earlier. Then go back, save the document, reopen it, and it should not ask us to open it with a password again. So that's how you set a password on a document and how you remove it. In this segment, I'll demonstrate how to share a document with other users. One way to share it is in a network drive on your network. So it could be a K drive, J drive, or whatever it is on the network. The other option is to share it by clicking here on File and then choose Share. Now you can share it using the OneDrive option, and you're signed into OneDrive, or you can share it as an attachment by copying this, and it will prompt you to send a copy of this document provided you have Microsoft Outlook configured. If you have Microsoft Outlook configured, it will open Microsoft Outlook, and I don't have that configured right now on this for this tutorial, and it will put it as an attachment. If you choose the PDF option, it's going to have it as an attachment. It's going to open your email and have it as an attachment as part of that email. Now, if you want to use OneDrive, you simply select the OneDrive option here, double-click on it, and now you can choose. Anyone with a link can edit it. You can enter the name of the user, select the name of the user, add a new message, or you can copy the link and just send them the link to that document via an email. So you just click on copy now, and you simply in your email you copy this link and you send it to them as part of your email. So that's one way to collaborate with one of the users in sharing this document. Notice that instead of clicking on File and then choose Share, where we come to these options, you also can do the sharing directly from up here on the top right. So you click on Share, and basically it will give you the same options as before. In this segment of the Word tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to open a PDF in Microsoft Word so that we can edit it. Typically, when you have a PDF document, you cannot modify it very easily. With Word 2016 or later, you can actually open a PDF document in Word and then modify it from there. So we have this document here that, as you can see, it's in PDF. And let's say we don't have the Word version of it. Now, what we can do is open Word and then simply go and locate the document. If you don't see the PDF option, we want to choose the All Files option. Then click on the PDF file, then click on Open, and then it will prompt you that it will convert it into an editable Word document. It'll take a while depending on the length of your and the complexity of the document. Click OK here, and then simply wait for it to open. Now at this point, notice I can go and edit and add more stuff here. Once you have opened the document, then from here we can save it and then return to it at any point. So notice I have it here, Word in working with videos, and modify it as you need. In some other cases, you might have documents which are a little bit more complex. So we go here under Open, browse for the file, and then let's say I have this document that has columns and that type of stuff and images. Click on it, and let's say I have it only in PDF. Click on Open, it'll prompt us, and then you can still modify it as you need. And then simply save it, and then you have a Word document to work with. Now, if you wanted to convert it into a PDF file, again, to share it you can simply click on File, press Export, press Create PDF XPS, and then this will save it in PDF again for sharing. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to perform a mail merge The process is actually very similar to other versions of Microsoft Word as well. It's not identical. So let's say I have this long document here, and I want to do a mail merge and send this to individuals. For now, I'm going to create a new page here. I'm going to insert a new page, and I'm going to put their information in there for my clients. So in this case, I'm going to go under Insert, and I'm going to insert a page break, so just so that I have a blank page here to start with. And then in here, I'm going to make it so that this document can be customized for each individual. It has their address and their name and some kind of information as well. And by the way, this doesn't have to be a document like this. It can be a blank document, a letter that you sent. It could be invoices. It could be whatever notices that you send out there. It's very similar to letters that you receive from various companies out there that have your name on top of it. You have to have a document in Word, and you have to have an Excel document as well. And that's best to use Excel. Let's assume this is the list of my customers. I have their first name, last name, the street address. Of course, this is all fictitious, zip code, and then a bunch of email addresses, and you could have also comment 1, 2, 3. So this would be personalized comments. So this is what the comment that I could write, for example, for customer 1. Now customer 2, I would say, and so on. Now one key thing to remember as well as you build your list in Excel is that the first row here needs to have the field names, or it's best to have the field names. So first name, last name, telephone, street address, and keep those separate as well if you can. Keep as many fields as you want here, or columns with comments, because you can utilize this for multiple mail merges. And the way you'll be doing it is that you can link the same data file, and you keep on updating this from month to month, and you link it to the same report or the same mail merge that you do for your customers. Let's say we are all good to go here. We have maintained this list. This is our customer list. Notice that the tab here on the bottom, it says customer. So now I'm going to save it. Now in here, I want to create a new mail merge. So I go under mailings, and then I go under start mail merge. And the best thing to do is, or what I'd suggest that you do is, click on step-by-step mail merge wizard. In here, notice that there is pane in the right-hand side shows up, and it asks you, do you want to create letters, email messages, envelopes, labels, and so on. You can do emails, and that's a powerful feature, and I'll try to demonstrate that in another video. Or actual letters like the old days that you used to do, print them in a paper and stuff them in an envelope and send them and that type of thing. So for now, we're going to learn how to do letters. We click on next step to start the document. It says, do you want to use the current document that we have opened, or do you want to start from a template, or do you want to use an existing document that you have from some other time? I want to use the current one, and then select the recipients. Now it says, do you want to use an existing list, or do you want to create a new list? In our case, we are going to use an existing list, that Excel file that I opened a moment ago. Type a new list. You can do it from here from Microsoft Word. However, I'd recommend create the list in Excel if you're going to have to create a new list, because it's much easier to manage in the future and update. So we click here on Use an Existing List. We click on Browse, and then we have to find the file. And this is my customer list for the mail merge. I click on Open. That's my Excel file, basically. And here is my customer table. Notice there are two sheets in there, but I want to use, remember I mentioned earlier, customer. Click OK. This is the list of all the customers in that Excel spreadsheet. You could also sort them a certain way if you wanted, so you can sort them alphabetically by first name, by last name, and all that type of thing. And then you can also filter them if you needed to. So let's say you want only by a specific zip code or by a specific criteria and so on. You could basically simply click on filter and choose a field name. And let's say here's a zip. And you would say zip equal to some number or greater than some number and so on. So in this case, I'm going to cancel that. You could find duplicates to avoid sending duplicates and click on OK here. At this point, we are ready. We have told the system that we're going to use the existing document and an existing list. Now the next thing it says, write your letter. Put in your address block. I could put this by clicking on it, or we could insert the fields manually. I would recommend that you tinker with it manually. So you could say, dear, and then choose the insert field option. So dear first name. The computer will put the first name in there. Then you go to the next line here, and then you start writing your letter. in here you could put their address so that it would be part of the envelope. So we click here under Insert Field, first name, space, last name, and then Insert Field, street address, city, comma, state, and the zip. Now, those look coded, but computer is going to pull them one by one and match them with the Excel spreadsheet, so don't panic on that. Now in here you would write your letter. You'd say below is the annual report for your investments. Let's assume this is an investment report. Remember in Excel we had a comments field. You could put a comments field in here. Now at this point you put your name there. You could also insert an image if you needed to, or a logo, or whatever part of it's going to be duplicated across all the pages. Now at this stage you could save this. If you were to save it at this point and you'd give it a name, the reason why I saved it is because you could at any point open this and it's going to pull your data automatically from your Excel file if you needed to do another mail merge in 6 months or whatever. Now the next thing here, notice it says preview your letters. This is the address, Alex, and so on. And you can kind of preview them right here. Next, next, next. A lot of people, they stop here, but you need to finish to complete your merge. You can click here under complete merge, and then you can either choose to print them or edit individual letters. Notice there's also a finish and merge option on the top as well. So in my case, edit individual letters. And then I'm going to choose all of them. Now it's going to take a little while because I had 29 pages here and I have a lot of customers. So notice now we have one letter or long report for every one of the customers here. So notice we have here, the first one is for Alex. And now we have to keep on scrolling because this is a long report. And now here's Amber. That's the next customer. And again, like I mentioned, it's going to be a long one. So suppose you have 2 or 3 pages, and this would be much more meaningful. But basically, we're creating a personalized report here for each one of the customers. And here's for the next third one. Keep in mind, again, the key there is that this is the output at this stage. If we were to look at the documents that I have opened here, and apparently I have many of them, but this is the one with merged results. It says letters, one word. This we can actually trash it after we are done with it. We don't need to save it unless you need it for documentation purposes. This is our form. If I close this and I save the changes, if I go to open this again, so this was the one for mail merge form, notice it prompts you. It says, opening this document will run the following commands. Select from customer order by first name and last name. Do you want to update it? Yes. And now it's linking it to the Excel file. Now at any point we can go here under mailings, click on finish and merge, and it's going to merge all of those just like it did earlier. Keep in mind again before I end this session that you can always update the Excel file and you can always reuse the form file. The results page, the merged results, you don't necessarily need to save them unless you need to keep them for documentation purposes as to what you sent out. In this brief video, I'm going to demonstrate how to create an email merge to contact customers via email and send them customized emails with their name and specific information pertaining to their account or pertaining to them. So the way it works is that you have to have an Excel file where you're keeping track of the data. By the way, this does not have to be just Excel. It can be data in Access database. It could be data pulled from another system and so on. It could be data from Outlook and so on. But the simplest way is to have it in an Excel file. It's important that on the first column here you'd have the actual field names for what they stand for. For example, this column stands for first name, and it has all the first names and the last name and then telephone number and so on. The labels here on the top, we'll use them from within Word when we do the email merge. The other thing that you'll need to have in order to do an email merge is an email address or a field with the email address for each of the customers. Of course, the email shouldn't be exactly the same for all the customers, otherwise it will not really work the way you intend it to. In order for this to work is that you need to have Microsoft Outlook installed or a MAPI compliant email application installed. And usually if you have Office in your computer, the Microsoft Outlook client application comes with it, and most likely you are using it. Or in a business environment you'd be using that. Go in Microsoft Word. So we can close the Excel file at this point. We go into Word and we'll create a new document. It doesn't have to be a new one. You can use an existing email or an existing template from Word that you are using. Go under Mailings, click on Start a Mail Merge. Then we go under Mail Merge Wizard and Email Messages. The process is exactly the same as for creating labels or creating regular mail merge for letters. The only difference is in the very end when it initiates using Outlook. To then start the document, and we are going to use the current document. If we wanted to use something else, we can pick one from here. Then click the recipients. We have to tell the computer what the recipients. We're going to use an existing list, and we're going to click on Browse to find the list. Then we'll go under wherever we have our Excel file, so you'd know wherever you saved it, and you'll pick the first field that shows up from your Excel file. If your Excel file has more tabs and you're using those tabs, then of course that's what you'd be picking here. Notice here it says first row of data contains column headers. You'll click OK, and then this is our data. We can filter it, we can sort it, we can do other stuff here, but for the sake of simplicity we're not going to tinker with that, and then we're going to click OK. The next step, it is to write the email message. So we click, and then we go to start writing it. We can say dear, and then insert the field, dear first name. And let's assume at this point that the order number was actually this one under customer ID. We're going to mix it at this point a little bit. So you put in that, and then you can put in other comments, and you can put in whatever other fields that you might be keeping from your data file. So now if we wanted to insert a coupon or whatever it may be, we go online here, we search under Bing for a coupon code. Let's assume that's the coupon. We can format this a little bit better if we wanted to and customize it further. And then next we can click on Preview Your Email. Notice it says Dear Owen, thank you for a recent order 1105. And then we can go to the next customer. And you can see Dear John, Dear Harry, Dear Kathy, and so on. It's going to send them exactly the same email, but it's going to be personalized with their own name and also some kind of pertinent information related to them. Click on Complete the Merge, and then the option here, which is different from regular mail merges, is that it's asking us for electronic mail. Then we tell it that the to field is in the email column for the Excel file. So if we had that labeled somewhere else or something different, then you would choose whatever the name of that column is. Choose email, and then you could put a subject line. This will be the title of your email, as just like your regular emails. Then the format, you want to have the format, if you're going to use pictures like this, you want to make it HTML format, and then click OK. The system is going to connect and utilize Microsoft Outlook, and it is going to send those emails one after the other. It's not going to be like a distribution list. It's going to be just one email after the other. Now be cautious and careful here that you don't blast everybody with this type of email or send the wrong email and you misuse the list. So basically, if I were to hit OK here, it is going to send those emails out based on the Excel list. Now at this point I'm not going to do that because we get the idea, I hope. And what you can do at this stage, if you go back to where you had the codes here, if something is not correct, you can always go back and correct it into the Excel file and then rerun it again. You can save this file, notice with the codes, I'll give the name here on And then if I'm to go back here after 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever, and I come back to Word again, and then go to open it, here's my sample email. Notice it's going to come up and ask me, do you want to link to the customer's file in Excel? Of course I want to say yes, and then from this point on we can go here under the steps and then choose just next basically, and here they are. And basically just complete the merge and do the electronic mail again. So basically you don't have to redesign the form. It works exactly the same. You can save the form both in regular mail merges, in label mail merges, and email mail merges, and reuse the same form multiple times, and you just keep the Excel file up to date. In this brief session I'm going to explain the process on how to create labels. All you have to have is Microsoft Word, and then the best is to use an Excel file. The Excel file could be a list of names. On the first row can be different labels, for example, the customer number, the company, the first name, last name, telephone, street address, city, zip, and so on. You could have any other new fields as well. As you can see, you can create it by either extracting it from an existing system, or you can simply type those addresses and keep those in a list. And we need to go to Microsoft Word. Click on Mailings tab, click on Mail Merge option here, and then step-by-step wizard, and then create labels. Then click on Next to start the document. We are going to use the current document layout, or you can use an existing document if you want, but in this case it's going to be labels just populated with the basic names and addresses. If you wanted something where it says labels with other information, then you can simply type it here on the left hand side. Then the next option here is to choose label options. We need to tell the system what kind of labels are we using for this mail merge. Then here under label vendors, unless you have Microsoft, you need to change it to something else, and usually the most common one is the Avery US letter. Under Avery US letter, notice there are a lot of different ones, and usually when you go to the store and buy those, you'll have the number directly on the label. So it will tell you on the box of labels as to which number it is, which product number. So one of the common ones that we use is the Avery 5160, which tells me it's 1 inch in height and then 2.63 inches. So we click OK here. The next step, so we click on Select Recipients, and then you can use an existing list, you can use the contacts from Outlook, or you can type a new list if you wanted as well. But like I said earlier, it's easier to just type the list first in Excel and then you just utilize that list. So we go here under Use an Existing List, and then we go and find it and locate it. Click on Browse, and then we are going to go here under Week 3, and this is the customer list for mail merge. Now in here there are 2 tabs or 2 sheets in this spreadsheet. Now when I had this earlier, it was the first one, so we'll pick the first one, and these are all the names. You could filter those names if you wanted, but for now we're going to leave everything alone. On the first one, we're going to click on Insert Merge Field. So we go here to the first label, and then we click on Insert Merge Field, and we say Insert First Name, a space, Insert Last Name, hit Enter, then Insert Street Address, hit Enter again, and then we are going to insert the city, comma, state, and then the zip. Now here is where pretty much everybody has problems, because the labels don't populate through all the fields. So the next thing what you need to do here is we click on Arrange Labels, and then the next click on Update All Labels. So before you go and preview them, you want to update the same information that you see here to all of the labels all over in that same sheet. So the computer will do this automatically for you, and this is just for the labels. You click on Update All Labels, then we click on Preview Your Labels, and notice the information is posted. If for some reason we want to change something here, we could go back to the previous step where the code stuff is, highlight it, let's say the first and last name, we want to make it bold. Click on bold there. If you want to put the word to, we could do that right in front of it. But then remember to update all labels again, and that will populate all the labels. Then preview your labels, and then complete the merge. You can preview them, how it's going to look page by page by page, but basically the last step, what you want to do is complete the mail merge. You complete it, you could print it, or you can click on Edit Individual Labels. If we click on Edit Individual Labels, click on OK, this is the final product. So the final product here, basically, it's the whole merged results. This you shouldn't have to tinker with it. If something is not correct, it is recommended that you go back to your Excel file. I'm not going to save the results here. You go to your Excel file, you change whatever you need to change, and then you come here to the previous step, which, by the way, you can save this form, and you can save it particularly with the codes at this stage, and anytime you run it in the future, it will actually pull from the same list of addresses and list of information. You just have to keep the same file, the data file, and the form, this is referred to as the form file, in the same folder. It's basically the same folder, or linked it, the same structure that it was to start with. And then once you change something, you just go back to preview the labels and complete the merge all over again. In this brief session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the compare feature between documents, between two documents. So let's say this is one of my documents here. I'm going to save it. And I want to compare this with another version of another document. We are in the Home tab at this point. We want to go under the Review tab, and then we click on Compare. We want to compare two versions of a document. So we're going to put the original document here on the left. Here it is. This one is the original, and the revised version is the modified version 2. I'm going to check it for all of these properties, whether tabs were added, tables, fields, anything. And then I click OK. At this point, this is a combined view showing the changes between one and the other. So notice the word more effectively, here it was deleted. And if we keep on scrolling down, display, the word display was deleted as well. The word editing was deleted, and so on. So I just changed a couple of the words in this case. The other thing that you can do is you can go here under compare, and then under show source documents, you can click on show both of them. We'll be able to see them side by side as to what was changed in each one of them. So here's the original over here, and that's the revised version of it. Notice the word more to communicate. One has more effectively, the other one doesn't, and so on. So that's how you can use the compare feature between the two documents. And then down here is basically a summary of what changed specifically for both documents and where the revisions were. Macros are a great tool while you are working in a document, particularly when you have to perform various repetitive tasks. So instead of you doing one thing over and over and over again through all the different steps, you can record all of those steps in a macro, and then you simply execute that macro. So here's how it works. To get to the macros, all that we have to do is we go under the View tab in Word, and then we go under the macros option here. Then we click on Record Macro. In this case, I'm going to record bringing up labels, for example, label Avery 5160. So instead of you having to do all of those steps time after time, you simply execute the macro. So we click here on Record Macro, and then we'll give it a name. Now, it says that assign macro to, you can assign the macro to a specific button, which would be an icon here somewhere in the quick access toolbar or somewhere. So you can assign to this macro a button or a keyboard shortcut. So in this case, I'm going to assign a button, and then notice it says new macro, macro 1. You can change the name if you'd like. And then I'm going to add this. Notice it's going to be on the quick access toolbar, but I'm going to add this also to the right hand side here. So I want to customize my quick access toolbar. So I want to click on add, and then I'm going to click OK. All that is going to do is that it put this icon over here. Next to the mouse, there's this little cassette tape. That means that every step or every click that I perform from this point on until I stop it, all of those steps are going to be recorded. So now, to insert a label, usually you'd go under Mailings, and then you'll go under Labels. Once you go under Labels, we need to go here under Options, and then we'll pick the specific type of label that we want. We said earlier that we wanted Avery 5160. So we go here under Label Vendors, and we will want to change this to Avery. So you choose Avery US leather. We want here 5160, for example. And there it is. So we click OK. And then here we click on New Document. Now notice it brought and it designed this document to be that type of label. This is where we want our macro to stop. All we have to do is we click here under View. We go back to Macros, and we choose Stop Recording. So now the macro has been recorded and all the steps have been recorded. Notice we have an icon here on the very top. So let's assume now another day came by and we want to create labels. So we go here under New, we choose Document, and all of a sudden we have a need for those labels for Avery 5160, and we don't have to go and search for the label, search for the vendor and all that type of stuff. So all we have to do at this point is we click on this icon here for the macro, and notice the label definition has been applied. So it's the same step for anything else that you do in a repetitious way within Word. All of those steps, you can record them exactly the same way. You can use macros to open a file from a specific location, or you can have it to create labels or put headers, footers, or whatever else that you do within Microsoft Word. In this session, I'll briefly show you how to link data from an Excel spreadsheet into a Word document for the purpose of reports. So there are a couple ways to take data from Excel and then utilize it in Microsoft Word. Let's say this is my report. Let's say I have to do this report monthly, and I have to take data from Excel and put it in my report for whether it is expenses or it could be whatever else. One of the ways to get the data from Excel into Word is by copying it from Excel, and then I'm right-clicking and choose Copy, or Control-C, or however you copy stuff, or click on Copy and Paste up here, and then I go back to Word, and then I'm going to paste it. Now notice, by simply pasting it in Word, it does not look anywhere close to what it was in Excel. Of course, I could go here and choose to use the destination or the keep the source formatting. So that's one way. It's not the greatest way. Now what you can do is you can actually link the data with the Excel spreadsheet. Once you link it once, as the data is updated from time to time from Excel, from your assistant or whoever else, that report, it's always up to date. All you have to do is open up the document and it will be up to date. So for that to work, you go to Excel, we copy and we select and copy the data. So I'm just copying it again. Those bars were there because I had copied it from before. Now we go back to Word, and we click here under Paste, but instead of just choosing Paste, we are going to click on Paste Special. So choose Paste Special, and then we're going to paste it as a link. So we are going to link it with Microsoft Excel. So it's linked to an Excel spreadsheet object. So basically the data is not really residing. It's of course posted in the document, but it's linked with the Excel document. So I'll demonstrate in a moment here. Since we pasted it, we can assume that the report is done, and we're going to save it on the desktop. I call it this my monthly report. Now a month has passed by, or whatever time has passed by, and notice let's say my training expense for January in the previous report was $100 before. Now I'm going to make it $123. Now if I go to my document, save it, click on it, notice the first thing that you'll get is it says this document contains links that refer to other files. Do you want to update this document or the data from the linked files? It's saying it's linked to Excel. Do you want this to be updated? So I say yes. And now this is my older junk here that I had from before. But notice the expense here for January for 123 has been updated. So the idea is that whatever you change here in Excel as you're keeping track of things, it will be automatically posted and linked with Microsoft Word because we linked that data earlier. So if I go into Word, close it, and then save the Excel changes that I made, open it up again, say yes to update it, again ignore this part. Notice even the formatting has been updated from Excel. In this session I'm going to demonstrate how to use citations and bibliography and managing sources for references in a document. This is a very powerful tool, and I strongly suggest that if you're a student, take advantage of this. This tool allows you to insert sources of information for a book or article or other material where it came from, and then as you're utilizing it for multiple papers, it also builds a repository of those source resource manager stuff within your master list here. Let's say this is something that we are citing. So let's assume we copied this and now we want to cite it. You first have to determine what your style of writing is, whether it's APA or MLA. I'm going to pick at this point APA. Basically, you just have to do this once for all your papers or for that course or whatever for that document. And then you click here on Insert Citation. You could insert an existing one or you add a new source. So in this case, let's say it's a book. And the author here, you can click on edit or you can simply type it here. You enter the title of the author and then you put the year when it was published, the city, and then the publisher as well. You could also insert additional fields if you needed to as to what volume it is, the number of volumes, the title, pages, and so on. Then you click OK. Notice for the APA style, this is how you would cite this source. Now we go to another part of the document, and let's assume that this was another section that we want to cite. We put in parentheses, and now we go here under citation, and then add a new source. Notice that under the new source, you can pick other things as well. So for example, you could pick a journal article, you could pick a periodical, a conference, or a report, a website, a recording, and so on. All of these are the small technicalities that are complicated to remember, but this is a tool that makes it easy for you how to cite it. So for example, an article from a website, you could simply click to a document from a website, and you put in the author. Notice you also have examples here. So in this case, we are going to the web. So we go here to the website, and let's say this is the article, Can Laws Keep Up with the Tech World? And it was written and published on such and such a date. So now the author in this case, it would be Bruce Schneier. And then we go to our document, and then we'll just put the author in there. The name of the web page is the title of the article. The name of the website, so this would be, for example, CNN.com. The year, so actually we want to put the year in there, the date that it was published. So notice it was updated on November 21st, 2015. So we put here year 2015, the month, December, and then the day, 21. And then you also need to put in there the URL for this article. So we copy it, and then we'll paste it in there. And then we simply click OK. And it's good to go at this stage. Now, let's say that somewhere else, now notice I'm going up in my document here. Let's say that this is my other section that I want to cite. And now, let's assume that I'm simply citing this for now. I can go ahead and click here on Insert Citation, and I could even pick an existing citation. Now, under Manage Sources, I used 2 of them in this document, those that have the check marks. Those are new ones that I just entered. But basically, this is a list of other sources that I have done other research, for example, this first one. Now, what I could do is I could utilize this in my document here, in my paper. So all I have to do is I go here under Insert Citation and pick that source to be included. Now, let's suppose that I'm done with all my citations for this paper, and now I want to insert the bibliography or the works cited. Go here to my document and insert a new page. I go and insert, let's say, a page break or whatever. Basically, I'll just do a page break for now. And now on the next page, I want to insert the bibliography. I go under References, and then I click on Bibliography. And notice it gives you multiple options here. You have Bibliography, References, and Works Cited. That will depend on the type of research that you are doing and what your paper or professor requires. So for example, if I wanted bibliography here, here's my bibliography. And it has the word bibliography. By the way, it's putting everything also alphabetically, automatically, and it's formatting and italicizing and doing all that redundant work automatically for you. How to insert equations in a Word document. Word includes equations that you can drop into your documents. No formatting required. If the built-in equations don't meet your needs, then you can modify them, or you can build your own sophisticated equations from scratch. So here's how it works. Suppose I'm typing here in my document. Now what you can do is you can click here under Insert and then go under Equation. You click on the drop down here, and then you can use one of those equations that already exist in here and then customize them as you feel like. That's one way of doing this. Or if I want to delete it, I'm pressing backspace here and I go back to Insert Equation. I can go and insert one manually. So notice here there is an option for Insert New Equation. By the way, there are also other ones that you can download from office.com and just customize them as you want them. Now here, if I want to insert a new equation, and I'm going to do a very simple one here, click on Insert New Equation, and then simply start typing. So 2, and then notice you have these tools here on the very top. This is for basic math. So now I'm going to use the asterisk here for the multiplication, and then type whatever your formula is going to be. Then hit Enter, and there is your equation. Now another cool tool that you can use, you can go here under Insert and then choose Equation, and then you can actually take this ink equation where you can actually draw with the mouse on the screen, or if you have a touch screen, you can use your finger here, and you can basically write your formula just like that. And then if you're happy with it, so notice how it's going to convert it here. You click on Insert, and there is your new equation. So we covered how to insert one of the templates that Office has, to create one from scratch, and also to convert one from writing with a mouse or with your finger on the screen and converting into a formula. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to set the default font to Aptos in Microsoft Word. So we open Word, and notice that by default here the font is Calibri. Now we want to set it to Aptos so that any new documents that we open from now on will be in the new font. There are a couple ways to set it. The easiest would be to go into the font area here in the font grouping, click on this expand arrow, and then locate the Aptos font. And then select Set as Default. Change it to all documents based on the normal template. And now, and anytime we go to create new documents, notice that Aptos is the default font. This is Excel for Beginners, a complete course. As you watch this video and follow along, I promise you, this will provide you with everything you need to learn Excel. Regardless of the version of Excel that you're using, this video is what you need. The course makes learning Excel easy. So let's get started. As we open Excel, typically we are going to be presented with options to start a new workbook or to use one of the templates already as part of the Excel application. As a beginner with Excel, we are going to select blank workbook. At first glance, you'll notice that there are similarities to Microsoft Word and PowerPoint to other Office applications where you have these different tabs on the top, and below each tab, there are these different groupings of icons and functions related to that particular tab. So if we wanted to go here under formulas, we have all these groupings of formulas related to that particular tab. The one thing that is different here is that you have these columns and rows and these boxes. Now, these are the cells where the calculations and the values for those calculations are going to be stored. So you have these columns that start with the letters A and so on, and then you have these rows that can go up to 1,000,000 rows per sheet. At the intersection of the columns and the rows, this is referred to as B6. So we start with a column and then the row, and wherever they meet, that is the reference for that cell. So that's how you'd reference those cells as part of the formulas that we'll get to in a moment. So as you can see here, you can store text as part of these cells. In our case, the text it kind of exceeds the actual cell, so we can move this farther to the right by holding the mouse between columns A and B, and then dragging it to the right. Another trick is to actually double click and it will resize the column to the maximum width of the contents of that cell. In these cells, we can also store values. So those values can be any of these here. They can be numbers, currency, date information, time, percentages, fractions, text, and so on. So typically you'd store values, for example, the currency. Now those values, you can format them by selecting here the particular values and then click on the drop down and select currency, or you can use this icon to apply the currency format. Further down, those cells, they can contain formulas. And the formulas, you can use the Formulas tab here and selecting Insert Function. If we click here on All, notice that there are going to be hundreds of those functions. Part of this tutorial, we're going to get you started with learning Excel and how to understand how it works. And then you should be able to also utilize a lot of those other functions for your business environment. So actually the tutorial is going to prepare you for 90+% of what you do in a workplace environment. You can insert those functions from here, sum, and it tells us what it does. So it adds the numbers in a range. We can also get help on how to use this function, and you can do this for any of those types of functions that you see here. The other option to add the formula here would be, and it's probably better to learn to do this manually, to insert here the equal sign, because all formulas in Excel, they start with the equal sign. And you typically have a formula which contains that equal sign. It has a function like the list that we showed a moment ago, and then the range for what it should be calculating. So in this case, we can do sum. We either enter the reference, so the reference here for computer expenses value for the 50 there, instead of adding 50, we actually use B4. And then we put a colon, and then we use B6 all the way through B6, and then hit enter. If one of those values changes to 700, notice that the total updates automatically. Again, as part of the formula, you want to use the references instead of the actual value of those cells. There are various ways to enter those formulas. So I type their equal sign and then the function, and then I press tab, it put the parenthesis component in it. And then for the range, I could select that range of the cells. And then you simply hit enter, and then the formula will add all of these together. Now, one other component here, in the bottom, you have these sheets. So if you remember, when we started this, we selected a new workbook. A workbook is just another term for spreadsheet. You can add more than one sheet as part of this workbook. You can organize the information in these various sheets, and then you can use formulas and special functions to calculate values across those sheets. If we go back to File, remember that there are also templates that you can utilize. Instead of you having to design something from scratch, you can use one of those predefined templates, and you can search online for additional templates as well. I do suggest that you go through this tutorial first and learn the basics as to how things work, and then take advantage of these more advanced functionalities. Let's say we wanted to calculate the office expenses. We have all of these cells. In each one of those cells, you can type texts, numbers, and values and such. So here, we basically want to calculate the expenses for our office. Supposedly we have office supplies, computer expenses, photocopying, printing, travel expenses, service contacts. Now for each month we have recorded the amounts, and then we want to get the total for the training for each category. Also, we want to get the totals for each month down here. First, we want to format these currency. We simply select those cells, go up here under the number grouping, and then click on the drop down, and we choose currency. Currency is going to put that dollar sign in front of it, and then the 2 decimal points. You can do it from here, or you can click on this dollar amount in here. If you're using various other currencies, you can pick those in here. Now let's say that we wanted to get the totals for training. So all of those calculations are performed by using formulas. To perform any calculations in Excel, start with an equal sign followed by some kind of function. Now the function itself can be any of those in here. So if we click on the formulas, click on function, the functions can be financial functions, any of those that you see right here, logical functions, lookup and reference, math and trigonometry. So if we wanted to look at the whole list of them, here under all, notice that there are hundreds of functions that you can utilize. Now, for the purpose of this tutorial, we are just going to learn about some of those functions so that you get the concepts, and then once you know how this stuff works, then you can go and explore this even furthermore on your own. So for example, I clicked here under formulas and I chose insert function in case you wanted to find what sum does. Typing in there, click go here. Notice it says it adds numbers in a range of cells. So if we go back here to get the sum of those numbers, like I mentioned earlier, you need to start with the equal sign, the word sum, and then you can open parentheses, reference the actual starting point, which would be B6. Notice you have column B, and then the row is number 6. So you type in there B6. This is the manual way that we are learning to do this. And then colon, this means anything from that starting point to, let's say, D, to where it says here for March training, which would be D6. And then close parentheses and hit enter. So that's one way to do this. So notice now the calculation, it's 700. If January's training expenses were 250, notice the total will change automatically. So that's one way to enter the formula in here. Let's do this another manual way here. So here we say sum. You can press tab and it will put the capital letters and also the parenthesis thing. Then you can either tap in here, the starting point. So notice it's 300. And it puts B7 automatically, so you don't have to gauge it where it goes horizontally and vertically, where they meet. And also you can put their colon and then the end point, or you can simply select the cells that you want to add up. And notice it will put the colon in there automatically. And then all you have to do is you hit enter. In most cases in business, most individuals also use this function here, the automatic calculation. So let's suppose that I didn't have either one of those and I want a calculation in here. Notice that under the Home tab and then under Auto Sum, it automatically will add up a bunch of cells and the values in them. You click on it and the computer is going to select those items automatically. You hit enter here and it gives you the calculation. Now what about if I wanted to do the calculation over here? Notice it's going to try to do this selection as well. Now, of course, you could adjust that selection before hitting enter, and that's another way of doing it. Now, I showed you the manual way before because that's going to be more accurate, and it also gives and reinforces the concept as to how this works. So now, if we wanted to get the totals for January here, we could do it either way. We could either use the automatic calculation here on the top right on the Home tab, or we could do it the manual way and select the range and then hit enter. Next here, how can we populate the same formulas here that we entered in this cell for these other ones without having to do it manually for each one of them? Instead of us spending time to enter the formulas here in each cell, we can simply replicate what's entered in this cell, which by the way, here's what's entered in that cell behind the scenes. This is the formula bar here on the top. Now to replicate it, notice there is a little dot here on the bottom right. All you have to do is you hold the mouse on that dot on the bottom right and then drag far down you want to go. And notice the computer is going to calculate everything for the subsequent rows. Whenever you do this, try to double check the work. And the way you do that is that you click on any of these calculations. Then you come here under the formula bar and then see what's being calculated. So it's getting us a sum of B12 all the way through D12, which is B12, it's the 13 here, and then all the way to D12. So spot check that work before you submit something that you'll later regret that it was not calculated correctly. If we wanted to do the calculation for the totals for each month, you can do it the same way. So you can go to the bottom here, this dot, and then drag the mouse to the right. This works vertically top down and horizontally from left going to the right. Notice here we got a bunch of these number signs in here, and this is a very common thing. That means that the column here is not wide enough, and all you have to do is either drag this to the right a little bit manually like that, or by double clicking between the columns here C and D, it's going to adjust it exactly to the widest value in any of the cells. And we do that for the next one as well. The autofill feature works for anything sequential. It can also work for days of the week or a specific sequence of numbers that you have. So for example, if we have here Monday, and then we want to replicate the other days of the week, you can simply drag this down and you have all the other days of the week. If you wanted to do it for months of the year, just type the name of the month, drag it down, and it will replicate the months and keep on going. It can also work for sequences of numbers. Now you can drag this down by selecting those two values and notice it'll do 5, 10, 15, 20, and so on. Let's say we wanted to learn about formatting. You can select any of those cells and then notice you have these styles. It's very similar to formatting styles in Microsoft Word. We can either click on the drop down and pick any of those designs, and notice it's giving us that's called a live preview. So you can do this for all the cells in here. The other thing that you can do is you can simply select the whole table and you can choose format as a table, and then you can pick one of those designs and click OK. The other thing to keep in mind is conditional formatting. Conditional formatting is a tool that you can utilize to easily spot trends and patterns in your data using bars, colors, icons to visually highlight important ones. In this case, we just want to pinpoint which ones were the highest expenses in our data set. So we go here under conditional formatting, and you have all of these different rules. So you can choose to show anything greater than a specific value, anything less than, anything that equals, or duplicate values to highlight them and things of that nature. Also do top 10 and the bottom 10%. So if you wanted to identify the top 10 items, top 10 sales and such, all you have to do is you just pick any of those. You can do data bars, so basically it'll give you a little chart similar to that. Or you can do color coded, and you can create your own rule as well and your own criterias. So for now, I'm just simply going to use the color coding, and this basically puts a little chart within each cell to give us the definition of the items with a higher value in them. So if we change this to 5,000, notice everything else will be readjusted. Now we can do it for the total conditional formatting, and let's say we want color-coded for a range of cells. In this video, we're going to learn how to use some additional basic functions in Excel. We want to find the highest value of a data set. Let's say we have these expenses for January, and we want to post the highest value of all the numbers in that column. So to do that, you can either go here under the Home tab, under Auto Sum, the drop down, you choose Max, and notice it's going to select a bunch of the cells. Now in this case, we don't really want the total here, so all we have to do is we select the values that we want to be included in that selection and hit Enter. That's one way of doing it. I'm going to delete it. The other way to do this is by start with the equal sign, and then we want to find the max, and then press Tab, and then select the references, the numbers that you want to include in your calculation, and then hit Enter. Notice the highest number is 5,000. If we change this to 12,000, we're going to readjust the column. Notice that it's posting here that that's the highest number. Now you can repeat this in the other columns here as well for the other months, or you can use, as we learned in the previous module, you can replicate this formula that is in this cell by using the autofill feature. So we hold down the mouse on the bottom right, drag it to the right here. Now you'd say, well, how do I calculate the minimum, the lowest number among all of those numbers? You can either go under the Home tab here and then choose this Common Functions minimum, or you can type equal sign, MIN. So formula start always with the equal sign, then there's the function, in this case is the minimum, tab, and then put in the range. So there are 3 components to each formula. Hit Enter. Notice the lowest number here is 13. If we wanted to find the same thing for the other months, drag this to the right, and you'll have this posted with the numbers. Now let's say this was $1. Notice that has been updated here in the bottom. Again, try to get the concept of how this works. Even if you're trying to figure out some more advanced functions, you can look it up. You can use a Tell Me feature up here for that particular function. You can search the web and such, but the concept is going to be very much the same. You're going to look through a set of data within the ranges of the data, performing a specific function relating that data. So in this case, we want to get the average. We don't know what the average function is in Excel. We can simply start by typing equal, start typing whatever it is that you're trying to do. In this case, we want the average. Notice it gives us an explanation as well next to it. Double click, press Tab, and select the range of data. Hit Enter, and this is the average for all of these values. Now, if I wanted to count how many items do I have in here, so if you look here on the top right under the Home tab, you have Count Numbers here. So right here, click on Insert and then Count Numbers. Notice it does count, and then select your data. Notice there are 9. We go to the right. Notice in this case, there are only 8. And the reason for that is because there's no value in C4. This should give you a very basic overview of using Excel, just the basic functions. That's what functions you typically use to calculate taxes or calculate budgets and things of that nature. You might use multiplication and division, which will cover it in just a moment here. You could use this in business, for example, to calculate the expenses for various sales of cars and such. So in this case, do the equal sign there, sum, the range, and then replicate it for all the other ones and such, and then find the average as well in a similar way. In this session, we are going to perform additional functions using Excel. This would come in handy in financial or budget calculations. So let's say we have here the monthly pay for each individual or employee, and then we have the various deductions. Now we want to find the total deductions for that particular employee, their net pay, what's left over after paying for the deductions, the annual net pay, so we want to learn how to multiply it and what their net pay would be annually. To get the totals, we're going to use a concept that we already learned from the previous sessions. We're simply going to get the sum of those two values, deduction 1 and deduction 2. So we do that by using equal sign, sum, press tab to autofill that part of it there, and then those two references, so C6 all the way through D6. Then hit enter. Now we can replicate that by using the autofill feature that we learned earlier. Next, we want to calculate the net pay. So the net pay would be the gross pay minus the deductions. That would give us the net pay. So in this case, you're learning how to subtract two values. So in this case, we can do that without using a function, and we can simply put the initial amount. So this would be B6 minus the total deductions, E6, and then simply hit enter. Now those numbers mean that the values didn't fit in that cell, and we simply need to resize the column here. So it was like that. We can double click here between the columns, which I covered also in the previous section. So the net pay for this individual, which was basically taking their gross pay minus deductions, and then we got the net pay. We can use the autofill, and we have the totals in here. You could do it by having that 12-month value as part of the formula. So to do it as part of the formula, you simply enter the equal sign, then you take the net pay, just click on it, F6, times, which is the asterisk, and then 12. Hit enter. That would be the annual pay. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it would be to use a reference point. So we have the equal sign, the net pay here, F7, times, and our reference point will be 12. In this case, this 12 on the top. Hit enter. The advantage of this method is that, okay, let's see how much this employee would be paid in 2 years. So you simply change that value to 24, you hit enter, and notice that will be their 2-year salary. Or let's say for 6 months, you simply enter and change the value. So that would be a good use if you're doing projections. If we use the autofill here with a reference point, there will be an issue, and I'm not going to go into that at this point because I'll cover it in the data types in just a little bit, but that has to do with using absolute references. So for now, we're just going to use it embedded into the formula. Now, supposedly, we wanted to get the weekly pay. There are 52 weeks in a year. We know that the net pay per month is $3,400. Per year, it's $41,000. But now per week, there are 52 weeks in a year. The equal sign here, the annual net pay divided, which is a slash, by 52. And there is your weekly pay, or this individual's weekly pay. So far we learned about using the sum to add the deductions. We used subtraction to take off the deductions from the pay. And then we also focused on multiplication and also division. And then earlier we learned about a few additional functions that are still on the basic nature of using Excel. In this session, we're going to learn about using the quick analysis tool. Let's suppose we have a bunch of data very similar to this, and we want to find out and utilize some quick analysis tools. All you have to do is select the data, click here in the very bottom right under quick analysis. This will show you live previews with the data. So for example, conditional formatting, it's going to format the data within the cells and using bars. So notice it uses to highlight interesting data. You can do it color-coded, or icons, whether the values went up or down and such, or greater than a certain amount, or specific text. You can create charts based on this data. Cluster chart, so it would look like this. Also, you have the tab here for the totals. So basically, the system is going to add another row. It's going to give you the sum or the average or the count of them or the percent total or the running total here, and sums as well. Notice it added another column on the right-hand side. You can also create additional tables. For example, if you want to create a quick pivot table from here, and then spark lines. These are some types of charts to display the data. So suppose we wanted the data charts. There it is. We just simply select it and then apply the values. If we wanted to create a specific chart, click on it, and notice we have the values right here. Let's say we are going to create here a pivot table. Notice it will create a new worksheet here in the bottom. We can unselect certain items from our table, and it'll keep on giving us the various values. Or here on the right-hand side, you can customize whether you want to show specific sales, whether you want to display the company, and whether you want to apply filters, and then you want to sort it by various values or industries and such. So if we go here under filters, now under the industry, we can choose to display only those specific companies within that selection. You can customize this even further by adding more than one criteria. So this has to do more with pivot tables and working with pivot tables and such. But the idea is that you can go here to quick analysis and create whether it's charts and such or trends within your data by having the computer analyze it quickly for you. It's a very similar idea with the charts. In the charts, it will create again a new worksheet, and it will work in conjunction with the pivot tables. Notice with a chart, as we change the criteria, it will update the chart automatically. So let's say we don't want medical listed, then it will update the chart in an automated way. So that is quick tools. The idea here is to select the data, go under quick analysis tools, and explore these features. In this session, we're going to learn about the types of references in Microsoft Excel. If you go back to the previous sessions on learning Excel, we have been using what's called the relative references. If we were to look back here under the basic concepts, when we calculated these values and I entered the amounts, notice that the reference here is B6 through D6, but then when I used the autofill feature to get those formulas populated, notice that it went to B7 to D7, and then the next one it went to B8 through D8 and such. So anything sequential, it did it automatically. And those are what's referred to as relative references. Now in Excel, there are also absolute references and mixed references. Let's reference in here B8. So we do equal sign B8, enter, and that just says $4,000 because posting in here whatever is on B8. Now that currently is a relative reference. If I go down, notice it replicates what's here on the left-hand side. It went from B8, so it started with B9 and such. If I were to change this to an absolute reference, which is by pressing the F4 key on the keyboard, notice it puts these dollar signs. It's locking it to this specific cell, to both the B column, and it's locking it also on the 8th row. Now, if I have that as an absolute reference here and drag this down, notice it will always give me what's on B8. Basically, it will keep staying at 4,000. And that's because we are using absolute references. There are also what's called mixed references. So mixed references are those that have only $1 sign. So we are locking it either by the column or we are locking it by the row. Let's say we want the dollar sign to be locked on column B. Either take away this dollar sign in front of 8, of the row 8, either by erasing it on the keyboard or by pressing the F4 key until the right mode is selected here. So we have B8 there. Hit enter. Now notice the values are going to change. That's because we are not going to column C at this point. We are just going down. So we basically, it's still on column B. By the way, here's how you insert a new column. Right click, choose insert. So now let's say that I wanted to go from left to right. Notice I have it locked on column B. If I go left to right, remember it's going to keep on posting the 4,000 value. That's because we have it locked on column B. If we did not have it locked on column B, it will give us a blank cell here because there's nothing on C or D. So anytime you want to lock a reference by a specific row or column, that's when you use a mixed reference. Anytime that you want to lock it by a specific reference point, that's when you use the absolute type of reference. Let's do an actual example here. So let's say we had a $20,000 budget for this year for our department. And there's going to be a decrease by 5%. We have all of these categories, and we want to first find out what the difference is for the 5% decrease, and then we want to determine what the new budget is. So in this case, we put in here equal sign, and then we'll take the 4,000, which is our current budget, and multiply by 5%. Then hit enter. And notice we have to give up $200. You could keep on doing this manually for the other cells in here, and it would be just fine. It would work just fine. So if we go here and then B9 times the percentage, hit enter, notice it works just fine. However, let's suppose that we have 2,000 rows here. That would take forever to do. So if we are dragging this down and using the autofill feature, now notice, first it came up with this number signs, which means just we need to widen the column here. But notice that we had computer expenses by $8,000 to start with, but now the difference is $32 million. And if you look at the formula, it's basically multiplying 4,000 by 8,000. If we look over here, it started with B8 and B6, this times that. Then went to the next one, 100 times 0, so it moved 1 for each of them down from 5% to the next row down. Then when it got to the 32 million one, it ended up multiplying 8,000 times 4,000 because the reference kept on shifting downwards. So to lock down that reference, or this B6, the decrease, the percentage item, and that can be any number, it doesn't have to be percent, it can be number of students or number of enrolled individuals in a project or whatever. You want to make B6 here an absolute reference. Stay locked down to that point of reference. To do that, as I mentioned earlier, you use the F4 function key on the keyboard, and that, notice it puts a $2, or you can enter those dollar signs manually by simply typing them in front of each reference. Hit enter. Now notice it's still going to be a $200 difference, but when we drag this thing down, it's going to give us the proper calculations. because each one of them, it's locked. Of course, you can do additional calculations here. You could say, okay, give me the totals. Okay, and you can format that here on the right-hand side if necessary and such. Of course, those are things that you're going to explore on your own. And then find the totals. I press tab there after I typed sum and then hit enter. Notice we have to give up $1,000. Let's say that you're the manager and you say, what about if we decrease the budget expenditures by 6%? How much will we save? So you just type 6 in here, hit enter. Notice you'd be saving $1,200. The idea here is that by using absolute references, you can use it to make projections. The new budget, you can calculate that very easily by simply equal sign the original amount minus the difference, hit enter, and those will be your new numbers. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to filter and sort data. The process, by the way, is the same for other versions of Excel. We have this data and we want to sort it, let's say, either by date, or we want to sort it by product or the region or the sales rep. So to do that, you go to the field that you want to start sorting by, go here under sort, and then choose the option that you'd prefer. It's by date here, or I can go here under sort by product, alphabetically, A through Z. Notice that you can also right-click on this and choose sort. Let's say I wanted to sort by the region. Right-click on it and choose sort, and then you can sort by clicking on the specific field that you want to sort by, and then either right-click or go up here on the top right-hand side. So let's say we had this initially sorted by product, A through Z, and then we want to do multiple level sorting. So right-click, choose sort, and then choose custom sort. Now here we have product first, so you could change that to region or whatever you want. And then the cell values, we want to do them A through Z or whatever that you want. That's one level, so we're starting with a product. Now let's say we want to add another level. We want the regions to be sorted next. So we go here, then sort it by the region, and then sort it in ascending order, A through Z. Click OK. Now notice that we have all the Eastern region products, and then we have the Midwest region. Then it moves to the next product, Quad. We have the Eastern, then we have West and such. If you go here under sort, custom sort, you can add here third column, for example, the sales reps. Add a level, choose sales rep next, and then let's say you want A through Z. Click OK. So you have the product, that specific product, then it's by region, and then the next one is by sales rep alphabetically. And you can do sales and any type of customization that you want for the sorting. Next, let's learn about filtering data. Filtering is going to display only what we have chosen to see. To do that, we can go here under the Home tab and then choose Sort and Filter, and then click on the filtering option. And now notice we have these drop downs next to each label or the top of the column where our data is. We could have enabled this as well by right-clicking and choosing Filter. Let's say I want to filter for a specific product. Unselect all of them and we want to see only the Sunshine product. Click OK. It's going to display only that particular product. You can also do multiple level filtering by going under the region and then choosing a specific region. And let's say we want to choose only the East and Midwest. Click OK, and notice only those records are going to be displayed. Obviously, you can add additional criteria by a specific amount and such. And you could use under the number filters, you could say, give me only those items above the average, or give me only those below average, or you can create your own custom filter. So let's say those above the average, and notice it's going to list all of those criteria for us. So we started here with a whole bunch of data, and we are narrowing it down to what we prefer. Now, if we wanted to clear the filter, you can simply go here to the particular item where you have the filter applied. Notice there's a little icon in here with a drop down. And then you choose to clear the filter from product. That means that all the products in this case are going to be displayed. However, the other filters are still in place and applied. Notice we don't have all the data back yet. You can go ahead and clear the filter for all the other ones as well. One of the nice things is also if you right click or if you choose the drop down here, whichever you want, under the number filters option, you can create a custom filter. So you can go in here and we are looking here at sales. You choose the drop down and notice we are choosing the option for equals, but you can say does not equal or is greater than or equal to or is less than. So let's say we say greater than, let's say show us all the sales that are greater than $1,000. And then you can have another criteria if you'd prefer, and then click OK. So that means for the sales field, we're able to apply a specific criteria. Now, of course, you can go into any of those. Let's say for the sales rep, you can create another text filter so the name begins with G, the name of the salesman. Click OK. Notice it's listing only those sales personnel G. So it's fairly easy for both the data filtering and also the data sorting. In this next session, we're going to learn how to create charts in Excel. We have here a variety of data options in our worksheet, and we want to create charts for them. So the concept of creating charts is pretty simple. Basically, the way it works is that you select the data, and then you click on charts. Now, the option to create the chart, you can either use this option right here in the bottom under charts, the quick analysis tool that we saw from earlier, or the other option that serves as a better concept is by going here under the Insert tab and then choosing Recommended Charts. Notice there are all kinds of other charts here as well, such as column charts, hierarchy, pie charts, and so on. The idea is to use the right chart for the right type of data representation. Sometimes it's very easy to skew the data by representing it the wrong type of chart. So typically, if you're dealing with percentages, you want to use a pie chart. If you're dealing with a long date range, which includes a lot of values and such, then you probably would use a line chart and so on. In Microsoft Excel here, there is also this option of recommended charts. So based on the data that you have selected, it's going to give you what Excel recommends in this case. So notice here I selected part of the column here in the first row as well, and I click OK, and that's the chart for just this set of data, just toys, boomerangs, and this in-store sales. If I want to tweak that chart even further, all I have to do is go and pick some other different designs from here on the top. I could also go and pick and change the colors to use a different color scheme. And you can also change the layout if you prefer a different layout. Notice how it's putting the numbers in various areas here through the live preview. And you could add the different elements as well. Notice the contextual tools here on the top as well. Under the format, you could tweak the formatting, change additional properties for this chart, and also additional options to the right of this chart. Those are some of just the basic concepts on how you create the chart, how you kind of tinker with it. Now, the next thing that I'll try to show you here is that in some cases, you might have in-store sales, website sales, and you have 3 sets of data. So how do you apply that in a chart? Well, it's the same concept. You select the range of data here, and you go under Insert, and then Recommended Charts as well. And then pick the recommended type of chart that might come in handy for you. You click OK, and here is the grouped chart for this set of data. Now, of course, you can drag this and move it elsewhere in your worksheet where you're working with and customize it even further. The other type of chart that you could create here's another example of sales, for example, across multiple years. So in this case, you want to select the data, and then you go under Insert, and then Recommended Charts again, And notice the first recommended chart that Microsoft recommends here is a line chart, because you're dealing with multiple years. You want to see the pattern within those years. So pick the one that you prefer, and notice you have the chart right there. Now at this point, as we mentioned earlier as well, you can customize this with various other designs to make it more visually appealing for your audience. Notice you can also switch the rows of the columns, and you can change the data selection as well, including the changing the type of chart. Notice under the quick layout, as we discussed earlier, you can include additional values and options within your chart. The next example here, it goes against a year or a complete item. So now we can select this set of data and then go under Insert, choose Recommended Charts, and then at this point, the first option that Microsoft is giving us is the column chart. Because notice if you chose the pie chart here, it will probably not work quite as well, because everything gets pretty much very closely together. So click on it, and there is the column chart for this specific year. The next option is multiple tests. This is very similar to what we used earlier in this one. And this type of chart, you can simply select it, the data, and then again insert the type of chart. Notice it's a column chart. In some cases you might want a line chart so that you can see the interactions or interfacing of them accordingly. Now in the cases where you want to skip a specific area of data in your chart, what you can do, and this is kind of a neat little trick here, is basically, let's say I want to create a chart only for test 1 and test 3, and notice you have test 2 in the middle. What you can do is you hold down the control key while selecting the data range, and then at this point you go in under Insert and then insert some kind of chart that you may prefer here. So let's say it's a line chart, and I want to compare how 1 and 3 is doing, and that generates only the tests 1 and 3, in this case skipping test number 2. So again, the key there was to hold down the control key while selecting the data range. So that's charts in a nutshell. Feel free to tinker with them. Of course, they can customize them even further and utilize them even more effectively. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate very briefly how to utilize a couple of the new types of charts. These charts are utilized to visualize hierarchical levels of data with ease here. So we have this data, and what you need to do is you go under Insert, and then you go to these new types of charts. For example, the hierarchy chart is to compare parts to a whole, or when several columns or categories hierarchy, or when several columns or categories form a hierarchy here. So we have, for example, the major company here, then you have the sub-companies, and then the subdivisions as well. So what you do here is you click on it, and notice you click on the tree map, and the tree map, as you can see the description right there, it highlights the specific companies and sub-areas to them. It gives us a visual representation based on the data. And notice at this point we can customize this however we want as well in new ways, all automatically. So that was one of the types of charts. The other one is, if we go back here to the chart type, or we go back to Insert Chart again, the other one is the sunburst, which compares values across hierarchy levels, shows proportions within the levels as rings. So this is another pretty cool one as well. Additionally, there are a couple new charts for financial analysis that you can utilize to visualize the profits and losses across financial data. For example, let's assume that you have this financial income statement here, and we select the data, and then we go under Insert, and then we go under the waterfall or stock chart. So we choose this one here, the stock chart, and we'll make this slightly larger. And now notice that the gross profit here is the total. So we go here under the profit, this one, right click on it, and choose to set it as total. What that'll do is it'll bring it down to the bottom of the chart. Then we notice also we have operating income. That's another total. So we find operating income, right click, set it as a total. And then the net income, it's another total as well. Right click, set it as total. And this gives us a visual view of how everything is performing in our income statement. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the flash fill feature. As we were tinkering earlier with data here, we noticed that, for example, to calculate the annual income, it would be the net pay times 12, for example. So it would be F6 times 12. That was our example from earlier. We hit enter and notice this whole area got automatically filled. So the calculation that we're going to perform later, it got done automatically by the autofill feature or the flash fill feature in Excel. So that was one of the functions of it, in flash filling some kind of range of cells that we're potentially going to autofill manually later. Now in this case here, we have the email address of a bunch of individuals, and we don't have their first and last name. Let's say we need that for building a spreadsheet of sorts, so we want to separate those. So in this case, what you can do is you can start typing here, for example, the first name. So we want to do Nancy, and then the next one we type Andrew. Now notice as we are typing Andrew here, it's flash filling. Notice it's matching the rest of the rows. So it's determining what we are doing here in this cell and looking at other subsequent cells and whether it could save us time. And now if we are happy with it, we simply hit enter and notice it's all complete. Now the next one here we put, we say last name. And then we want to do as well the same thing. So we put free. And notice I just started type the next last name here from this area, and I hit enter, and notice it filled it out automatically. So it's pretty cool, pretty powerful. Now we have two separate columns here that we could use for a mail merge or for other functionality, and that's the flash fill feature. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how we can utilize formulas to get values or calculations from another worksheet within a spreadsheet. So basically, we want to calculate, for example, the training expenses, get the totals from another worksheet here, for example, under January. And we want to get this total and present it and post it on the main worksheet. So we are creating a summary worksheet from values and references from other worksheets. So here's how it works. So you basically have the summary worksheet here. You have the training for January, March, April, and all that type of thing. And also we have these worksheets for each month, for example, January expenses. And you're keeping track of all of these expenses throughout the month in here. Then you also have the one for other months. So the way it works is that typically, let me first illustrate this in a different way. In H6, let's say, we have a value of 55. Now under here, let's say anywhere else here on the right hand side, I want to post this value via formula somewhere else. Now take note of the steps that I'm performing here. It's very easy. To post this value, other than typing 55 in there, I'll need to do the equal sign and then the reference. So equal sign, I go and click on the reference, and then the third step is I hit enter. Again, equal sign, click on the reference, hit enter. Now, here it works the same way. We have the training expenses, and those expenses are under this other worksheet for January called January. I go here, I put the equal sign where I want my formula posted. That's step number one. I go to wherever the value is. For example, this would be for training. This is the total. I click on it, and then the third step is hit enter. I can repeat this process also for office supplies. Again, equal sign, go to wherever the worksheet is, choose office supplies here, hit enter. It's just as easy as that. And you can repeat that process. Now what happens is that if I went here and on my office supplies, let's say they spent more than that, and now it came to $7.99 instead of $5.99. If I go back to my summary worksheet, notice that those totals are automatically updated, and that's the beauty of using this functionality. You can do this also another way by using what's called named references. So the way that works is that, for example, here under computer expenses, this total here, I want to name it. I want to give it a name so I can reference it in the future in other locations. And this comes in handy for large worksheets where you could say 2016 budget total. You could name that total and then you can call it from anywhere else in the worksheet. So here we could say January computer expenses. So what you can do is you go here to where you have the formula or the total, an existing formula within that worksheet for January, and then you go under formulas here and you choose define name. You're just giving it a name. So you're saying this location with this formula, I'm going to call it something. So I click on name and then call it January expenses. And notice what it's doing is it's referencing this specific worksheet, a specific cell, and notice it's also using an absolute reference. So I click OK. So we name it something meaningful here. It has to start with a lowercase and it can't have special characters and any of that type of stuff. And then we click OK. Now notice here in the top left, it's actually now for this reference, it's not going to be D7, even though you can reference it by whatever D33 here, but it's actually giving it a name. Now if we go here to cross-sheet calculations and we want to post the computer expenses, we could even do it simpler than we did it for these other two options by using the name reference. So now at this point we are ready to use the named reference that we saved from earlier. Let's assume we want to go here and call the January expenses, and what we can do is we can simply go under the formulas area and then we choose use in a formula and then call the January expenses from here and then just hit enter. The other option we could have done was we could have hit the equal sign and then just start typing, and notice it will pop up as January expenses. Double click on it, hit enter, and it will pull the value that you had from here. Now if we changed one of those, as this total changes, notice that the total here will change as well. So this is a great way to call references across the worksheet or other worksheets within your workbook or spreadsheet and populate that data for a summary or for various calculations within your spreadsheet. And that was using the two methods, one of them manually by pulling the values. The other one was by defining a name for those references. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to calculate percentages in Excel, and I'll have a couple of scenarios here. So the first calculation would be calculating the percentage where a part is calculated against total amount. For example, in the case of student 1 scored 87, and there were possible of 100 points. Now what is the percentage there? The other one would be the example of a return on investment. For example, you invested a certain amount of money in the stock market or whatever, and at the end of the year you got a certain amount. Now how many percent did you gain or lose there? And then the third part would be to calculate the percentage of sales increasing or decreased sales and calculate the percentage, for example, on the discount or on an increase toward a whole. So let's go for the first example first here. So we have, for example, student 1 here. They scored 87% or 87 points, and the total number of points is going to be against 100. So in this case, we want to represent what was the percentage that they got in this. Of course, we could do this without using an Excel formula, but it's on purpose in this case. So we do equal here, and the way you do that is by the first number. In this case, I'm going to do it manually here, B7 divided by the possible points. So in this case it will be C7. And then all you do is you hit enter. Now, one thing to remember as well here is that when you're doing the calculation, you need to also format this into a percentage value. And this I had done it earlier, so that's how you do it. Basically, just click on the percent item formatting, select the range, and then choose the percent formatting, or under here, percentage. So that's the first example. So that came to 87%. So this student scored 87%. Now, this is a little bit more complex. We want to calculate the return on investment percentage. So let's suppose that in the beginning of the year, we invested $1,000. Now, at the end of the year, we got $1,200. And we want to determine as to what percentage did we get at the end of the year. What was the return of an investment? Again, format this to be percentages, and then you put in the formula. In this case, we're going to do equal sign. Basically, the way we calculate this, if you remember your math and such, we do the end of the year minus the beginning of the year divided by what we invested initially at the beginning of the year. And we have to put that in parentheses. So basically it would be C16 minus B16, or you can click on those as well if you wanted to, divided by the initial investment, which would be B16. And then we hit enter. Notice the return of investment on the first one was 20%. And then if we wanted to calculate the next one, you could do it manually, or you can do it using the autofill, or you can just let Excel do it for you like it did a moment ago. So another way to do this would be open parentheses, initial end of the year investment minus initial investment, and notice it's taking those labels from here, from my table here. That's why I did it manually the first example. Then divide it by the initial investment. Hit enter, it's 25%. And you could repeat this. So in this case, they lost 20% of the investment. So that's how you do the return of investment at the end of the year. That's example number 2 for calculating percentages. Now, in the third example, we want to calculate, for example, we have these employees, and this is their annual salary that they had, and now we want to give them a bonus, or we want to increase their salary. And for example, for the first employee, we want to give $1,200 in addition to what they currently had. So now we want to calculate what was the percentage of increase that they got this year. The way to do that calculation would be very similar to the first example. You just do the equal sign and then the bonus divided by the salary, and then hit enter. So they are getting 12%. The first employee is getting 12%, and the other ones are getting accordingly as we see here. So that would be the percent plus or minus here. The other thing to keep in mind as well, as you are working with these percentages, and besides formatting them in percentages, you might want to have the decimal points to at least 2. So we want to increase this by 2 areas. So format all of this by increasing the decimal points for all the cells. So now this is more accurate. For example, employee 2 got 5.95% increase in their salary. If you had to figure out as well, for example, you are increasing the salary of employees by 15% or 12% or whatever, here's how you can do it as well. So basically, so this will be increase, and we're going to put the number statically at this point, but we're going to do the equal sign here, the value times, and then the percentage point. So the percentage point in this case, it is going to be 0.7%. So that would be 0.7 would be the calculation. Now, if we were to increase everybody's salary by 7%, this is what it would be for each one of them. Now, if we wanted to know how much is their total salary going to be, we could go back and modify our formula to be the salary times 1.07, because we just want to see what it went above what they are earning earlier. So hit enter there, and notice now the new salary at 7% increase, it's going to be 10,700 here, and so on. So the idea that I wanted to demonstrate here was how to calculate it by a specific percentage so that you can see just the increase, and this would be by adding the 1 in front of it. That would be what would be the new total for that employee, so that you can kind of save another column to add numbers and all that stuff, but you're doing it all in one cell for this calculation. So hopefully that is helpful. These were 3 different scenarios on calculating percentages in Excel, and it should cover pretty much most of the scenarios out there for you. In this next session, we are going to learn about using logical functions as part of a formula in Excel. We are going to learn about 3 different ways of how to utilize the if statement within a formula. The first way will be that if the employees here reach $20,000 in sales, then for those that reach 20 or more, then they can get $250 bonus. And then in this case, we are going to say, yes, that is true for George, and Michael, and Darius, and so on. Then the next set here in the next column, we're going to display yes or no. We're going to represent it with a yes or no, the words yes or no. And then in the third column, we're going to actually post the amount that they get as additional. This is how it works. So basically, you have the sales that they accomplished as part of the worksheet. Then you have the criteria that you're determining. This is the criteria. It could be $20,000. It could be $100,000. And then here you're saying this is how much they will get if they pass that criteria. To use the if statement, we can do it by going here under Formulas tab, and then we click on Insert Function. You can also click here under Logical and use the if function as well. But we'll use the longer way to start here. So we go here under the if function, and then you could just type if. Now in our case, it's actually showing up automatically here, so if it was not, then it's going to bring it up. Now if, it says it checks whether a condition is met, and it returns one value if it's true and another value if it's false. So that's what we want to do here. We're going to say post the words true or false. So we click on it, and now it says, what is the logical test? The logical test, so we have to say, if the sales, if these guys here, for John, if the sales, that's if B6, is greater than or equal to the criteria, then if that is true, we want to post in there the words true. Because notice we have true or false. We want to just put the words true. Or you could say, it is true. So basically you can put whatever you want. If not, false. Now the other thing to do here is to keep in mind, notice that this bonus criteria here, we don't want that to change. And if you remember from the types of references, we want to make that an absolute reference. So you press the F4 key to put the $signs so that when you use the autofill feature, that does not populate the other cells incorrectly. So we want to lock it to the criteria of 20,000. So again, so far what we did here, if B6, this value, is greater or equal to 20,000, which is B12, then we're going to post the words it is true. Otherwise, we're going to post the words false. And then the other thing we did, we just used the absolute reference. Then we click OK. Notice it says it's true. He made $20,382. Now we use the autofill feature here to move down to the other ones, and it says George here, he got only 19,000, so he doesn't get the bonus, and so on. So that was one method. The other method is to post here yes or no. The words actually yes or no. It's going to be very similar to the previous option here that we did. So we click here on Insert, Function, under the Formulas tab, we click on If, OK, and then again we say pretty much what we did earlier. We click on the reference here. If B6 is greater than equal to the criteria, 12, we make that an absolute reference by pressing F4. Then we put here yes. If it's false, no. And then click OK. Notice the first one they get a bonus. The other ones, they don't get a bonus. Now, on the third option here, on the third reference, we are going to post the actual amount, which would be this amount. So, and if they didn't get it, then we put a 0 in there. So, again, we go under the Formulas tab, click on Insert Function, and then the If function. Then we say if this reference B6 greater or equal to the criteria, make it an absolute value, then they get the bonus, which is B13. Now we want to do that as an absolute reference as well, otherwise they get 0. And then we click OK, and notice the first one gets a $250 bonus, the other ones they get accordingly. And of course, if we are doing additional calculations here, you could have another column here to calculate the totals and for their income and such. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to utilize pivot tables in Excel. Pivot tables are a powerful feature of Excel. There are a couple of requirements that you need to know before you start tinkering with them and finding that they don't work. The first thing is that the first row should contain the field names for the data that you're analyzing and working with. The second thing is that the records or individual transactions must be in rows, very similar to this, for example, the region and all that type of thing. Then the third option is that there should be no blank cells or rows within the data that you're evaluating. So you have to make sure that there is something in every one of them. And fourthly, the data must be surrounded by blank columns, meaning you have nothing in the immediate space to where your data is. So to utilize the pivot tables, what you do is basically select the data, and then of course you can use this quick analysis tool here if you needed to. And once you select all the data, you go under Insert, and then you go under Pivot Table. You could also choose recommended pivot tables. And then in this case, notice it's going to customize it by region, sum of costs of goods sold by region, or by sum of sales by specific individuals, or count by products, and so on. So you could kind of tinker with any of these options as well by using the recommended tables here. But in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just click on the pivot table here so you get the idea. And what it's going to do is it's going to create, this is the selection that we're going to use, and it's going to create a new worksheet for us to work with and massage and tinker with this data. Click OK here, and now at this point we could tinker with any of these options. So let's say we want to see by region, and notice it built the table here by, it put all the different regions. Then let's say we wanted to see by customers. So now notice we have the region here, Midwest, and now we have all the different customers or companies for each one of those. And then we want to see, let's say, the cost of goods sold. That will be the next one. And then sales as well. So now we can kind of get an idea here. So we have that data all kind of in a big mess. Now we can make more sense out of it by sorting it out and utilizing, let's say, the first one we said here we used the region. Then we wanted the company for each region, and then the sales within each region. Now, of course, you could sort this and do all kinds of other stuff. Now, by clicking on this drop down here, you can also choose to exclude certain areas and so on. So that was one type of pivot table there. If we click here again, we can go and change this. And let's say we don't want it by region anymore. Now we want it by sales rep. So sales rep, notice first we have here the companies. And if we want to change the order, we just drag it further up. the sales rep to make the sales rep first. If you wanted to filter by a specific region, you can add the filter up here. So I can drag the region, for example, and make it as a filter, and then I can pick here whichever region I want. It will show me only that specific region, and I'm filtering it only for that specific region. And if I wanted to see only the sales by a specific salesperson, I can simply pick here the sales rep and then pick the additional fields that I want. So I can choose a product and see what product they sold and the totals and that type of thing. And then if I wanted a specific field to be sorted by or filtered by, I could even add it to the rows here and then choose to sort it at some point later to utilize that field for filtering. As you work with pivot tables, it's basically going to be a matter of what you want it to look like, what you're looking for in that pivot table, and how you want to sort and massage that table for the data that you want. Notice there's an option here as well for more tables, so you could click on yes to that. And basically in this case you can choose to analyze, for example, by industry or by company, and you can even choose to detect relationships if there were any and things of that nature. Remember also that once you are in the pivot table already, you can choose here from the options for pivot tables. You can pick from one of those predefined ones as well. Maybe you want sales by region. Okay, there's a sales by region. Of course, you might want the sales rep. There is a sales rep as well that you just added. And you want to put also the customers then eventually. And now you have the sales by region, by salesperson, and the items that were sold. And then you can also add this product within each one of those. Notice as you're working with a pivot table, so let's say you have this type of table that you created here using the pivot options here on the right hand side. And what you can do as well is that you can create a pivot chart. So it's basically going to take the information from this and build a chart out of it. So notice I pick the pivot chart, pick any of those designs, click OK. And now it built a chart for us based on the selected data. Pivot tables, again, are very powerful. Tinker with it from the different angles and utilize even the charts within them as well. VLOOKUP is a very powerful function and a feature of Excel that comes in very handy whether you're a professional and using Excel heavily or whether you're a student or some casual user of Excel, particularly one of those that wants to advance in a career. So basically the VLOOKUP, it looks up for values for any item on the right hand side or on any of the columns next to the item. For example, if we want to look up the price of apples, so that would be one way to utilize this. And it's also used commonly in large tables for getting data from one worksheet to another one in a custom way. So in this case, I'm going to explain it in a very simple way first, and then we'll move into the more complex usage of this tool. V, it stands for the vertical lookup of the data. So the columns here will be the vertical pieces. So let's say we want to look up the price of apples. So we type here apples, and then we just start with a formula. Now to enter the formula, I'll show you how to do this a couple ways. One of the ways is to go here under formulas, you go under insert function, and then you find the function here, VLOOKUP. You can type it up here, and then it should show up after you type it. Double click on it, and then it says, what value do you want to look up? So here we want to look up the apples. So you just click here on A4. So that's the value that we want to look up at this point. And then the next piece of data that we need to enter here would be the array, the table part of it. So we want to look up the data from the whole range here. Now, of course, we could have used also a named reference, which I'll try to cover in a moment, but for now, we're just picking the data. So we want the computer to look up the whole table with all the data. Typically, again, it would be much more data than here. Then it says, which column do you want to look up for apples? So in this case, we want to look up the price, which would be the fruit here, apples, it's the first column, and B here, the second column, and then C would be the third column. In our case, we want to look up column B, the price. So we put 2 here. Then the range lookup, if you want the exact data, you want to choose false. And in most of the cases, that's the most commonly used one, until you figure out true works, how the function or the option for true works. But for now, we are just going to pick false here and then click OK. Now notice it says apples, the price of apples is 5,000. Now also notice here the VLOOKUP formula, or we have the A4, it's the apples, we have the range here for the whole table, then we are choosing column 2. So if for some reason we wanted to display what the vendor is for apples, so you just put there number 3 to look it up on column number 3, then hit enter, and notice it's displaying us the data for the company in this case. Again, hopefully it makes sense here. The idea is a large spreadsheet and look up there are certain pieces of data that you need. The other way that you can do this is by using a drop-down. So this would be another easy example here. You could create a drop-down list here. So you could say fruit, and then to the right we're going to have a drop-down. Now to create a drop-down, we go here under data, and then we go under data validation, and then we click on data validation again, and then we choose a drop-down list. Now on the drop-down list, you can specify the source, and you can use the source of those types of fruit here. So if we click here on source and then go and select here the drop-down list, it's basically saying that I want all those items to be listed in my drop-down list at this stage. Then you click OK, and then at this point notice we have a drop-down list. So then next to it we want to specify, let's say, the price. Now we can look up the price of any of the fruits. Notice the fruits will be here in the drop-down by simply using the VLOOKUP function. You can use the lookup function by, like I showed it a moment ago, or you can do it by using the formula manually here. So you do equal sign and then start typing VLOOKUP. Once it comes up, press tab to move to the next part of it. The next component is, what do you want to look up, basically. So here we want to look up whatever we choose from our drop-down list, which is this field right here at this point, the F3. So if we chose apples, then we want to look up the price of apples. So we are using a drop-down in this case, and the drop-down, whatever value we picked from there, that's what it will be. Then we put a comma here, and then we pick the range of the data. So the range here would be looking up all the data that we want, looking it up in a specific table or in a specific part of the spreadsheet. So we just put in the range in there. Then we put a comma, and then we want to specify which column or which piece of data do we want to look up for the item that we pick. So if we pick bananas, do we want the amount or do we want which column is it? So here we put number 2 because that will be column number 2 for the amount. And then we put false, whether we want an exact match or approximate match. So exact match would be false, typing the word false. It kind of doesn't make sense how Excel is doing it, but that's how it is. Then you hit enter. Now notice right now it says, well, there is an error, there is nothing applicable. However, if you go here now to the drop-down list and you choose bananas, notice it gives us the price of bananas. Then if we choose a different product, let's say lemons, that's $4,000 or whatever. So this would come in very handy with looking up data by using a drop-down list. So this is one way that you can use VLOOKUPs in business. Now you can also create here for the range, that if we see here that we did the range by using the C, A4 and C2 and such, you can give it a name. So we call it fruit data. Now if we go and create here, for example, another VLOOKUP, because we can use it for multiple options, let's say we want also the vendor. We do equal VLOOKUP, tab, then we want the item that we have, the type of fruit, then press comma, then you can put the reference by using the fruit data that we specified earlier for this range. So basically we are representing the range by using a name for that whole selection. Then comma, then we specify we want the column 3 data. So we put 3 and then false and then close parentheses. So now if I go and choose here my type of fruit and I say, okay, I want to look up bananas, where do we get bananas from? And notice it's displaying the data. So again, the idea is that you can have a large spreadsheet here with lots of data, and you can have one of those lookups to get you the data that you want. Now, another way to use VLOOKUP is, let's say you have a spreadsheet like this, and again, you can use here a drop down, so you can look up employees' information by using a drop down, very similar to how I did in the previous example, or you can generate a custom list with specific pieces of data from this sheet. So in this next example, I'm going to demonstrate how to pull data from another worksheet and post on this sheet only the fields that we want, specifically for a mail merge or for whatever reason. Now, one of the things to keep in mind is that it's typically best to give a name for the range of data that you're searching or utilizing in your search. Select the first row here, hold down the Control and Shift key and hit the down arrow. That will select all your data to the very end. Then you go and give it a name. In this case, I called it employee data. You can call it whatever you want, but it's called. So whenever we call it up or reference it, it'll be employee data. So the first thing, let's put the employee IDs, and this can work the same with a chart of accounts or whatever else that you might have on that referencing worksheet. So here we are first going to post the employee IDs. So we'll hit the equal sign here. We're not using a VLOOKUP so far. We're just posting what's on the other worksheet here for the employee ID number. And then we hit enter. So notice ID, employee ID is 1001. Next we want to get, now using a VLOOKUP function, we want to get the actual first name for that employee ID. So we want to go here under first name on that cell and then start our VLOOKUP formula. Do the equal sign, then the function VLOOKUP, then tab. Then after we do VLOOKUP, we want to look up this field, this data, this piece of data right here, for customer 1001 or employee 1001, and then we want to look up in the range. So we put a comma here, then we put employee data, which is our selection of data from the spreadsheet, and then we put in there the column that has the data that we want. If we go back here and look, it's going to be column 2. So we have 1, 2 for the first name. So we put in here number 2 and then false in order to get the exact match, and then close parentheses. And notice the customer's first name is Owen in this case. If we go and look over here, it's Owen. Now we get also the last name a similar way. So we do equal sign, VLOOKUP, tab, the reference point in the range, it's going to be our employee data. Then it's going to be column 3, if you remember from the spreadsheet a moment ago, and then false. Close parentheses, hit enter, Owen Hayes. That's the last name. Now we want to get the email address posted. So notice it's going to be, we need to determine which column it is vertically here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's the 9th column. So if we go back here again, we can create again another lookup for the email address. So equal sign, VLOOKUP, this is our reference point, then the employee data, then the column was the 9th column, and then false. If for some reason you make a mistake, you can always choose a different column and hit enter. So notice we have the email address now. Now we could have gotten this as well by copying the formula and just changing the column. Now, in this case, you can actually, to duplicate this across for all your other customers, you can select these cells here and then just drag these down. And now the system is going to replicate the same data. And notice now we have the data here posted, and we can use this for a mail merge. We can send it to whoever. So it's kind of like creating a report from a larger spreadsheet. We are looking up data from a larger spreadsheet or a worksheet. Now, if to change somebody's name and such, that data will be updated automatically in my lookup here. So notice it has been updated. So this is another cool way of utilizing this to replicate the data from one worksheet to another one with just the pieces of data that you want. Now, of course, you could use here a drop-down menu if you'd prefer as well, and have, for example, employee number, and then right next to it, you can have a drop-down menu. Let's say in here we want the salary, first name, last name, and then you'd put in there the employee number. The way to get the first name again would be =, VLOOKUP, and then we want to look up whatever we enter in here, the reference point, then the range. I'm double clicking to move to the next thing. Then we choose there the second column, because if you remember from earlier, the second column was actually the data that had the first name, and then false, close parentheses, hit enter. Notice right now it's not happy with us because we have not entered anything in the employee number. If we go here and look at the employee numbers, notice 1001, 1002, and whatever, we can go here and put in 1001 for the employee, and it gives us the name Sally. Then if you go and do a VLOOKUP again for the last name, so you can do that again with the formula here, so VLOOKUP, we want to look up whatever this is a point of reference, comma, the range, then last name, it was the third column, and then false, close parentheses, and then you post also the salary. So if we have here 1005 at this point, notice it's bringing up the data. For the salary, this we have to count the fields here, so we go here on the VLOOKUP, and we do another VLOOKUP here, =, VLOOKUP, the reference point, the data, the column, false. Then hit enter. Now in this case it did not work because we didn't have the data in the right fields. Notice we have a couple empty fields here. So the salary data is actually on field 10, 11, 12, so number 12. So that's why it did not work. So we go and change that to number 12, and now we have the data for that. Then format this appropriately, and there it is. So basically this is like a lookup form for you for specific types of data. So far we did 3 examples. So you're looking up prices up here by using a drop down on the type of fruit and such, and getting the data. We looked up at specific columns of data, and we built a new list using data from another sheet. These could be account numbers and such. And then this other example here was entering a specific employee ID. Another final tool here would be this example. So let's say we have the April expenses or donations, and then we go to, and we got some additional data for May donations, and we want to kind of merge those. So one of the ways to do that would be just copy this data and create another sheet with the May data here, and we can just refer to this as May. You can also select this data here, and that whole range of it, just call it May. Now here we want to the May donations. So we are merging the data from 2 separate sheets in this case. And we do VLOOKUP. The column or the field that we want to look up is this right here. Then the data that we want to look up is basically what was in May, that whole set of data, so we named it May data. And then we want column 2 because that was the donations for May in the May worksheet. And then we say false. Close parentheses, hit enter. And notice for the first one, it's saying not applicable. So the reason for that is because Tracy course does not exist on this May sheet. Now, if we replicate this or we use the autofill feature, notice it's posting the donations from May. So for example, notice Denise, she donated $30. If we go over here, that's $30. And then we can format this in currency and clear that out. That doesn't have any data. So that's how you can kind of merge multiple data sources or sheets to build a new one by looking up the data on various other ones. In this last example, we're going to learn how to use VLOOKUP, the closest match, and that is utilizing the true option here at the end of our formula. In this example, we're going to use determining commissions for our sales individuals, and this has multiple other uses as well. It's important to note here is that first we have to have a commission table, so we're going to determine what the tiers are, and then those numbers here as well need to be within the specific ranges. Let's go ahead and test this. Also, these numbers need to be within an increasing number. They need to be in a sorted order, basically. So here we have the individuals and their sales for the month, and then we're going to post in here via VLOOKUP their commissions for that specific month or the sales. First, our data range that we are going to use as the searching criteria to compare it against, let's first name that as a named reference. And you can name that to whatever you want. Now at this point, we are going to enter the formula over here. So basically, we're going to look up the values that are in here as a point of reference. And then we're going to compare it against the values in our commission table and then have the system determine what commission they will receive. And we'll do this, of course, with a VLOOKUP function and using the true option, getting the approximate or the closest match. So we'll do the equal sign, VLOOKUP, tab. This is our starting value, our point of reference, basically, the value that we are going to compare. And we're going to compare it against this range over here. We called it earlier commission range. Then we are going to have the system post what's on column 2. So this will be our payout rate. So that will be in column 2. And then the function here is going to be an approximate match, because unless we specified 50,000 or 100,000 and such, it's not going to work otherwise. So we're going to use here the true function. Or you can double click here on the approximate match, true, close parentheses, hit enter, and now we have here the value for VLOOKUP for Melissa. Her sales were higher than $200,000, therefore her commission is going to be $400,000. Then of course, we can format this range into currency, and then instead of doing this VLOOKUP for all the other cells, we can just use the autofill feature, and now we should have the determination here for all the commissions for each individual. And that's how using VLOOKUP for determining the commissions works. And also, this is utilizing the true function, because the other examples that we utilized were using the exact match. This is the approximate match from the specific range. Now, of course, if their sales changed, so let's say she got only 110,000 in sales, notice her commission will change as well. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how you can use predefined drop-down lists as somebody or your assistant, or you're entering data in Excel, so that the data that you entered is consistently spelled and it's consistently listed correctly based on a previously defined list. So in this case, let's say we have a sales rep and you have 4 or 5 salesmen, and you're constantly entering and re-entering those names, and you want to make sure that those names are all the time spelled appropriately. So what you can do is, and you can use this for products and other things as well, what you can do is in another sheet in your spreadsheet here, you can just create the names, define the names. So we have Hubert, Mark, John, Samantha, and Mimi, and so on. So now here, when you're entering it, you want always Hubert to be spelled correctly, or to have a drop-down list of names. So we have this column here. So we click on data validation, and we choose data validation here. And then under what to allow, right now it's to allow any value in this column. However, we can go here under choose and choose a list. Only a list of predefined names can be allowed to be entered in there. So then we go here and it's saying, where is your source? Where is your list of data? And then you go to the sheet that has the list of names. In this case, it's sheet number 4 for me. And we go over right here. Now, you could pick a little bit of extra space here so that if you add another name in the future, you have the capability without having to change the design of the spreadsheet. You can leave some of blank areas here. So then we click OK. Notice we are back to sheet number 3. So now we are entering sales reps. Instead of you typing Tom, notice it doesn't allow you to do that here. So now you have this drop-down list. You have Hubert, Mark, John, and so on. So we click on Hubert, and then you put the date and the item and all that type of stuff. So you can customize that for the next one. So you go to the next one, and so on. Now, if for some reason you wanted to add another client or salesperson, remember we specified a couple extra cells here. So we go here, we added it on the list. Now we go back, and over here, Jonathan is listed as one of the salespeople. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use one of the simple but yet important features in Excel, particularly when you're using a lot of data that you want to navigate. So let's say that we have this data file, and as we scroll down, notice how we lose track of what the headers are here. Also, as we move from left to right, notice that we lose track of what the first column is. The question is, how can we make it so that actually the header and the first column stay put? Well, there are a couple ways to do it. The first way is we could lock the header row, just the top one. So what you can do is you go under the View tab and you go under the Freeze Panes, and that is the feature that you want to use in this case. So you could choose Freeze Top Row, and in this case, notice as we scroll down, the top row stays put and we can navigate up and down. However, if we were to go left and right, in this case, it's still not locked, this first column. So to correct the problem, what we do is we go here to the very top again, and then we click right below the first row that we want to keep locked, and also to the right on the next column for the column that we want to lock. So once we select the cell that we want to keep as a key point for locking both the column and the row, then we go here under Freeze Panes, and then we simply click on Freeze Panes. At this point, we can scroll up and down, and the top row will stay locked, and we can scroll from left to right, and the column on the left will stay locked. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to set the print area in a worksheet in Excel. Typically, in a Word document, you press print and either the whole document prints out or a selection or a specific page prints out. In Excel, it's slightly different due to the spreadsheets being quite large, and typically a worksheet can contain up to 1 million records. So if you wanted to print only a specific area of your worksheet, you need to set what's called the print area. Right now, I have not set the print area yet in this one, so if we wanted to look as to what it will print out or look for printing, if we go here under File and then choose Print, this is how it will print out, and it's going to print those pages just like that. But suppose I want only a specific chart or a specific area here to be printed out. In this case, what you have to do is go and select the area that you want to print out here. So let's say I want only this portion right here to be printed out. I can simply select this, then go under Page Layout, and then choose under Print Area, and then click on Set Print Area. And at this point, if I go to File and Print, notice that my preview, it'll print only that specific section. Now to clear the print area, for if you do not need that any longer, you click here on print area again and then choose clear print area. And then you'd have to set it again for other pages or other sections of your worksheet. In this session, I'll briefly show you how to link data from an Excel spreadsheet into a Word document for the purpose of reports and so on. So there are a couple ways to take data from Excel and then utilize it in Microsoft Word. So we go to Word, and let's say this is my report. Let's say I have to do this report monthly, and I have to take data from Excel and put it in my report for whether it is expenses or it could be whatever else. So one of the ways to get the data from Excel into Word is by clicking on saving this, so copying it from Excel, and then I'm right-clicking and choose copy, or Control-C, or however you copy stuff, or click on copy and paste up here, and then I go back to Word, and then I'm going to paste it. Now notice, by simply pasting it in Word, it does not look anywhere close to what it was in Excel. Of course, I could go here and choose to use the destination or the keep the source formatting. So that's one way. It's not the greatest way. Now you can actually link the data with the Excel. Once you link it, as the data is updated from time to time from Excel, from your assistant or whoever else, that report, it's always up to date. All you have to do is open up the document and it will be up to date. For that to work, you go into Excel, select and copy the data. Those bars were there because I had copied it from before. Now we go back to Word and we click here under paste, but instead of just choosing paste, we are going to click on paste special. And then we're going to paste it as a link. So we are going to link it with Microsoft Excel. So basically the data is not really residing. It's of course posted in the document, but it's linked with the Excel document. So I'll demonstrate in a moment here. Since we pasted it, we can assume that the report is done. We're going to save it. And we're going to save it on the desktop. I call it this my monthly report. Now a month has passed by, or whatever time has passed by, and let's say my training expense for January in the previous report was $100 before. Now I'm going to make it $123. Now if I go to my document, and let's say I'll save it, now I go into my report, double click on it. Notice the first thing that you'll get is it says this document contains links that refer to other files. Do you want to update this document or the data from the linked files? It's saying it's linked to Excel. Do you want this to be updated? So I say yes. But notice the expense for January for 123 has been updated. So the idea is that whatever you change here in Excel, as you're keeping track of things, it will be automatically posted and linked with Microsoft Word because we linked that data earlier. So if I go into Word, close it, and then save the Excel changes that I made, open it up again, say yes to update it, notice even the formatting has been updated from Excel. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to import data from a CSV file or a text file. The CSV files are used quite a bit in larger businesses and corporations for transferring data between systems. It's a common file format that is utilized for transferring files. This is an example of a CSV file. It's called CSV because it's comma separated values. So notice these would be the columns. The system will know where the columns are separated by the comma when we bring this into Excel. So let's go back and we'll try to import that. Let me take note where it is located. Now the way you bring it in is by clicking on File, click on Open, and then go and find the file basic. So we'll go under My Computer or Computer, click on Browse, we'll go under Downloads, go wherever it is located, And we're going to choose here to show us all files. So notice it's invoices list. Double click on it. Now you'll be presented with this wizard. So we are telling it, okay, it's text delimited. Usually you'd know that by wherever you got of course, the file to tell you whether it's comma delimited or tab delimited. It could be either one of them. Now you check this option here for my data has headers. What that means is that the first row of your data actually has the labels as to what that column stands for. Then we click on next. Then we tell the system that this is comma separated values. So the commas are what separate each field. If it was tab delimited or semicolon delimited or something else, you choose that, but most of them are usually comma separated. Then you click on next. Then you could specify additional types of formatting here. Usually it's not necessary. And then you click on finish. Now at this point, that data from a text file has been imported into Excel. And notice I'm double clicking between the columns to make them fit correctly. Notice it's much cleaner. And now you can tinker with this data. You can create charts. You can create whatever you want to create, filter it, and all that type of stuff. You save it, it's done. Let's choose Save As here. Browse where we want to save it. And then we don't want it as tab delimited. We want to save it as an Excel file. So we go here under Excel Workbook and give it a name. It's going to name it listed as invoices list, which is fine. And now it's in Excel format, just like any other Excel spreadsheet. Now at this point, if for some reason, let's assume this is a spreadsheet that you created in Excel. Now you want to send it to somebody in comma separated values, very similar to how we got it earlier. Now we click on File, choose Save As, and then click on Browse. Under this, the Save As file type, this is where you tell it that it's going to be CSV, comma, delimited file. Click on CSV, give it a name, and then click on Save. And you want to keep using it, say yes. If we were to go back to that folder, notice it's with commas. So that's how you bring a file in. You bring it in from CSV and you export into a CSV. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to perform a mail merge in Microsoft Word. So let's say I have this long document here and I want to do a mail merge and send this to individuals. For now, I'm going to create a new page here. I'm going to insert a new page and I'm going to put their information in there for my clients, let's say. So in this case, I'm going to go under Insert and I'm going to insert a page break, so just so that I have a blank page here to start with. And then in here, I'm going to make it so that this document can be customized for each individual. It has their address and their name and some kind of information as well. And by the way, this doesn't have to be a document like this. It can be a blank document, a letter that you sent. It could be invoices. It could be whatever notices that you send out there. It's very similar to letters that you receive from various companies out there that have your name on top of it. You have to have a document in Word, and you have to have an Excel document as well. And that's best to use Excel. Let's assume this is the list of my customers. I have their first name, last name, the street address. Of course, this is all fictitious, zip code, and then a bunch of email addresses, and you could have also comment 1, 2, 3. So this would be customized, personalized comments. So this is what the comment that I could write, for example, for customer 1. Now customer 2, I would say. Now one key thing to remember as well as you build your list in Excel is that the first row here needs to have the field names, or it's best to have the field names. So first name, last name, telephone, street address, and keep those separate as well if you can. Keep as many fields as you want here, or columns with comments, because you can utilize this for multiple mail merges. And the way you'll be doing it is that you can link the same data file and you keep on updating this from month to month, and you link it to the same report or the same mail merge that you do for your customers. So in this case, let's say we are all good to go here. We have maintained this list. This is our customer list, and so on. Notice that the tab here on the bottom, it says customer. So now I'm going to save it. Now in here, I want to create a new mail merge. So I go under mailings, and then I go under Start Mail Merge. And the best thing to do is, or what I'd suggest that you do is, click on Step-by-Step Mail Merge Wizard. In here, notice that there is pane in the right-hand side shows up, and it asks you, do you want to create letters, email address, email messages, envelopes, labels, and so on. You can do emails, and that's a powerful feature, and I'll try to demonstrate that in another video here, or actual letters like the old days that you used to do, print them in a paper and stuff them in an envelope and send them and that type of thing. So for now, we're going to learn how to do letters. We click on Next Step to start the document. It says, do you want to use the current document that we have opened here, or do you want to start from a template, or do you want to use an existing document that you have from some other time? So I say I want to use the current one, and then the next step here is to select the recipients. Now it says, do you want to use an existing list, or do you want to create a new list? In our case, we are going to use an existing list, that Excel file that I opened a moment ago. Also, you can use Outlook if you use Microsoft Outlook as well. Now, type a new list. You can do it from here from Microsoft Word. However, I'd recommend create the list in Excel if you're going to have to create a new list, because it's much easier to manage in the future and update. So we click here on Use an Existing List. We click on Browse, and then we have to find the file. And this is my customer list for the mail merge. I click on Open. That's my Excel file, basically. And here is my customer table. Notice there are two sheets in there, but I want to use, remember I mentioned earlier, customer. Click OK. You could also sort them a certain way if you wanted, so you can sort them alphabetically by first name, by last name, and all that type of thing. And then you can also filter them if you needed to. So let's say you want only by a specific zip code or by a specific criteria and so on. You could basically simply click on Filter and choose the field name. And let's say here's a zip. And you would say zip equal to some number or greater than some number and so on. So in this case, I'm going to cancel that. You could find duplicates to avoid sending duplicates. And then you simply click on OK here. At this point, we are ready. We have told the system that we're going to use the existing document and an existing list. Now the next thing it says, write your letter. Now in my letter here, it's saying, well, put in your address block. I could put this by clicking on it, or we could insert the fields manually. I would recommend that you tinker with it manually. So you could say, dear, and then choose here the insert field option. So dear first name. The computer will put the first name in there. Then you go to the next line, and then you start writing your letter basically. In here you could put their address. We click here under insert field, first name, space, last name, and then insert field, street address, city, comma, state, and the zip. Now those look coded, but computer is going to pull them one by one and match them with the Excel spreadsheet, so don't panic on that. Now in here you would write your letter. You'd say below is the annual report for your investments. You could also insert here, remember in Excel we had a comments field. You could put a comments field in here. Now at this point you put your name there. You could also insert an image if you needed to, or a logo, or whatever part of your, it's going to be duplicated across all the pages. Now at this stage you could simply actually save this. Now the next step is, the reason why I saved it is because you could at any point open this and it's going to pull your data automatically from your Excel file if you needed to do another mail merge in 6 months or whatever. Now the next thing here, notice it says preview your letters. This is the address, Alex, and so on. And you could kind of preview them right here. Next, next, next. A lot of people, they stop here, but you need to finish to complete your merge. You can click here under Complete Merge, and then you can either choose to print them or edit individual letters. Notice there's also a Finish and Merge option on the top here as well. Edit individual letters. And then I'm going to choose all of them. Now it's going to take a little while because I had 29 pages here, and I have a lot of customers. So notice now we have one letter or long report for every one of the customers here. So notice we have here, the first one is for Alex. And now here's Amber. It's the next customer for the next third one. Keep in mind, again, the key there is that this is the output at this stage. If we were to look at the documents that I have opened here, and apparently I have many of them, but this is the one with merged results. It says letters, one word. This we can actually trash it after we are done with it. We don't need to save it unless you need it for documentation purposes. This is our form. If I close this, open this again, notice it prompts you, it says opening this document will run the following commands. Select from customer order by first name and last name. Do you want to update it? Yes. And now it's linking it to the Excel file. Now at any point we can go here under mailings and it's ready. We can simply click on finish and merge and it's going to merge all of those just like it did earlier. Keep in mind again before I end this session that you can always update the Excel file and you can always reuse the form file. The results page, the merged results, you don't necessarily need to save them unless you need to keep them for documentation purposes as to what you sent out. In this session, we're going to learn about using financial functions in Excel. And particularly, we're going to focus on 3 of them, as we know there are hundreds of them. So the first one is PMT, which is the interest payment for a period on a loan. Then the IPMT is the interest payment over a period of time. And then the PPMT is the principal payment for a specific period that you are calculating. As we learned earlier, the way to find out how to use that specific function is by going to, let's say over here we want to insert a function and then we search, for example, PMT first. And notice PMT, it says it calculates the payment for a loan based on a constant payments and a constant interest rate. So we click, you can also click on help on this function. For PMT, for example, it needs these values in black here. So we need to figure out the rate. What is the interest rate per month? So the key there, it's going to be per month. So notice I have this working area down here. So the interest rate, when you get a loan, it will be, let's say, $19.99 or 5% or 30% loan that you're receiving. But yet the rate that the computer needs, it's per month. Therefore, we need to do a little bit extra calculations here. The NPER, it is the number of payments that you are going to be paying. For example, if you're getting a loan for 5 years, that would be 60 months. And if you are getting a home loan for 30 years, that would be 360 months. And then the PV, it's the present value. And that means how much is your loan. You're getting a $100,000 loan or a $10,000 loan and so on. So the actual total amount that you are borrowing. But before we do any of these calculations, we need to have some sub-calculations. For example, for the rate, that needs to be for the month. The easiest would be to utilize something very similar to this to lay this out. So you say my interest rate is, let's say, 5%. And you have to format this in percent before you forget to do that. Click on percent here. Then it says interest payments per year. That's like your number of payments that you're going to make. For a year, that would be 12. And then the interest payment per month. Now you're calculating this by dividing C13, which is the percent rate, divided by 12, or by the number of payments. So we could actually, instead of using 12 there, we could have used the actual reference for it, which would be C14. And then we hit enter. So that would be our payment interest rate per month in this case. Then the number of years. We are taking the loan for 5 years, and that means it's going to multiply C14, which is the number of payments per year, times the number of years, and it's giving us the NPR, which is the number of payments. And then the PV is the total amount that we are borrowing. In this area here, we are going to calculate the PMT. So now we go under Formulas, Insert Function, and we find the PMT option. Click OK. And then we go here under Rate. Well, Rate, all we have to do is click on the C15 because we calculated it already. NPER, it's 60 in this case, so we click on C17. And then the PV, we click on the value here for the amount. And then leave everything alone. We click OK. And it comes to $188.71 for $10,000 for 5 years at 5%. Now, if we were going to borrow this for 15%, notice it went to $237 over 5 years. Now, if we were borrowing a loan for a house for $300,000 and we are paying it over 30 years, our payment at 15% would be $3,793. But yet, for mortgage rates at this point, they're not 15%, fortunately. They might be about 5% or 6%. So at 5%, you'd be spending, if you're borrowing a $300,000 loan, you're going to pay every month $1,610. That's why it's important to be able to get that good interest rate. So that's one way to calculate this. Now, the other way to calculate the PMT, in this case, without having to do all this work sheet here, which is actually, I strongly recommend that you utilize it this way. It would be by using the formula this way. We go under Insert, and then we choose here the PMT function, and then it says Rate. We want to get the rate, but the rate has to be calculated per month. We click here under Rate. The interest rate is 5%, and then we need to divide that by 12 for each month. The NPER would be the number of payments. So if you know that you're getting this loan for 30 years, then you could do 30 times 12. So you're saying there are going to be total number of payments for the loan. It's 30 times 12, 360. Then the PV would be the present value, the amount of your loan, and then you hit OK here, and we get the same value. So this is a little bit more work to set it up initially, but it's more useful in the long run. This is quicker to get it going, but you are embedding specific numbers and values within the cells. Interest payment for a particular period. That means that we want to know how much interest are we going to pay on that first payment. Our payment was $1,600 per month. Now we want to calculate the interest that we are paying for that first month. So we go here under, and we find here IPMT, and then click OK. And then we want to figure out what the rate is. So the rate, fortunately, we're going to use this worksheet that I have prepared, or you can do the calculations like I showed you earlier. So we have C15, that's your rate. The PER, it wants to know the period in which you want to find out your interest rate, what you're paying for interest on that period. So in this case, we said we want to find the first payment that we make. How much are we paying on interest? So we put just number 1, first payment. The NPER here, it would be the number of total payments. And then the PV, it's actually the value that you're borrowing. Then we go here and click OK. And now notice that on the first payment, if you're borrowing $300,000 at 5% for 30 years, on the first payment you are going to pay $1,250 in interest. If you're going to change this to the second payment, notice it's probably going to be a little bit less, $1,248 for the second payment. Of course, that interest, it's going to drop from payment to payment to payment. So on the, let's say on the 359th period, you'd be paying only $13 in interest. That's why it's important to have as much money up front to pay for a house or something if you can, because you're avoiding a $1,200 interest payment of the first one. So now let's calculate how much your principal payment is going to be for this loan, and specifically in this case for month number 1. Of course, we could do it by deducting $1,600 by doing the subtraction from here, but we're going to do it using the function here in Excel. So the way we do that is by going here under the insert function, and then we want to find the PPMT, click on OK, and then again we're going to use the same thing. So it's going to be rate, PER, the period, so the rate, the period, the number of payments, and the present value. So we have the rate, the period, the first time or the first payment that we are making to the loan company, then the number of total payments, then the present value. And then when we have filled out all of these values, we click OK here, and notice it comes to $360 that we are paying monthly toward our principal, toward our $300,000. So in the first month we are paying $1,600 in total, but only $360 is applying toward the $300,000. So that's in brief how you can utilize some of the financial functions in Excel. Hello, my name is Kaceli. The following is a comprehensive tutorial for the absolute beginner on PowerPoint for Microsoft 365. The tutorial is based on PowerPoint 2021, the desktop version of Office 2021, which is also part of Microsoft 365. I had designed this tutorial to be concepts-based and easy to understand, so that you can easily apply the learned concepts in earlier or later versions of PowerPoint. This tutorial is ideal for beginners who have not used PowerPoint before and who want to become proficient in PowerPoint. It is also designed for teachers to use it in teaching and for businesses to use it in employee training. First, let's locate the PowerPoint application. Now here I'm using Windows 11, and we can go ahead and click here on the Start menu. And if you do not see here it under the pinned apps, you can go under All Apps and then go under PowerPoint. An easier way to locate it is basically to click here on the Start menu and simply start typing PowerPoint. And once you locate the application, then go ahead and click on it, and let's acquaint ourselves with the general interface for PowerPoint 2021. On the left-hand side, we have the Home option. Home option will present us with the option to start a blank presentation or to use various templates that are installed as part of PowerPoint or that we can download from Microsoft, and I'll get into those in just a moment. Then further down here is where we can search for specific files, and here we have recent PowerPoint slideshows that I have used. And under Pinned, this is where you can have particular PowerPoints that you want to have them show up every time that you open PowerPoint by clicking on this little icon next to one of your presentations. Now, under the New tab here on the left, this is where you can select whether you want to start a new presentation or whether you want to use a new template from Microsoft. So the Home was a little bit more streamlined version of the options that are presented here under the New tab. Under Open, this is where we can navigate to the various locations where our files are. We can open recent files that show up here on the right-hand side, or recent folders, or we can go under the OneDrive option, or Shared with Me options, or This PC, which is basically your local computers, and then navigate into the various files and locations in your computer. And then further down here, you also have the Browse option, which is more typical to what we are used to using, where you can navigate the various files, and basically it will bring up the Windows Explorer option to navigate whether you want to go to downloads or documents or other locations within your PC. Then further down on this screen, we still have the account. This is where it will display what account we are logged in. So in this case, I have Office 365, but it is the desktop version of the application that has been installed on this computer. And this is where I can customize and check the version of Office and whether I want to do updates and the actual more details and what's new and so on. Further down here, you have feedback if you wanted to send feedback to Microsoft, and you can identify and check those options for yourself. And then further down in the very bottom, this is where you can further customize the various settings for Microsoft PowerPoint. We are not going to get into too many of those details at this point, but one thing for you to keep in mind is this is where you can specify the default file location. This is where anytime you press save, this is where your files will be saved. So you can change this to something else if necessary. And obviously there are a lot of other options. So this is just a quick overview of the options when you open PowerPoint. Next, we are going to actually start with a blank presentation and then some of the additional features of the interface for PowerPoint, and then also use templates later as well. So please stay tuned. In this session of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to get started with PowerPoint by using a blank presentation. So basically, this is for the absolute beginner that has never used PowerPoint before. So we open PowerPoint, and this is one of the first options that we get presented here to open a blank presentation. So we'll click on blank presentation, and at this point, we can start utilizing this presentation. Now, one of the things that I wanted to mention before we get to actually start designing a presentation, I'm going to explain just a few of the components that you'll see on the general interface for PowerPoint. So on the top here, notice that you have the File option. So basically the menu system here, the Home option, then the Insert, Draw, Design, Transition, Animation, Slideshow, and Record, and so on. If you're new to PowerPoint, you explore what is under each one of those options. Anytime we click on any of these options here, the menu items here, notice that it presents us with a new set of icons. And this whole thing here in the very top of the application, this is referred to as the Office ribbon. So the ribbon is based on the various options from the menu, and it provides us with a set of icons grouped together based on their functionality for the functions that we are performing once we click on that particular option in the menu or that menu item. It's designed so that you use those tabs and these menu items as part of the ribbon progressively. So meaning as you get started with the initial presentation, you are designing the slides, you use the Home tab. Then as you insert other components in your presentation, then you start using the Insert tab where you're inserting images and icons and shapes and all this other stuff. Then you move to the Design mode and Transitions and Animations, and then you present it. Now on the very top, notice that you also have the Search. This is where you can do a Microsoft search if you're not sure as to how to change something or how to do, let's say, the animation. You can simply type a particular word and then you click on it and it will take you to that particular section on how to do animations for slides. On the top right, notice that because this is Microsoft PowerPoint 2021 for Office 365, this has some additional functionalities such as sharing this with others on the web and also recording the slides as well, and we'll get to that. Now on the right hand side, notice that you'll have this Designer tab. The Designer tab, this is depending on what you're doing, it's going to give you ideas on how to design this. Now the Designer component is part of Office 365 subscription. So if you do not have it in your computer, most likely you don't have 365. So basically it's giving us some ideas how to start with the design of this presentation. Now further in the bottom here you have how many slides you have on the presentation, some accessibility tools, or some of the tips here how to use accessibility and titles and so on for various slides. Then on the far right here in the bottom you have the notes area. If you want to show and hide the notes, and we'll get to the notes. And then you have the normal view. So this is the normal view of what you see currently. You have the option on the left here for the particular preview of the slides. Then in the middle area you have the actual content of the slide. Now if we had more than one slide as part of this presentation, you can also see here the slide sorter, where you can move slides around and change the order of those particular slides. Now in our case I have only one, so I can't move much with those. Then you also have the reading view, which is not really going to be too helpful in our case here in PowerPoint. And then you also have the option for the slideshow. So this is where you present this slideshow when you have content as part of your slides. So if I click right now, there's nothing in it, but that's how I'll present it. And then the plus and minus here, this is where you can zoom into the slides and out as well as part of your slides. So these are the general interface components of PowerPoint. So now let's go ahead and design our first presentation. And we can close these panels on the right-hand side, which basically are tools related to a specific function within the presentation. In PowerPoint, you have different types of slides. Now, this is what it's called title slide. And you can check those types of slides here. Notice under layout over here, you have title slide, title and content. You have section headers, two contents, so two sets of content, for example, two charts or so on, comparison, and so on. But most of the common content that you'll use for your presentations are going to be the title slide, which typically is the first one, and then title and content. So those are the two primary ones that you'll be using. To enter content in this presentation, we simply start typing. Now I'm simply clicking on these boxes at this point. Now to insert a new slide, notice I have this option here under the Home tab, and I have New Slide. If I click on the drop down, I can pick what type of new slide I want to pick, or I can simply click on New Slide on the upper part of it, and notice it says also Control M as a shortcut for you to insert a new slide. So click on it, and now notice by default it's going to give us the title here and content. Now we can simply click to start typing the title, and also click here to enter the content, which we can enter the content as bulleted lists, or we could use any of those components as part of the content. And we'll get into the charts and other components later in this tutorial. So for now, I'm going to just start typing the second slide. And these are, by the way, best practices when getting started with PowerPoint. You want to first make sure that you complete the outline. A lot of individuals, they get stuck with just on the first slide and making it look better and so on. So it's best if you're going to present for a conference or for a meeting or in a lecture, then it's best to just continue creating 10 slides or 15 slides and just enter the main components or the main ideas in there as part of your outline. Next, you'd insert the images and multimedia to enhance your presentation, and then finally, you want to review and revise the content of your presentation and enhance the visuals so it looks very professional. And now to insert a new slide, I can simply click on New Slide. We have 3 slides so far, and at this point we want to save it. We press Save here on the top, so if I press Save, now notice it's going to try to save it on OneDrive. But you can choose to save it under other locations or under documents, or you can choose more locations and then come here under Browse and pick where you want to save this presentation, and then press Save. The other option is for you to press File here and choose Save As, and then pick where you want to save it. Now, let's suppose that we wanted to see how this presentation looks so far. So this technically would have taken us, without my explanations, would take about 15-20 seconds to design. If I wanted to present it, you can either go here under slideshow on the top and press from the beginning to present it, or you can go here on the bottom under slideshow and click on it. If I start from the very beginning here, I can click on from the beginning, or if I press slideshow in the bottom, it will start from wherever you are in your presentation. So start from the beginning, and this is how it looks currently with no enhancements or anything like that. If I wanted to make this look sharper, and provided I have my outline correctly set, you can go here under the Home tab, and notice on the right hand side we have this Designer option. So if we click on Designer, it will generate a variety of designs automatically using the Microsoft Intelligence Services. Basically, this is connecting to Microsoft and getting ideas on how to design this presentation to make it look more professional. So here we can simply click on any of these designs and it will apply to the slides, and then go to the next one and click on any of those that you prefer. Notice that once I come back to each slide here, notice I'm presented now with additional options as part of the design that I could switch to. And now if I wanted to preview this again, if I go here under slideshow and go from the beginning, and I click on each slide to advance them, my presentation is pretty much ready. And one quick tip before I move to the next option here is that you can actually start the presentation by also pressing the F5 key on the keyboard. In this segment of the PowerPoint 2021 tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to apply a design theme to a presentation. So here I have a very basic PowerPoint with just a few slides, and I want to apply a design to all the slides in this presentation. So to do that, we go here under the Design tab, and notice you have these various themes. And if you hold the mouse on each one of those, it will also give you a preview of what your presentation would look like. Now notice on the right hand side we also have some variants of those themes as well. For example, the color scheme, various fonts that you want to use, background styles. So now to apply a theme, I can apply this theme to the whole presentation, or I can apply it to only particular slides in your presentation. So to apply it to a whole presentation, I simply click on any of the slides and then go under the Design Themes on the top, and then select one of the themes that I want to apply. If I want to apply a different theme to only one or more slides in the presentation, I can select either one slide or more than one slide here by holding down the Control key. So notice slide 2 and 3 have been selected. And if I go and select a different theme, I can simply right-click and choose to apply it to the selected slides. Now that this particular theme will be applied to only those 2 slides that I selected. Once you apply a design theme to your presentation, you can also go here under the variants and then apply different variants, whether it's the colors, whether it's the fonts, and so on. So if I go and apply this other one, notice that all the slides in my presentation now have changed. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to format the slides into 16 by 9 format instead of 4 by 3. Notice that these slides that I have currently here are of the old format, which is 4 by 3. And if I go to present this, notice it leaves on each side of the screen, it leaves these black stripes here. So to change this, we need to go and change the slide format to 16 by 9 so it'll fit in most projectors out there. To do that, we go here under the Design tab on the ribbon, on the Office ribbon, and then we go under the slide size and choose 16 by 9. And at this point, notice that all the slides in the presentation have been changed. And if we press play here, or start presenting the slideshow, notice that we no longer have these black stripes on each side of the screen. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to reuse slides, insert slides from a previous presentation into a new presentation that we are working on. So let's say I have this presentation here, and now I want to go ahead and reuse slides. If I'm on the home screen, notice there is an option here for reuse slides, or if I am on the Insert tab of the ribbon, I can click on Insert and choose Reuse Slides as well from here. So either one of those options will work. We click on Reuse Slides, and then we need to locate the PowerPoint that we want to reuse the slides from. Notice it's smart enough to detect what presentations I recently used. If I wanted to use one of those, I can click on Choose Content, or I can simply click here on the right-hand side and choose Browse, and then go and select one of those presentations. Once I select a presentation, I'm presented with the options with all the slides from that particular presentation. Here, I can select one or more slides by simply clicking on them. It's going to bring them over. Notice it added that one in here. And then if I want to add another slide to reuse it, click on it, and it will add it to my timeline here on the left-hand side. Notice it's bringing over the formatting and all the settings related to that particular presentation as it was on the original presentation. If you do not want to use the source formatting, if you scroll all the way to the top here, you can uncheck the Use Source Formatting, and it will bring the slides over based on the theme and the colors that you're using on your current presentation. Once you're done with importing the slides, you can close this panel on the right-hand side and then start modifying these further as needed. In this segment of the tutorial for PowerPoint 2021 for Office 365 or Microsoft 365, I'll demonstrate how to use the Designer feature in PowerPoint. Designer feature used to also be referred to as the design ideas, and it recently changed in PowerPoint 2021 to be labeled as Designer. Now this feature is here on the right-hand side on the Home tab, called Designer here on the right-hand side, or if you go to the Design tab, it will show up as the last icon on the right-hand side as well. This feature requires the use of intelligent services to be enabled as part of your subscription with Microsoft 365. So if you click on Options, notice that under General, you'll see PowerPoint Designer, and it's this option on the right. Now the option on the right here, it allows us to click on any of the slides, and instead of spending a lot of time on designing our presentations and making them more visually appealing, we can simply click on any of the slides here and then navigate to those designs on the right-hand side. Let's say I like this one, click on it, and notice instead of myself having to go and find those icons to apply to this slide, it determines based on the content, on the words that you are using as part of the bulleted list, and it will present the relevant icons and also the layout for the slides. You can obviously change to any of these other designs as well, and if you navigate away from one of the slides and you come back to it, then it's going to give you a new fresh set of design ideas here. So basically, we went from this view to this by simply clicking on one of those options. Now you can do this for other slides as well, obviously, by simply clicking on one of those options. As for the color scheme, you can always go and choose a different color scheme from the options here under the variants that might work best for you. So as you can see, it's a very powerful feature that you can utilize to enhance your slides with just a few clicks. Now, if we go ahead and present this, Notice it's more visually appealing for your audience. So it's a great feature, and it's a major enhancement to the design services in PowerPoint. If you like this video, please press like, subscribe, and then click on the bell icon. In this brief segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to present a presentation. There are a lot of times where, if you're new to presentations, you design a slideshow and then you get up in front of a meeting and you start presenting it, and you start presenting it like this. You're just going through the slides by having the preview on the left, and then you're just going from one slide to the other. However, and this might be very simple and very basic, but it happens, and therefore as part of the training for PowerPoint, I'm demonstrating how to present a slideshow. To present this slideshow, this presentation, we go here under Slideshow and then click on From Beginning. And then you can either use the space bar on the keyboard to advance through the slides, and to go to the previous slide, you can press the back arrow on the keyboard, or to advance the slides, you press the mouse button or a clicker on your clicker device or your mouse if you're presenting with it that way. Or if you have a touch screen computer, you can simply tap on the screen and it will advance to the next slide. Now, another way to present your PowerPoint is by clicking here on the bottom under Slideshow, and this will start the presentation from the current location. See, if I'm here on slide number 3, now to start from here, you can simply press Slideshow and it will start presenting it from there. Now, to escape, to get out of the presentation mode, we press Escape, and that will bring us back to the preview of the slides here. Sometimes you may not have the clicker or may not find the option right away. You can also press the F5 key on the keyboard, and that will start your presentation as well. If you like this video, please press like, subscribe, and then click on the bell icon. So typically in a presentation, it's best to design or to put together your outline first. In that way, your message will flow, the content will flow. The next step is to enhance the presentation. Obviously, you can use the designer feature to enhance the slides in your presentation. But also, you can insert here all kinds of other objects as part of your presentation in order to make it more visually appealing. It's not a matter of just throwing a whole lot of stuff as part of your slide and demonstrating that you're a great designer and you know all kinds of things to insert. The idea is to sell your product. And the idea is to emphasize the point that you are making through the use of graphics or content as part of each of your slides. We go here under the Insert tab, and notice you can insert other slides, you can insert tables, pictures, shapes, and icons, and 3D models, and this is where the latest version of PowerPoint really has advanced. And then you can insert videos and so on. So I'll cover each one of those components separately, but for now, I'll just focus primarily on inserting graphics. Now, those graphics, you can insert them from the web, or you can insert them from clip art as part of the computer. So if we go here under Pictures, notice you have from this device, stock images, or online pictures. Typically, if you wanted to just get an image from the web, we can go to the web here. So let's say this is one of the images from the web that we want to copy. We right-click on it, we choose Copy, then we come back to the PowerPoint and then right-click anywhere in your presentation and choose Paste. Now notice here you can resize this, and then as you're working with this image, if you double-click on it, notice that the picture tools or the contextual tools related to images show up on the top. So notice we have the different picture styles. We can change and remove the background, change colors, transparency, and so on. And notice you have these different various styles that you can apply to this image that we just inserted from the web. Of course, you can change the border style, the shadow and the glow, and all kinds of other settings. So it's just a matter of you tinkering with this, and notice you can change also the layout of the actual image to different types of layouts as well. One important concept in PowerPoint and any of the Office products when you're working with images is also the crop feature. So notice on the right hand side, this image, it extends quite far, and it's just an empty space here. So let's say we wanted to cut this part here on the right hand side. We can select the image, you can double click on it, and then click on the crop icon on the top. Now at this point we can move the handle here on the right hand side and bring it more toward the left. We can adjust the other handles as well if we wanted to, and then press the crop icon again. Now that the image has been cropped, we can resize it as necessary. Provided you have the latest version of PowerPoint for Microsoft 365, notice that on the right hand side, as soon as we enter an image, you also have the designer tool. The designer tool is identifying that your slide has a bunch of bullet points and also images in it, and it's recommending various layouts to make this slide more visually appealing. So to apply one of those designs, all we have to do is simply select any of these designs, and notice it will reformat all the components within that slide accordingly and automatically. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert stock images in a slide in PowerPoint. So here we have a generic slideshow and we want to insert images to enhance it further. We click here on the Insert tab, and then we go under Pictures and then select Stock Images. At this point we can insert stock images or icons or cut out people or stickers. The process is very much the same. At this point we can either search for an object or a search for a component, and then we simply click on Insert. We select the image, then we click on Insert. Then at this point we can resize this by clicking on the handles here on the top left and then place it where we want in the slide. We could obviously apply one of the picture styles from here. We could crop it, or we could apply one of the design themes on the right hand side as recommended automatically and pick one of those that meets your needs. If you like this video, please press like, subscribe, and then click on the bell icon. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert online pictures in a slide in PowerPoint. So we go here under the Insert tab, and then we click on Pictures, and then select Online Pictures. Now, Online Pictures is going to search pictures on the Bing search engine. Stock pictures or stock images are pictures that are premium content through your subscription with Office 365. So we click here on Online Pictures and then select a keyword. And notice here it's going to give us the Creative Commons only by default. Those are pictures that are not copyrighted and that you can use to embed in your presentations. If you want to give credit and you want to look for additional pictures, you can unselect the Creative Commons, and then you'll be presented with a lot more options. However, remember that you need to credit those. Then click on Insert. Once inserted into the slide, you can resize this and then apply a theme, crop it from here if necessary, and also consider applying one of the designer layout themes here on the right hand side. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert screenshots as part of a slide in a presentation. So here we have a slide, and now we go here under Insert and then go under Screenshot. Screenshot, it basically adds a quick snapshot of any window that is open on your desktop or your document. So if we click on the drop down here, we can pick one of the windows that I have open. For example, this is my Microsoft Edge here. So I could take a screenshot of that and insert it as part of my slide presentation. Or here is File Explorer that I could take a screenshot of that. or I could do a screen clipping. So if I wanted a complete screenshot of another window, let's say the Microsoft Edge tab, simply click on it, and then it's inserted automatically as part of the slide. Now we can resize this and it's good to go. The other thing that we can do here is we can use part of a clipping from a particular window that is already open. So we click here on Insert, Screenshot, and then click on Screen Clipping, and then simply hold down the mouse and then select the area that you want to clip. Then resize it, move it to where you want it, and use the other formatting tools for this picture. Here, obviously, you can apply the designer features as well to format this in a much more consistent way. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use shapes in slides in PowerPoint. We have a slide and we want to utilize shapes. So we go here under the Insert tab, and then under Shapes, you can pick any of these types of shapes. So these have been commonly used through any of the prior versions of PowerPoint. So nothing is really new. And I'm demonstrating them simply for you to see how this is done. So I clicked on one of the shapes, and the thing that is slightly different with the shapes is that you have to hold down the mouse and draw that shape on the screen. Once you apply the shape, the contextual tools, the shape format tools show up, and you can modify and change the colors or change the fill and all kinds of other components related to this particular shape. One thing to note here under the shape, and if I double click on it again and I go to the shape format tools, you can actually convert and change a shape to another one if you did not like a particular one, and reformat or transition a type of a shape, and then apply a different formatting style to it. Now, when you're modifying shapes, you notice that besides the resizing of this particular shape, you can also adjust the direction of it by using this handle here in the middle, obviously rotate it as needed. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use icons. Icons are a new feature in PowerPoint that you can insert for consistency as part of your slides or components of a slide in a PowerPoint presentation. So let's say I have this slide and I go here under Icons, and notice that we can use any of these types of icons. So you could search for a component, or you could browse for it. Once you have found what you want, you then click on it, drag it, resize it. So in this case, you're utilizing icons for consistency of the presentation. And obviously, you can reformat these to utilize a different color. So by double-clicking on it, you go under the graphics format here, and then you can change the fill to be a different color. Another tool that you can utilize in PowerPoint is 3D models. If we go here under the Insert tab and then click on 3D models, then click on 3D model stock images, you can search for those based on the categories or by simply typing in the search box. So you pick the 3D model that you want, then you press Insert. And the advantage of 3D models is that you can rotate them in any direction that you prefer to present it to your audience. And you can rotate them by clicking on the handle here in the middle. And then obviously you can utilize additional tools on resetting it, the various scenes, that is taking the motion off from it. And those various options will depend on the type of 3D model that you selected. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use smart art in slides in a presentation to enhance your presentation. So smart art is basically a way to display, instead of using bulleted lists as part of a presentation, like for example this list right here, it has just the bullet lists. Now you can insert smart art two ways. You can either click here on Insert and choose Smart Art, and then pick one of the designs. For example, if it's a process or whether it's a circle or a hierarchy, adjust it by simply picking any of these designs. Then click OK. So let's say a process. Then click OK, and then type the content as part of each list. Then obviously for this tool as well, you have the Smart Art Design tools, and you can change the design of this Smart Art by on the Smart Styles here on the top, or you can change the colors by picking a different design color for the slides. Notice you have some three-dimensional options as well. And then on the layouts, you can adjust the layout by changing to these designs. So that's method one, is basically you are inserting Smart Art and then entering the items for the Smart Art. The other method is to utilize and convert a list of items that you already have as part of the slide into a Smart Art. And you do that by first selecting the area where you have the bulleted list. And then if you go here under the Insert tab, you can right-click here and choose Convert to Smart Art. Once you choose Convert to Smart Art, then pick what you want the design to look like. Once you select the specific design, you can further modify it, you can change the colors for it, and the layout, very similar to how I demonstrated it earlier. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert charts in a slide in PowerPoint. To insert a slide, we simply go to one of the slides in our presentation, and then we go under the Insert tab and then select Chart. From here, we can select the type of chart that we prefer. For the sake of simplicity, I'm going to pick a column chart. So we click on any of these charts, click OK. And now at this point, we'll be presented with the option to enter the data. And let's say these are the various products that we are selling. Then obviously you can update those numbers and the chart will be updated automatically. Now if we wanted to add a product 5 here, notice you can add it by simply typing the content as part of the other cells in the chart. Close the data field here, the data area. And then at this point, we can further modify this by changing the colors, by changing the layout, or by adding other chart elements here on the as part of this display. We can adjust the actual theme for the chart as well. And you can edit the data if necessary, if you wanted to go back to edit and modify the values within this particular data set. Obviously, you can use here the designer tool, and it will give you additional presentation ideas with just a single click. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert slide numbers. So let's say we have this slide presentation here, and we want to insert slide numbers. We click on Insert, and we go under Slide Number, and then specify, place a check mark here under Slide Number, and then click on Apply to All. And notice the slide numbers have been placed in each one of the slides. To further format them, we can simply move this out of the way or change the font by going here in the Home tab and then making this larger or smaller as needed. In this segment of the PowerPoint presentation tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert sound or multimedia and slides in PowerPoint. So let's say we have this particular slide here and we want to insert a sound file as part of it. So we click here on Insert, we go under Audio here on the right hand side, and then choose Audio on my PC. Now, of course, you can also record audio, but most commonly used, it's going to be audio from a file that you currently have in your computer. So we locate the file. Now, by the way, it is best to store the sound file in the same folder where your PowerPoint file has been saved as well. Otherwise, if you send it to someone, it will not play. They have to be in the same folder in order for it to play when you present it in another computer. So we double click, and at this point, we can preview it. We can move this elsewhere, and by default, this is going to play only when you click on it. If you want it to start playing as soon as it gets to this slide as you are presenting and you go to this particular slide, then you need to double click on it and then go under the playback icon or playback tools on the ribbon and then select to start it automatically. And then at this point, if I were to present, let's say I'm on this previous slide and I go and present this, now I'll go to the next slide and you'll notice that it will start playing automatically. Notice that you can play a particular sound clip across all the slides. Obviously, this would come in handy for certain occasions and not for business presentations. And you can loop it until it's stopped as well. And all of these options are under the playback option here and the ribbon after we have selected the sound file that we insert. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert a media video clip from your computer. So let's say you have a recording somewhere on the computer and you want to play this as part of your slides in your presentation. So we go here to our slide and then we click on Insert and then go under Video. And then you can choose from this device, stock videos or online videos. From this device, we go under the location where we have the video file and then select it, press Insert, and then resize it to what you want. And then notice, very similar to an audio file, if you go under the playback, right now it will start when its sequence comes in to get started once you click on it. However, you can change it so it starts automatically when you reach this particular slide in your presentation. So if I select automatically here, and then if I go to the previous slide, remember this had sound in it, we'll click on slideshow, and then I move to the next slide. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert stock video in a presentation. So we go here to a particular slide in our presentation, and we want to click on Insert, and then click on Video on the drop-down, and then click on Stock Video. Stock video is premium content from a Microsoft 365 subscription. Click on it and then select any of the videos that you'd prefer from here. Then press Insert and the video will be inserted automatically. If you select it, notice that you have the playback option up here. You can change the sequence when it plays if you want it to be with a clicking on it. To test this, we simply press the slideshow. I had changed it so that we'd have to press play to start playing it. And notice it is now playing as part of our presentation. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert online videos in PowerPoint. So here we have a slide, and now we want to insert an online video. We can do this two ways. First, we can use the Microsoft built-in tools by clicking on Insert and then go under Video and then Online Videos. We first need to get the URL of the video from the online video. We go and search for the video, and here's the video, and then we click on Share. We copy the URL, and then we come back to PowerPoint. We paste the URL and then click on Insert. At this point, we can resize this if necessary. We could change the playback options if we wanted to, and it is currently embedded and ready to play. Now, if we go to test this, we press slideshow here, and we need to click on it in order to start playing. So it is playing a video from YouTube embedded as part of the slide. Obviously, you'll need to have internet connectivity for this to work. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the drawing or annotation tools in PowerPoint. Go here to the Draw tab on the ribbon. Notice we have the drawing tools. Now in this case, this is not a tablet PC or one with a stylus, but this is just a laptop, not even with a touch screen. So in this case, I can use the drawing tools that you can see here, whether it is the eraser, various digital pens, by simply selecting them, and they can be used as part of the slide design to highlight certain areas. So let's say I want to use the highlighter. I can basically simply highlight a particular portion of it, and when I present this slide, then that section is going to be displayed as highlighted here. Obviously, I can also use the various pen options, and if you click on the drop down here, you can make this thicker line and pick a different color or color combinations, and then you're using the mouse to draw whatever you want on the particular slide. If you want to erase something from here, you simply select the eraser. If I go and present this, obviously the components that I used as part of the drawing tools will be part of the slide. There are also options here that you can do ink to text, basically transcribing what you write, or ink to math, and this is where you'd utilize the various mathematical equations and so on. Basically your handwriting, but then it's going to convert them into mathematical equations. If you wanted to delete a specific component, click on the selector tool here on the top left, and you can either move it somewhere else or delete it completely by pressing the delete button. In this next segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to duplicate slides in a presentation. So there may be cases where you have one particular slide that you want to reuse it for another purpose. And instead of redeveloping the slide all over again, you can actually simply duplicate that particular slide and reuse the design of it or the components from it. And that can be any slide. So to duplicate a slide, right-click on the existing slide and choose Duplicate Slide. And now we have two copies of it, and modify the second one as needed. In this next segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to change the order of slides in a presentation. By default, you'll get a preview of the slides here on the left and the content of each slide on the right-hand side. Here on the bottom right, this is what's called the normal view in PowerPoint. However, you can click on the slide sorter and get a preview of all the slides, and now you can move the slides around as needed. So let's say I want the slide number 4 to be in front of slide number 3. You can simply drag it around and move it where necessary. Once you're done with this, you can go back to the normal view and preview them the way you want. You can also move the slides around by simply holding them here in the normal mode and dragging them up and down as well. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to use transitions in a PowerPoint presentation. If we go here to the Transitions tab, notice that there are, by default, none of the slides will have any animation or transition. It's on the slide level and not necessarily on the component level of the actual slide. So for example, if we go and play this presentation, notice it will look like this. Notice there are no animations. Now we can go here to the transitions, and let's say for the second slide you can apply any of those transitions here. By default it's none. You can do the morph transition, and I'll have a separate video for this, the fade transition, the push or swipe and reveal and cut and so on. Notice there is also a drop down, and you can apply sounds. However, I would suggest that with any of those transitions, they have to have a purpose. You don't want to apply it to every slide and annoy the audience with all the various transitions. You need to make it appealing and capture their attention to what you are trying to sell. Here's how you apply transitions to a particular slide. So you go and select the slide and then click on the particular type of transition that you want to apply to it. If I go to the next one, I can go and change this so that it applies the split transition, and the third one, and so on. Now, if I go ahead and present this presentation, and we are going to advance the slides, notice the transition of this first slide. Now, notice also the transition of the second slide. It will be from the center, and the third slide there. These are subtle transitions, but they are at the slide level. In this session, I'm going to focus a little bit on transitions using transitions in PowerPoint 2016. So supposedly we have a PowerPoint or presentation very similar to this, and we want to change the transitions from one slide to the other. Now, obviously, you don't want to overdo it because the attention needs to be on the message that you're conveying to your audience rather than the way you're doing transitions, but yet you want to make it appealing as well. By default, you don't have any transitions set. So, for example, from this slide to the next, if we go to present this, it will just bring up the next component here. Now, what you can do is you can change it so that if, let's say, I'm here at this slide, and now when I change to the next one, I want the slide so it pushes up. So click on it and it'll be presented like that. And then when it goes to the next slide, it will be transitioned a certain other way. So you want to keep a balance, of course, between the two. So now if I go to the previous item here and I present this, notice the slide is going up, and the next one is simply presented. A cool feature in PowerPoint 2016 is also the morph feature here. Morph, it's new with the latest updates. As long as you have the latest PowerPoint 2016 updates, that feature should be there. If you don't have it there, that means that you don't have all the latest updates for PowerPoint 2016. The way it works is that it's actually pretty cool. You can take, for example, a slide, duplicate it, and by the way, this is how you duplicate a slide. Right click on it and then choose duplicate slide. And then go to this next slide here and you can change something on it. So let's say on the first, when you're presenting this particular slide, you want it to be presented this way, but then when they go to the next slide, you want to take away, for example, number 2 here. Item 2. And let's assume that you modified it basically. So what you can do at this point is you can choose the option under transitions to morph it. And I'll show you in a moment as to what this does. So it's going to morph from one form into some other form that you tweaked it into. In our case now, if we were to preview this, you can just simply click here on slideshow, and this is how the first slide will appear, just like typically. But when I go to the next slide, notice how it does the animation so that those two items are adjusted, keeping in mind the change that took place from the first slide to the second copy of it that we made. So basically, again, for me to summarize this or to do this again, I'm going to delete it for a moment here. I want to duplicate this first. And now let's say there are 4 steps for the next slide. So I want to add a 4th step here. So notice from this we had only 3 steps, now we have 4. And this 4th one here, and if you remember, you can go here under design and choose design ideas and change this however you want as well. So notice it gives you some ideas as to how to change this. So you simply click on another design format, and let's say I like this one. And by the way, refer to the design ideas video on how to use the design ideas thing. But basically we had 3 stages here with the original slide. We made a copy of it, we added 4 steps to it, and now for the original slide here we go and apply the transition, the morph transition here. And now if we go and play this to present it, notice we have 3 steps, and you can go over these. You can even animate the objects one by one, like using animation that I'll cover shortly. But now when we move to the next slide, notice it shifts things around, and it makes it more presentable and more appealing as well to the audience. So you have that kind of animation from one slide to the other. So watch the video again. It's basically you have to duplicate it, that's the trick. Duplicate an existing slide, add new content to the next slide, and then the system will animate or change, morphing the changes into animation and presenting it in a nice way. Remember to also use, under the Design tab, use the Design Ideas option here. Now obviously you can use additional animations here. You have those as well. And remember that you can utilize here other effects as well. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use animations in a presentation. Animations are basically how the objects within a slide will be presented when you present a PowerPoint presentation. Let's say I have this slide right here. It has the title, it has these 4 bullet lists, and it has an image. Right now, if I go and present this, they will all show up at once. To add animation to any of those components in the presentation, you go here to the Animations tab on the PowerPoint, and notice you have all these types of animations, whether they are fly in, fly, float in, split, wipe, shapes, various shapes, and there is even more drop down here and various arches and motions and things of that nature. To apply the animation to any of these components, you can click on that particular item and it will apply it for the items of the same kind. So here they were bullet lists. Notice these number 1, 2, and 3. That means that each one of those will be coming in the order. This will be the first item once it gets to this slide. The clip art will be the second item, and shapes will be the third item. Now the image, we have not applied any transitions yet or any animations yet to the image. Therefore, the image will come together with the title of the slide. So here's how it looks so far. We have the title, and then also we have the image. First click, it's the pictures. Second click, clip art, and so on. To add animation to the image here, we can do that by selecting the image, going to animations, and then pick some kind of animation that you prefer. It's important that when you use this animation, you don't annoy your audience with all things flying every which direction. It has to have purpose as part of applying the animation. And notice it will be presented as item number 4. So if I go and present it, we have the title, pictures, clip art, shapes, and then the 4th item now it'll animate because of the kind of animation that I selected. If you click here on the animation pane, it will also display the sequencing of each item, how they'll be animated. So let's say that I want pictures and clip art to come together on the same click. Let's say I want 1 and 2 pictures and clip art to come in together. So the way you change that is we enable the animation pane on the top right. We click on the second one and then the drop down, and notice it's set to start on a click. Now you can change it to start with previous. That means that clip art and pictures will come in together at the same time. And now notice the number here changed to 1 and 1. If you click on the drop down of these objects, notice that you can also set a timer on them, add other effects and options. Now let's say that I want this image to come with clip art and pictures at the same time. So all these 3 objects to come in together. I need to move this first to right after clip art by dragging it up. And then I click on the drop down on the far right here and then select Start with Previous. Now all these objects, pictures, clip art, and the image on the right will show up at the same time. We'll present it. I click, it brings all 3 objects at the same time, and then it brings the next item. Also, you can use animation in conjunction with smart art as well. So here's an example of smart art. So we have this right here, and by right now, these items will come in at the same time. all at the same time. But let's say we wanted insert to come in first, then smart art next, then modify and adjust third. The way you do that is to go to Animations tab here. You click on the smart art object, and then you click on Add Animation. And we pick one kind of animation here. Once you have applied some kind of animation to the whole object for smart art, now notice here we have the effect options that is enabled. You click on it, and then right now it's going to be presented as one object. So if I go and present this, notice I have smart art, the heading, and then click on it, it brings all three options together. Now if I want them one at a time, I click here on the effect options and choose one by one. Now if I go and present it, I have insert, then smart art, and then modify and adjust as separate components. In this next segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert and use hyperlinks in a PowerPoint presentation. So let's say we have a slide here that has a few bulleted list items, and then also it has an image as well as part of this slide. So let's say we want to hyperlink one of the words here so that you can click, take you to a website or an article, and do the same thing for the image as well. To insert a link to link it with text, we simply select a portion of text. It doesn't matter whether it's the title up here or any of the bulleted list items, and then we click on Insert and then select the option for Link. Click on Link here. Now we can link to a document on your computer, or you can link to an address or URL on a website. A document on the computer, it would be simply selecting a document here, navigating to that file, and then clicking OK, and it will link and bring up that document. However, the most use of this is going to be typically linking to a website or a video of some sort on the web. So now to link, let's say, to any of the videos here, here's a video on learning PowerPoint. Let's say I want to link to this. I can copy the URL, or I can go here under the share icon and choose copy the link from here. Typically for an article, you're going to use the link at the very top on the URL address. For YouTube videos, typically you want to use the share. So once I have copied the link, then go back here and paste the link as part of the address here. You can ignore all this other stuff. Paste the link, Control V in my case, or right click and choose paste. Either option will work. Then click OK. Now that has been hyperlinked. If I wanted to link the image, select the image, click on link, or actually first go to the website where the link is, copy the URL from share or from the top. Once you copy it, click on the image, click on link, right-click and choose paste or press Ctrl V. To use a shortcut on hyperlinking, you can also press Ctrl K, hold down the Control key and press K, and that will bring up the hyperlink option. To test it, I can simply start presenting this by clicking on Slideshow here on the bottom or Slideshow on the top and choose From Current Slide. And as content comes in, you'll be able to click on it and it will take you to that website or that URL where you chose to link to. Same thing for the image. Now for the image, there will not be a differentiator, a color for it. So notice here for text, this was highlighted, but for the image, you're going to simply see this. By holding the mouse on it, you'll see the URL. Now you'll click on the image and it will take you to that URL. So that's how you insert hyperlinks to both text or images or actually any components that you insert in PowerPoint. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to insert and use notes in a PowerPoint presentation. Typically, you want to use notes as part of a presentation so that you can reference them as you present your presentation. Those notes can be printed, or you can also review them as you are presenting by using the presenter view when presenting the presentation. We go here to any of the slides in the presentation, and those notes will be for each slide. Down here on the bottom, we click on Notes. Notice a new panel shows up, and this is where you can insert your notes. So you just type, and you can have as many notes as you want. Obviously, you don't want to be very granular, but yet you could add facts that you want to reference, but that the audience will not be seeing as part of the presentation. You'd go and add the notes to each slide. So here is some other stuff that I copied and pasted. When you present this, and currently I do not have multiple monitors connected while doing this recording, and I'll do a different recording to show the presenter view that utilizes the notes. But basically, if you have the notes and you go into the slideshow and you choose presenter view, if you're connected to a projector or a second screen or a TV, then you can use what's called the presenter view. The presenter view is going to give you a full screen, so the audience will see the actual slides, and then you'll be able to see the current slide, the upcoming slide, and also your notes. So when you go to print the slides, you press File and then choose Print, and then under Print All Slides, by default it will be the full slides, full page slides. You can go ahead and change this here to Notes Pages, and then the slides will show up like this. So you'll have a preview of the slide, then you have the content with your notes right below it. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to convert your presentation in PDF. So we have this long presentation, and I click on File, and then click on Export, and then from here, one of the options is to create a PDF or XPS doc. Click on it, and then click on PDF XPS, and then save it, and then click on Publish. Once it's completed, it's this one right here. Notice it has been converted. Obviously, the animations will not transfer, but all the content of your slides will be converted into PDF. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to share your PowerPoint with others. There are a couple ways to share your PowerPoint. Once you have completed it, you can click here on File, click on Share, and you can share it via OneDrive, or you can share it as the actual PowerPoint format or as a PDF. Now, to share it as a PowerPoint, you're simply going to click on Send a copy of the PowerPoint, and then it's going to open Microsoft Outlook, where you'll go and add the email address of the individual that you want to send it to, and it will send it as an attachment. In this case, for the sake of recording, I do not have Outlook set up. However, if you have Outlook set up, it's going to utilize your current email configuration and simply send it as an attachment. If you wanted to send it as a PDF, you click here on File again, and you click on Share, and then choose PDF, and it'll send it as an attachment via Outlook, provided Outlook has been configured. You can also share it with OneDrive, and in my case it has not been set up, but you'd click on it on OneDrive here, and then it's going to give you an option to enter the email address of the individual that you want to send it to, and it's basically going to use a link to send it to that particular individual. In this session of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to present your PowerPoint. Now that you are done with it, let's assume that you want to present this to your audience. So we go here to the Slideshow tab, and you can present it from the beginning or from a particular slide where you are in the slideshow. You can also present it here in the bottom under the slideshow icon on the bottom right, or by using the F5 key on the keyboard. To start from the beginning, we click here on slideshow, and then from the beginning, we'll advance the slides by simply clicking the left button of the mouse, or using the space bar, or using the right key or the up and down keys on the keyboard. Now the right key will take us one forward, The left key will take us one backward on the keyboard, up will take us backwards, and down, forward. So we advance through the slides, but notice in the bottom left there are some options where you can advance the slides left and right by using these icons. And technically you really don't need to use that, but it's one of the features. But notice there is this pen icon. You can use this as a pointer laser to highlight key areas, or come back down here and you can choose to use this as the pen function in it, or the annotation tools as part of your presentation. Now in my case, I do not have a touchscreen monitor on this laptop where I'm recording this. However, if it was a touchscreen, you could actually use your finger to annotate on the screen. Since we changed this to annotation mode, the clicking of the mouse will no longer work. So you either have to use the space bar, or you have to come here in the bottom left and advance to the next slide. Now to switch back to the regular mode, you go and uncheck the pen option, and notice the mouse pointer changes to a typical pointer. You can also use the highlighter. Once you select it here, you then can highlight specific areas as you are presenting your presentation. Then advance the slides either by using the spacebar or the arrows on the keyboard. Notice as well, as you are annotating, you can use different colors as well. So you can pick a different blue here and annotate and highlight as needed. Now, if you right-click, you can also advance the slides going next, or previous, or last viewed, or see all slides, like that. Right-clicking will give you the annotation tools, as well as other options. There is also an option for blanking the screen. So to go to a particular slide, you can right-click and choose See All Slides, and then you have a quick preview of the slides. Then click on it and it will take you directly there. Then advance the slides, and when you reach the end, it will be a black screen very similar to this. It will say End of Slideshow. Click to exit and it will exit your presentation. Now, since we were doing annotations as part of the presentation here, notice it will ask us, do we want to keep those ink annotations? Typically, you don't want to keep them unless they were really fancy and worthwhile keeping. And that's how you present a presentation once you're done with it, and use the various annotation tools. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to blank the screen when presenting a PowerPoint to your audience. So there are times where you want to capture the audience's attention, and you want to blank your PowerPoint as you're presenting. So let's say we go here to the slideshow and we are presenting from the beginning, and now I got to a certain area in my presentation, but now I want the projector or the TV or whatever gadget that you are using to present to be blanked out. So if you press the letter B on the keyboard, that will blank the screen, and then you press any key and it will bring it back up. If you press the letter W, it will make everything white on your screen. Press any key again, it will bring everything back to where you were before. So this is again helpful for capturing the audience's attention so that they are paying attention to you rather than to the slides at that point in time. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I will be demonstrating how to use timings in PowerPoint. So basically, this is going to record the timings between each slide. So if we go here to the slideshow area and click on Rehearse Timings, notice there's a timer here on the top. It's going to record how long it stays on each slide. And then it will advance automatically if we choose to play it with those timings. And let's suppose that we are done with this point with all the timings for all the slides. Now we press Escape, and then it says, do you want to save these timings? We'll say yes. Now when we go to play this again the next time, notice we click here on slideshow. Notice there's this option here for use timings. That means that if we recorded timings in this presentation, it's going to use those to advance the slides. So if I click here from the beginning, it's going to actually advance those slides automatically because we are using the pre-recorded timings from earlier. And it is advancing this on its own. And we get the idea at this point. I'm going to press escape. If you don't want to use the timings and you want to do this practice again from the beginning manually, you uncheck the option here for use timings, and then you'll advance the slide manually from one to the other. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to narrate your PowerPoint, how to add audio and even video as part of your presentation so that it can be viewed by your audience. Now notice that there is the option here under slideshow, there is the option for record, and you can record from a current slide or from the beginning. However, next to slideshow, there is also the option for record, and here is where you have additional items specific to recording your video. So we'll start by recording from the very beginning. You have to press start recording, but before we press start recording, notice that you have your camera option where you can turn your camera on and off here. You can select your microphone. There are additional options. Your script. So this is the view, the teleprompter view. Notice under views here in the bottom, and this would be very helpful if you're utilizing notes as part of the slides, because in the views mode, you can select here the teleprompter view where it's going to put your notes at the very top of your presentation, and you can make those notes larger or smaller, or you can use the presenter view, which will look like this, or the slide view where you can see simply just the slide. Now, if you don't have notes, then obviously the slide view is going to be your best option. Before we start pressing record here, notice there are also the annotation tools that you can utilize here in the bottom. Now, once we are ready to start recording, we press record here. And at this point, we can simply speak away and read our script if we wanted to, and just continue to the next slide. Now it's going to capture whatever we have on the screen, including the annotations. If you are planning to use the web camera built-in feature here, you want to make sure that you leave space for your camera area so that it doesn't interfere. So basically you want to arrange your components so they don't interfere with that bottom right of your presentation. This would be great actually for lectures. Press here stop recording, and then we could even export this to a video if we chose to. So if we want to export this to an MP4 video, it's going to choose to save this. We can pick a location for it. So it's going to put it under the same folder as our PowerPoint. We click here on export. So now it's converting this into an MP4 file. It'll be a video file. And this is a new feature, both the teleprompter view, it's a new feature in the PowerPoint 2021 for Microsoft 365. Now this process for saving the video is going to be quite long, so you need to be ready to wait for it. It depends on the length of your video and also the length of your presentation, the types of slides you have, and the quality of the display, like the resolution that you are using on your computer. Once the video has exported, you can click to view and share the video from here. And then once we are ready, we press exit. Obviously, to locate the video that we just recorded, we can also go back to the folder, and notice it's this one right here. It's about 200 megabytes with this, and it took about 6 minutes to produce it. In this next session for the PowerPoint 2021 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the Rehearse with Coach option. This is a new option in PowerPoint 2021 for Office 365. So we click here on Slideshow, and then we'll select Rehearse with Coach. We want to practice our presentation to meet a certain deadline or a certain length in minutes, also get some feedback from Microsoft on our presentation. So we'll go here and start rehearse with Coach. So we'll click here, show real-time feedback, and then we'll start rehearsing. So next here it says start talk, and basically it's listening to us. So we'll say, welcome to PowerPoint. In this session, we are going to talk about using PowerPoint. Now we'll advance to the next slide. And at this point, first we need to learn how to create the first slide. We start PowerPoint, then we open the outline tab on the left, and then we start typing under the outline. Then we press Control Enter, and in this case, Microsoft is still listening to us, and it will give us recommendation. So it's encouraging us to keep on going at it, and it's all good to go so far. However, if I use too many filler words, it'll start complaining about what I'm doing here and going to suggest that I change and not use specific words or terms. So then we'll go through the rest of the presentation. We'll add the new slides, and I'll continue to do so until we have developed our presentation. Notice there are too many ums that it's detecting. Then it's still expecting me to keep on speaking. Then I'll basically just run through this because I'm not practicing this for real. Notice that it's detecting that I'm using the word basically too many times. And we go through the use of charts, through the use of the various objects, clip art, hyperlinks, and other components in PowerPoint. That's an example of a video. That's an example of a PowerPoint, video from the web, and then best practices, and so on. Now we reach the end, and let's see what it comes up with. It tells us the time that it took to record the presentation, how many slides. Obviously, that's too many slides for 2 minutes. I used too many filler words, and the pace was at 128 words per minute. It needs to be on the green side, and notice there's a chart for it. We can rehearse again and do better at this. So if this were for a real presentation, obviously this would come in very handy, and it's a pretty neat tool before going in front of an audience and saying too many times or using the word basically too many times. In this session, I will demonstrate some of the features that are a little bit more advanced related to PowerPoint 2016. However, it is time-consuming, as you will see. So let's suppose that you have a PowerPoint very similar to this. You're using built-in blocks, basically, to explain a concept. So, for example, in education, you have the traditional form of education, then you have hybrid learning, then you have competency-based education, and then within those, then you have different methods of teaching, for example, synchronous or inquiry-based or project-based, and then action-based and challenge-based education. So the question would be, how can we build something very similar to this, and what's involved in designing something similar to this, and how is the animation and all this stuff designed? You can do it a variety of ways, but it's going to take a little time to design it, so I'm going to try to explain the concepts as to how this is designed or how it works. It's designed by using a bunch of methods. For example, the grouping and ungrouping of objects, the using of shapes, and using of text boxes, and then bundling the text boxes with shapes by using the group and ungroup option, and then also adjusting the animation within these objects. To insert the objects, so let's say we start with a Lego piece, and we can go here under Insert and then click on Online Pictures and then Lego. It's going to search Bing, and now at this point you can navigate here and pick something that would be in the angle that you would prefer. For example, this one or whatever the angle that you prefer here. And you can also use these tools here under the type. For example, you want something that is transparent background. In that way, it's not going to overlap with other images and other components there. And now notice we have one piece of the Lego here. It's coming up with the design ideas here. That's for another time. We have covered that as well, and you can refer to the video on
design ideas or the designer mode in PowerPoint. Now, the next thing that I would suggest that you do is you can click on it and right click on it again, and then copy it, and then right click somewhere else and then paste it. So we are basically just making a copy of the exact image that we had in the first object here. Now, once we copy this, we can move it to the left here. Notice they kind of will change slightly. And then at this point, notice that it's kind of overlapping with the first one. In this case, and the concept here is that you can actually then change this so that it goes to the back. You're moving, either bring this one to the front or send this to the back. And the way you do that is by using these tools here on the top where it says Format and it says Send Backward or Bring Forward. Or you can right click and choose Send to Back. Now notice when I chose Send to Back, it kind of lined up perfectly here, and it's one after the other. You could do the same thing. Now we can copy this image here and then go somewhere else and then choose Paste. Now we can drag it and line it up here and then choose to send this back as well. Now notice they are all lined up. Copy it again and then go over here and then choose Paste. And now if we wanted to kind of build it in between here, notice we just stack it on top of it and it's properly set. Then copy it one more time and then paste it again. Now we're going to move it, let's say, over here, another one. And notice you can kind of stack it backwards a little bit or just leave it up a little bit, however it makes more sense for you. So as if it's not sitting properly there. Now copy it one more time and then paste it, and then notice you can stack on top of the next one. So that's how that part of it works. Now the other thing that you can do is you can select either one of those objects here and double click on them, and notice it's going to bring up the formatting tool here. Now under Format, in most cases you can go and change the color from here from the color tools. However, in this case, we'd have to go here under the picture because it's actually an image that we copied from the web, and we can go and pick a different color for that specific one. So notice this bottom one, now it's in black. And then if we wanted this next one here in a different color, we go under Color and then simply pick the orange color. Then over here, pick something else. And basically you're tweaking the color for each one of those options here. So now you're customizing these to what you want. Now the next thing that you might want to do is that you're building blocks for whatever the case might be. So earlier I had, for example, education there, or traditional education, and hybrid learning. Click on Insert and then choose a text box. So you want to put a text box right on top of this area right there. So you click here, Traditional. Now notice the text there, it's kind of black on red. It's not going to be very easy to see. So we can change that to white. Now notice also that the text there does not properly line up. So what you might want to do is you might want to rotate it a little bit so it kind of matches the direction of their Lego piece. And then now in this case we want to put in there the word hybrid learning. The easiest would be click on the existing text box that you created earlier, copy it, Control C, and then simply paste it, Control V. Notice it's going to stack it on top of the existing one, and then drag it to the next area. In that way it's going to be exactly the same direction and the same angle. So now we can change this to hybrid. And the next option here, you can do that, the same thing in there, Control V again, paste it, and then drag it here and do competency-based education. And then here you could have the different methods of learning. So let's say we have here, and whatever the point is that you're trying to make. So you're just copying and pasting against these text boxes. Now, if we go ahead and play this presentation, we have not applied any animation at this point. So everything is going to be presented all in one piece. So you basically need to select the text component here and the piece of the Lego, and then right click on them, and you want to group them together. Then once you have grouped them together, you want to add animation by clicking here on animation and then choosing a certain type of animation that you want to apply to it. Now, it's also advisable that I would advise that you enable here the animation pane as well. And then you have here the animation of those objects. So when displayed, they'll show up like this. Notice it's missing that part there. So now we want to do the grouping for the other ones as well. So the best, what I'd suggest is that you start from the top here and then you move down to the other items. Otherwise it will change the order how they appear here. So, and you can play with this option, whatever works best. It will depend on the design that you have, and if it's not slanted like this, then it will be much easier for you. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to group those two together. Then I'm going to go to the next one here. I'm going to click on these. I'm going to group these as well. Then I'm going to go to the next one here. I'm holding down the control key, by the way, to select the right item here. When I'm selecting more than one, then I'm going to choose group. Then I'm going to go to the next thing here, competency, hold down the control key, select the proper box for it, right click, choose group. Then I'm going to go to the next one here. So now that we have selected them, now we want to apply animation to them. So we click here under the animation. We make sure the animation pane has been enabled by clicking right here and then choose animation. And then we want that to appear. Then we click on the next section here. Make sure you're selecting the right one. Choose add animation. Then you go to the next one, add animation, and then you choose whichever order you want. So if you want to start from here, you click on this, choose add animation, choose to have it appear, then you go to the next one and then choose add animation. You can have it so it floats in, it flies in, or whatever you want to do. And then the top one, you could have it utilize a specific animation as well. Now if we were to play this, so remember we started from one piece of Lego, we added the text, we sorted them out, we brought it forward and backward and all that type of stuff. But now if we want to play this and present it, notice how they'll come up. So you have the text here first, then you click on the mouse, you can talk about the traditional way of education, then you can have the hybrid type of education including online education, then you have competency-based education, and then let's say the different methods for synchronous, inquiry-based education, and then you're talking about traditional or whatever it is, feedback or whatever this would be. If you need to change that to say something else, you could change it to simply just double click on it and say post in there something else. And now if you replay it, it has been updated. So that is how it works by using an image, customizing it, adding text components to it, bundling them together using the group option, and then applying animation to each individual object. Now the other method, what you could utilize is, in some cases, it would be, for example, pieces of a puzzle. And we'll add a new slide here, and let's say you can do exactly the same thing for that as well. So you can go to the web here, you can insert from online pictures, and then you can do that with any other images as well. Just bring them back together, find them, locate them, and all that type of thing, and then add them together or bundle them together by grouping them. So here you can pick any of those pieces of the puzzle. You could theoretically use one of those, however you can't, unfortunately you cannot unbundle them. So you need to pick something that is a single piece and then you want to add it. And let's say this one, you want to pick a piece that actually it will kind of fit, so this end will fit into that. So pick the proper piece there, click on insert, and now once you insert that piece, you want to resize it to the size that potentially you use it for your presentation. So now here is one. Now you can right click on it, choose copy, right click again, choose paste. Now notice we have two pieces of them, so you can take that and put it right next to each other, and then copy this and then paste it, copy, paste it. And then this one, what you could use is you can rotate it this way if you want, and then you can connect it with this piece over here. Then the next thing that you'd want to do is, let's say this one is sticking out, you can actually crop that by clicking on crop here on the top and simply cut that piece out. Click on crop again. Now, is it perfect? Probably not, but it gives the idea. Now, you could go in here to each one of those pieces and you can simply change the color. So double click on it, go under color, and then pick something else that you might want. Double click again. Let's say the pieces of online education. You want to have quality instruction, you have to have proper instructor training, you want to have compliance, and such. So in this case, what you do is you click on insert here, you want to do a text box, and you say quality. You could tweak it so that it shows a certain way, and then you want to copy this. So basically you're changing the text here for each component, and then now you click on the text, click on a piece of the puzzle here, and then right click on it and choose. And you want to go here under the picture tools, and you can go under arrange and then choose to group them together. And you do the grouping basically for each one of them accordingly, and I'm holding down the control key, so you have to select more than one item to group them. You can go under arrange or group, or right click once you have selected them and group like we did earlier. Now they are grouped together, or you can select each one of them. Let's say you want to start with this first one. Then you go here under animations, add an animation, appear, and that first one, it'll appear. The next one, you can choose a certain type of animation, fly in. The third one as well, and the fourth one. You can further customize the animation here for each one of them, so they float in for a certain direction. Now if we go to present this, we have the title of the slide. Then we are presenting that the online education should be based on quality and focus on quality, then focus on training, focus on compliance, and the focus on technology. And you can keep on building this to your liking. So this hopefully gives you an idea as to how to customize this further and how to add from one single object, build the concept. If you go here under insert and you go under shapes, you really could build this even further. Or let's say I want to have this as the background for this, and then you can choose to send this to the back by right clicking, sending it to the back, and then you could say that this is the platform or the online environment or whatever it may be that you're building this. And even this component, you can further customize it by either adding additional shapes and forms and such, and arrows and all kinds of other objects, and bundling them together, or you could simply go and reformat this by going under the format options here and customizing it further from here. So it's very powerful in how you can customize and tweak objects within the slides in your presentation to make a fancy presentation there for your audience. And of course, do not forget to use smart art as well, and that has been covered in another video in PowerPoint 2016. In this next segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, we are going to learn how to create a custom slideshow. Here we have a slideshow with 32 slides. There might be cases where with a certain vendor or a certain audience you want to use only certain ones of those slides. So in that case, we want to create what's called a custom slideshow. To do that, we go here under slideshow, we click on custom slideshow, and then click on custom shows again.
So let's say this is just for the beginners. I want only a few slides. I don't want to go through all the fancy stuff in PowerPoint. Now I pick here on the left-hand side, I pick the slides that I want them to utilize for this presentation. Let's say they need to learn how to use online images, and then let's say I want them to know how to insert hyperlinks. And then we click here on Add, and it's going to add all of those slides to be specific for this presentation. Click on OK, and then click on Close. If I wanted to use just a custom slideshow for the PowerPoint for beginners, I go here under Slideshow and choose Custom Slideshow, and notice there is the option here for Solly using PowerPoints for beginners. Click on it, and now it will utilize only those slides that I selected that are for the beginner level for PowerPoint. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to modify the Slide Master in PowerPoint. Slide Master, it's one of the concepts that most people have difficulty with, but it's a very useful tool in modifying a whole bunch of slides in one shot without having to go through each and every one of them to change or to add an element to it. For example, here is this very bland presentation. And let's say we want to add, for every slide, we want to add a logo or an image on the bottom right here. We could do that manually, obviously, for each slide, but that takes time. So what we could do is go ahead and modify the Slide Master. So we go under View, and then go under Slide Master here, and then scroll all the way to the top, and you want to change here the Slide Master, the one that has a title, and the other subsections to it, the bulleted lists. Now this will apply to all the slides of the same kind. If we have slides in our presentation that use the title and bulleted lists, this will be applied to. However, if we are using something else that we didn't apply, let's say we have something like this where the text is sideways, and this is a different type of layout, then that's not going to apply unless we update it from here. We go to the main one over here at the very top, and then let's say on the very far right here we want to add an image. We go under Insert, we go to Pictures, we go under Online, or we could pick from our own device here. It doesn't matter. For the sake of testing, I'm going to pick Online, and then we choose, let's say, Microsoft. Pick one of the images from here, and then insert it. Then we'll resize it and place it on the bottom right of the slides. We could go and modify the title as well if we wanted to and change it from there. However, this is the master one for everything in the presentation. If we close the Slide Master, actually before we do that, we're going to put a border here right below the title. We're going to change this to use a different design. So if we go to Quick Styles here, let's say I want something like this. Notice with a shadow. Go back to the View tab and then go under Slide Master. I click on Select Slide Master and then click on Close Master View. Now, once I come back to my presentation, notice that all the slides in my presentation have an image on the bottom right. It's obviously not located proportionately there, but also the headings for every slide have this shadow. So it has been updating every single slide, and that's where the advantage of the Slide Master comes in. In this segment of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use templates in PowerPoint 2021 for Microsoft 365. You can use templates either when you open PowerPoint initially or after you are in an existing presentation and you want to start a new presentation from a template. Let's open PowerPoint here. As soon as you open this up, notice that there are various themes and templates that you can utilize. You can click on More Themes here and you get all of these different options. You can search by category for various themes. PowerPoint's related to education, charts, various diagrams, business presentations, or various infographics. So let's say we want a business presentation. So we go back here under business, just select one of those presentations. So these are just templates. So here it is. You simply insert your title, your subtitle, then you pick the content, various paragraphs. If you don't like that one, you can always go and start a new one and then pick, let's say, a different one. You can go to a bright business presentation. You're not reinventing the wheel. You can always modify it and change it however you want, adding the content and creating a very professional looking presentation. In this session of the PowerPoint tutorial, I'll go over some of the best practices for designing and presenting using PowerPoint. So here I have a quick set of slides. There are 4 steps for presenting a great presentation. First, you need to plan your presentation and design it well, then prepare the content for it, and then practice it, and then present it to your audience. Now, part of the best practices for design would be that it's best to always fill out the outline first. You begin with the outline. It doesn't matter, it doesn't have to look fancy to start with. You want to make sure that the idea, the key points flow throughout your presentation. You don't want to spend hours on your presentation and still stuck on slide number 1 because you are very particular about your layout of the slides. And then the next one is to keep in mind that the words on the slides need to be size 24 font or larger. Some of the projectors may have issues, they may not display the content correctly, and so, but you want to make sure that the font is readable when presenting. The third component here is to limit the number of words that you put on a page. So you don't want your slides to be your presentation. You don't want to read everything that you have in your slides. The point of the slides is actually to reinforce the idea, the point that you're trying to make to your audience. So some of the best practices are to avoid paragraphs, so whole paragraphs. You just want specific keywords to use succinct phrases instead of sentences. And then use also the designer feature. That's a new feature in PowerPoint 2021 as part of Microsoft 365 that gives you some great ideas on designing the presentation to look professional. The other thing is, if you're going to use bulleted lists, remember the 7x7 rules. You want to keep 7 words along for each phrase and about no more than 7 bulleted lists per page. More than that, it's going to be too much for your audience, and it's best then to start a new slide. Also, fancy is not always best. Just like here, the font that you see there in the top, it's not always the best and easy to read, particularly if you are using a projector or you have a large audience or the projector quality is poor. You also want to use color combination that makes the text easy to read. A lot of individuals, they use dark backgrounds or colorful backgrounds, and it makes the text hard to read. You also want to limit the graphics per page, 1 to 3 per page, not too many unless there is a reason for it to have more. And special effects also must have a purpose, otherwise you're just distracting the audience's attention. The idea of a presentation is to get your audience to buy whatever you're trying to sell. And when you have too many things flying from every which direction with too much animation and special effects, yes, you might be great at it, but it may not be the most effective use of them for that particular audience. Also, like I mentioned earlier, slides are designed to supplement your presentation and not be your presentation. So you want to reference content on the slides to make your point. In a nutshell, these are some of the best practices that I would suggest. This is Microsoft Access for Beginners, a complete course. As you watch this video and follow along, I promise you, this will provide you with everything you need to learn Microsoft Access. Regardless of the version of Access you are using, this video is what you need. This course makes Access easy. You will learn how Access databases work and even design one for yourself or your business. So let's get started.
Microsoft Access is a relational database software program or database management system, DBMS, that runs on Windows operating system. Some of the components are tables, queries, forms, and reports. Tables, that's where the data is stored within the database. Then the queries retrieve specific data from the tables or other queries and displays only the data that you specify. Queries allow you to ask questions about the data in your tables. For example, I want just the first name, last name, and email address. Then the form is used to enter new records in a table and to edit or delete existing records. And then the reports summarize the fields or records from a table or a query in an easy-to-read format, something that you print out to give to your manager. Now, what does all of this look like in a database? Here's a really simple database. We have a database called customer sales here, and we have a bunch of tables. In this case, we have the customer table, we have the contract table, and then invoices. Think about these as separate lists. The customer table, of course, it would have the list of customers. We have customer ID, company, first name, last name, telephone number, street address, city, state, and so on. Very similar to what we have seen in Excel. You can sort this data, you can filter it, but think of it just as a list. Besides the customers, if you're running a business, then you'd probably have different contracts or different sales. This is another example of a table, the contracts table. If we double click on it, we have the contract number, the customer ID, contract amount, the date, and then the type. And then notice we have another table called invoices. And the invoice table has the date, number, and the item, what it was for, the amount, and whether it was paid or not. The next component in a database, like I mentioned earlier, is the queries. We have the table customers. Notice we have a whole bunch of fields. The fields are those names of the columns. Let's say that we wanted to generate a list of only the first name, last name, and then let's say email address. We create what's called a query, and we'll learn how to create queries momentarily. And this is a query that I defined earlier. If I double click on it, notice I have only the first name, last name, telephone number, and email address. So think of it, the processing of a data based on a criteria. And this is an example of a form. The form is basically, instead of you going to the customer table, scrolling all the way to the bottom and entering the data manually, you'd go under the customer data entry form, for example, in a form similar or nicer than this, and enter the records. And then the final component is the reports, and reports are very similar to queries, but they are designed so that they can be printed out and that they look nicer. So these were some of the basic components of a database. The tables are where the data is stored. The queries are how the data is manipulated. The forms are how the data is updated and added onto. The reports, how the data is printed out or output. So once we open Microsoft Access, we click here on the blank database and we need to give it a name. And take note where you're saving this database. And then we have these different tabs. So home, the most commonly used functions, very similar to other applications. Then we have Create tab to create different components related to databases. For example, creating a table, creating queries, creating forms and reports. Then we have the External Data tab to get data from other systems and import it and link it into a database here in Microsoft Access. Database Tools, this is another tab where we can design the database and define the relationships. So basically any tools related to the database here for whether to repair the database, to create macros. Then we have this new tab called table tools. So table tools, this is very similar to the contextual tools in Microsoft Word or Excel, a new tab that shows up in the context of what we are doing. So right now we are creating a new table and it's giving us options for this new table. Next to it, you have also tell me what you want to do, or the tell me feature. If you wanted to learn how to use Query Wizard or how to create a new form or anything like that, you simply type in there. So for example, Query Wizard, and it just takes you directly to that option in order to learn how to perform a specific task in Microsoft Access. Databases, as I mentioned earlier, they are designed using tables. This is our first table that we are working with. Typically, the way tables and databases work is that one of the fields, by the way, these are referred to as the fields. So you'd have the ID field, the first name field, and then last name field, and so on. So the columns, we refer to them where you'll hear the term field. Then you'll also hear the term record. So you'd say, this is record 1 or record 2 or record. The record, think of it as the row. So you have more than one piece of information related to a record. For example, first name, last name, address, and so on related to that specific customer. This would be the field name. So right now it says ID. So you could change that to say customer ID. The type for customer ID needs to be a number. So notice under the data type, this is an auto number. That means that when it goes to the next customer, it'll go so from customer 1 to number 2, number 3, number 4 automatically. The data type for each field has to be specified. So the next field, we're going to make it text, and this will be first name. The next one, we're going to make this field type short text. And then the third field, the street address, and this will be text as well. The next field here, it will be city, and then the next state, and then zip. The next one, you can pick whatever other field that you're going to utilize, but take note that it can be a date field when they signed up to be your customer, or you can have an attachment for this customer. Or you could be able to post a hyperlink attachment, for example, for the picture for that customer. This step, it's referred to as the designing this table. So we are defining how the fields are going to be formatted. And by the way, the data that you enter, it has to be matching the type that you defined. The zip code has to be a number. It can't have letters in there. The other thing to keep in mind is that data, for now we're going to enter it here directly into the table, but typically it's not entered from the table itself. It's typically entered from the form of the database, and we'll learn about this shortly. Let's enter just one record here for the sake of testing. And then if we go to the next record, notice it entered the customer ID automatically. So the concept so far that we covered in this session, keep in mind when you define those fields, you need to specify the data type, and it's very important to think it through as to all the fields that you want in a table when you're designing your database. All the fields that you'd want in that particular table, they are included in there. You can add them later as well, but it causes complications. The other thing is that you need to consider categorizing the data accordingly in various categories, and then these categories, they become your tables. So for example, you want to make sure that, let's say, customer information, anything related to the customer, such as the address, the preferences, and mailing address, and that type of thing, you want to keep it in one table. Then anything related to orders, you want to keep it on the order table. The key there is to categorize information in major categories. Those categories become at least a table of some sort. And then you define the data type for each field, and then you have to make sure that whatever you enter in that field, it matches that type of data.
Also remember, as you design your database, you need to have some kind of a key differentiator between the records in your table. And the way to differ from one customer, from one record to another, is by assigning them something unique. For example, a customer ID, a unique customer ID. And those are typically referred to, that becomes your primary key. The primary key is what will differentiate between two records. Once we are done with designing our first table, you'll click on Close here on the top right of this table, and now it will ask us to give it a name to save the design along with the data that we just entered. And now notice here under the tables list here on the left hand side, we have customers information. Now to open this up, you simply double click on it and you'll be able to view it and enter new records in there as well if you need it. To change the design, you could simply click here to add additional fields. Or another method to change the design for this table is also by using the design view. So notice here under the Home tab we have View, and there are a couple of views. There's the datasheet view, what we currently are seeing and utilizing, and then you also have the design view. Let's click here on design view, and this is a more sophisticated way. It's a little bit more complicated if you're not used to working with databases, but yet it's actually a lot more powerful and a lot more useful. You can modify the structure of this table. On the left hand side you have the field name, which was the column for each column in that table that we saw earlier. So we could change the names, or we could change the data type. If you have a lot of data in your table and you go and tinker and manipulate the data type, you might most likely get an error message. So keep that in mind as you design your tables, to try to do it as best as possible in the beginning, whether it's the data type, the layout of the fields. From the design view, like I mentioned earlier, you can change the data type. So you can say, okay, under the state, I want that instead of 255 characters, I want that to be only the 2-digit abbreviated version of it. Or you can make it 40 characters long, or whatever the length of the field is. You can also change the format and the mask and all kinds of default values, and you can control all kinds of additional settings. Notice as well that you can change the order of those fields by holding down the mouse, and you can move one field above the other one as well. To add new ones, you can add them here in the bottom. And then you have to define the data type as well. So for example, this is a field for comments, so this would be long text. So you want to make sure here that the user can enter enough text. I believe that would be 64,000 characters that it will accept in that field. Once you're done with any of the design changes, click on Close, and it's going to save the structure. Typically this save option takes place only when we change the structure of it. So one of the concepts here is that if you change the structure of your table and the design of it, then it's going to prompt you to save it. Databases are designed to be used by multiple users at the same time. So once you have finalized your design, you can have however many users access and update the table at the same time and work on the same file, the same database at the same time. Next, we are going to enter some more data into this table. We're going to create a query, the form, and then we're going to create a quick report with just one table. And then furthermore, so stay tuned, we're going to create multiple tables, and we're going to link those tables together and then utilize the more intermediate functions in Access databases. In this brief video, we're going to learn how to add additional fields to a table in an Access database, and then we're going to learn how to create queries, how to create forms, and create a report based on a table in our database. We're going to also learn later how to create multiple tables and how to link those tables together and utilize additional functions in Microsoft Access. So we have our table that we designed earlier. And now we want to make a small change. As I had mentioned earlier, you don't want to make too many changes after data has been entered in the table, but this is just for demonstration purposes. So to enter a new field, we could do it a couple of ways. You could either click to add and then choose a type of field that we want to add, or go here under view and then choose the design view. We scroll all the way to the bottom here, and then let's say we want to state whether this is a new customer or not. So it's going to be a yes or no field. So we say new customer, and then we want to change this on the drop down to yes or no. Basically have a checkbox. Once we have tweaked that, you can add additional fields in there. By the way, you have under description in the design view, you have an area where you can put notes, design notes for you as a designer of this database. As we covered very briefly in the last session, each table needs to have a primary key. And the primary key can be a number. Typically it's a number, and it is what differentiates one record from another. If you have two people with the same name and the same address, in order to differentiate them, assign them a new ID. So the primary key typically in the database design here, since we are in this view, it's represented with this little golden key. If you wanted to change it to a different field and make that the primary key, you can. However, it has to be the right kind of field. If you changed it to this one, then that means that there can be no two people with the same name on that table. You want to make sure that you set the primary key on the correct field. And that's why it's a number that is generated by either the system or you assign it manually, but that number has to be unique. So I'm going to make this back as the primary key. And now let's suppose that we are done with the design. We can click on close, save the design changes, and now let's learn how to create a form. Forms typically are utilized for entering data. You could enter the data in here, but if you have a lot of fields, those columns, and you have a lot of data, it's not the most user-friendly interface to enter new data. So therefore, what we can go under the Create tab, and you want to create what's called a form. The forms, you can create them from scratch, you can design them from here, or you can use the form wizard. And I'd recommend that you utilize the form wizard. It's much simpler, much easier to do this. Go under form wizard, pick what fields you want to include in that form. By the way, you can design multiple forms based on the same table. You're basically saying, I want to feed data only for first name, last name, and address, and you give access to a specific individual to just that form, while other individuals may have access to update more areas of your database. We are just picking the fields that we want. You can pick them one at a time, or you can add all the fields by clicking on this double arrow icon, and then click on Next. Choose how you want your form to be displayed and organized, then click on Next, and then you give it a name. And then open the form to view or enter the information, or open to modify the design even further. Click on Finish. It's displaying the first record that we had entered already in our table. Also keep in mind that you can design this form, and we'll learn about changing the design of forms later. For now, we're just learning about the basic concept of how forms work in a database and how they relate to tables. The form serves to display information that is already stored in the tables, or to enter new records. So if I click Add a new blank record, we leave the customer ID alone, and then we just fill in the information. If we go to the next record, stored what we just entered, and then you can just create a new one and keep on doing this. So typically, it's the forms that you use to enter data and look up information. Your users do not really need to touch the tables in entering data. And we open the table. Notice that I have now Jim Smith, my new customer that I entered through the form. To modify this form, click here under View and then choose Layout View, and you can resize this stuff if you need it to. The other method to modify the view of this form is by clicking here on View, just like we used the design view To modify the design of the table, we can use the design view to modify the design of our form. So if we click on design view, here is where you can change in a more precise way the design of this. Here you could actually go and say, instead of first name without the space, put the space in there. You can format that to be in bold and change the design. Additionally, from this view, it's the ones in white. So you don't want to change this wording here to put it a space. That's the code that links to the table. It's going to pull from that first name field on the actual table. If you right click in here, go to properties in the bottom and notice that the control source, so it's pulling the data from the customer information table and it's pulling from the field first name. Then once you're all set, close this, save the changes to it. And then if we go back to our form, first name here, it's in bold. Now let's create a quick query. So if we go here to our table and we click on create, here under the query wizard, let's say we want the first name, last name, and then the street address and the city and a zip code. Then we click on next, click on finish, and notice we got only what we requested. It's listing all the customers by first name, by last name, street address, city, and zip. The concept to keep in mind here is that there is no data stored within this query itself. The data is still stored in the table. The query just stores the parameters of what our criteria is. To run this query, all you have to do is you double click here on the query and it pulls the data. If we were to go and change data for a specific customer, and I'm entering this using the form, now if I go and run this query, notice I have customer 4 listed. You can create as many queries as you want, whatever options that you want. You know, the manager might say, I need to know how many sales you did today. So you could say, okay, give me all the customers, give me all the items that were sold, but based on a specific day of the week. Next, in this session, we are going to learn how to create a report. It's very similar to queries, but the queries are displaying the data in a very Excel-like worksheet. The reports are designed to look nicer so that you can print them out and hand them over to somebody. So to create a report, go under the Create tab, and then you want to go under Reports and Report Wizard. So here you're picking what table you want to pull the report from. Notice that you can pull a report from queries as well. So the reports are built from tables or from queries. For now, we're going to use it directly from the table. And then we say, I want the customer ID, first name, last name, and the street address, whatever else that you want here. And then click on Next. Choose how to sort those customers, let's say by first name, or by last name, or by customer ID. And you click on Next, click on Finish. And here we have the report called Customer Information. Notice it's slightly more visually pleasing, and you can also adjust the design of this by going to the Layout view and then resize those fields accordingly. Now typically the numbers here, this number sign, that means that it does not fit in that field, so you need to resize this. The other method to adjust the design of this is by going here under View and then go under Design View. Now when we are done with this report, we close it. Since we tinkered with the design, just click on Save to save it. Close the other elements as well. And then go under Customer Information. This is our report. And that's the data that it's pulling from the table. Now in this session, we are going to learn how to create additional tables in our Microsoft Access database. Typically, an Access database will have more than one table. For this tutorial, you should have access to a link to download the working files. The working file is a zip file. You need to double click on it after you have downloaded it, and then you want to click on Extract All. Once you extract them all, take note where it's going to extract this stuff. Click on Extract, and then you'll see 3 files in there. So we'll utilize those 3 files to build an Access database, or to basically build 3 additional tables by importing the data from those files. In order for us to get a better understanding of how Microsoft Access works, if we had to enter the data manually, it would take us a very long time. So we're going to build 3 tables. One of them is going to be based on customers, like the contact information for our customers. The next one is listing the contracts for those customers. And then a third table is going to be the invoices. 2 of those pieces of data are in Microsoft Excel, so it looks like this. And you can have that data in Microsoft Excel already in a system of some sort. So basically we have the customer, the company, first name, last name, and the information related to the customer. Notice the customer ID is a unique number. Then the contract list, you have the contract number, the customer ID, contract amount, and then you also have this invoices list. And I have this on purpose here as a text file because you can import data from a CSV file or a comma separated values file. And this is what that would look like. So you have the different values, invoice, and all the fields are separated by commas. That's why it's CSV, because of the comma separated values. And then notice that each value, it's in quotes. We'll learn how to import this into Microsoft Access database and create 3 tables from these. So in this session, we're going to learn how to create tables in an Access database by importing the data from another system. We'll import the actual data and also the design for the tables in one shot from those systems to save us time. You can import the data into an existing table in Microsoft Access as long as the fields, these columns, and also the data type matches from the external file with your current design in Microsoft Access. Since we are starting understanding the concepts using Microsoft Access, we're going to bring both the design, because I hope you understand how to design the table and the fields and by what we have covered so far. If you wanted to do this on your own, design a table, if you wanted to bring it into an existing design, you'd have to take, let's say, the customer list, and when you design your table in Microsoft Access, when you go to those fields here in the design view, those fields have to match. So you have customer ID here from your Excel file or external system. It needs to match along with the data type. Then you'd have to have another field in here called company, and you'd have to create that. Then first name, last name, telephone number, street address, all of those have to be in exactly the same order if you're going to use an existing table in Microsoft Access. In our case, we are not going to use the existing table, so we're going to create a new table by importing the data from an external data file. So here's how it works. We go under external data, and then since we know that our data file was an Excel file, we can go here under Excel, and then we go and locate that file that we extracted earlier from the working files. Go here under Browse, go under the working files, and notice we have here customer list. Click on Open, and then we want to import the source data into a new table in our current database. If we wanted to add just the data, then we'll choose the Append option here to just simply add it to the existing table. You can also link it to an external table or external data there as well, but that's beyond the scope of this tutorial for now. So we are going to click on Import Data to create a new table. We click OK. This is our worksheet. This is what's in that table. Then we click on Next. And then this is very important. This is where a lot of users get lost. So we want to choose the first row contains the headings. So the first row in our Excel spreadsheet had, for example, the field names, customer ID, company, field name, last name. So this is just that label. That's what we are telling the system, that that's what that is. Then we click on Next. And then here we say you can now specify about each item that you're imported. Select the fields below. And do you want to allow duplicates, yes or no?
Now, typically in a database, for example, for the customer ID, we don't want to allow duplicates. So you'd say no duplicates. In our case, we're just bringing this to play with so that we minimize any issues, and we'll just leave it alone. Now, the data type here, it says that it's going to be short text. Typically, you want to make sure that your customer ID, it's actually a number field. We can change that at this point and say the number. So it would be, typically it would be a double here that you choose the data type. For the sake of keeping it simple, I'm going to leave this as short text. Then we click on next. Now it says, do you want to choose the primary key? Notice it's trying to create a new one for you. You could create this manually or automatically here. The system will create it for you. Or you can go and say, no, I'll use my own key because I already have the customer ID here. However, keep in mind, it cannot have two records with the same customer ID. So you need to be sure that the data that you're bringing in from an external system to create this new database, it actually does not have any duplicates in it. Then we click on next. So our name for this table, we'll call it customers. And then click on finish. Click on close. And now you have another table, and if you double click on it, you have all of those customers. There are 38 of them. The table now, it has the field names on the very top, and it also has the various fields, such as the email field and all that type of thing. If you needed to create additional fields, then you simply can go here under the Home tab, and you could go and add a new field. So if you wanted, for example, a field called comments, it's going to add it, and then you choose the type. So we're going to make the comments field to be a long text, and then we close the design. And now if we go back to customers, you'll notice that you have another field called comments. So that's how you create a table by importing the data from an Excel file. Let's create another table, a contacts table. So again, we go here under external data, we go under Excel, and then we choose the file that we want to import. We're actually going to get the contact list. We're going to create a new table along with a structure for that table from your external data file, from our Excel file, and then we click OK, go next. The first row has the actual information. Next. Then the contract number. Then we click on next. Then you want to make sure that you're choosing your own primary key and you're making the contract number as the primary key. Then we click on next, and then we just say this is going to be called the contacts table. Click on finish, click on close, and now if we close this, we'll have contracts and customers. And notice there are 65 contracts at this point. And then we also have the customers. Now in this next session, we're going to learn how to import data or how to create a table by importing data from a CSV file. In this session, we're going to learn how to create a third table, including the structure, from a CSV file in Microsoft Access. We have this invoices list. We're going to create a table called invoices, and that data, that's comma separated values. So to create a new table, we go here under external data, and we want to import the data from a text file. So we click on next, locate wherever our file is, and notice it's under my working files, and this would be also on your working files if you expanded it. We choose invoices list, we click on open, then click OK, and then we want to tell the system here that this is a delimited type of data file, which the values are separated by a comma. And you'll know that when you receive the file from whatever system there. Then we click on next, choose comma. First row contain the field name. So make sure you select this one. If you skipped it, go back and try to follow it. So we want comma. First row contains the field names. Click on next. And then we leave these the way they are for now. Click on next. Then make sure you choose your own primary key, and the invoice number is going to be the primary key. Next, and then this is going to be invoices. And then click on finish.
So now we have an additional table here. In this new table, it's called Invoices. Notice one key aspect here. If we go to Customers, we have here Customer ID. This will be our primary key for this table. So even if we went over here under Design View, notice Customer ID has this golden key. So that's our unique identifier for this table. Now, if you go to another table, so if we go, for example, to Contracts, and open this up and go under Design View, notice that contract number is the unique identifier for this table. Anytime you're designing a new table, that table has to have some kind of unique identifier or primary key. This table also has another field called Customer ID. And the Customer ID here, we saw it that it was the primary key for the Customers table that we saw earlier. It was on this one. What that means is that for the table contracts, the primary key is contract number. That's the main differentiator. And now customer ID is what's called a foreign key. Basically, it will give us the option to link customer ID from this table to the customer's table with customer ID field. In a database, in a relational database, the tables are linked together using primary and foreign keys. The foreign key is the common field between two tables. It's that field that is the secondary. It's not the primary key on that second table. So, for example, here we are saying we have a contract with this number, but then this contract is associated with a customer of a specific number. So if we go here under, for example, customer 1105, and we go here under contracts, and we see 11005, that's saying that this contract 3033 belongs to customer 11005. The concept to remember is when you're designing this, you need to design also for foreign keys, the common field that will connect one table to the other. And we'll learn how to connect those tables in a moment. Even if you went here under Invoices, you'll notice that the Invoices has an invoice number. That's a primary key. But then you have a contract number, which will eventually connect to the contract number from the contracts table. In the Invoices table, so the primary key is this one, but then this is the foreign key for this table. So primary keys and foreign keys are two very important concepts that play an important role when you're designing the database because they'll need to be linked together. And that's what we'll learn in the next session here. We'll learn how to link the tables using the primary keys and the foreign keys. In this session, I will demonstrate how to link tables in a Microsoft Access database. A relational database like Microsoft Access requires that the tables are linked. And typically, the key component for linking tables in a database is the proper design of the tables to start with. And typically, what you want to do is that you want to have the primary keys and the foreign keys properly defined in the tables. Before I further explain this, I'm going to clean up our database here. So I'm going to first delete this table that has nothing to do with what we are planning to do in the next couple minutes. I'm going to delete these queries as well. By the way, you don't want to do this on a real database unless you're sure that you want to delete these. And at this point, we have three tables. So we have the customers table, we have the invoices table, and the contracts table. We have the primary key for customer ID. This is the primary key for this table. And then under contracts, we have the primary key being the contract number. And then the foreign key, it's the customer ID, which is supposed to match with the customer ID, which is the primary key on the customers table. And then the same way under invoices, we have the invoice number, which is the primary key for the invoices table. But then the contract number, which is the foreign key, goes to match with the primary key of the contracts table. As you design the database, you need to factor in and plan on what the foreign keys are going to be and how the tables are going to be linking with one another when it comes time to link them. And this has to be done during the design process. Now, at this stage,
we need to close the tables. We need to go here under Table Tools, and then we're going to define the relationships. So we go here under Relations, choose to add the Customers table, we choose to add the Contracts table, and then the Invoices table, and then close this. You can even organize them any way you want. You want to organize them fairly logically if you can, so that you see the structure depending on how you organized your database. To link those tables together, notice we have customer ID from the customers table, and we have the foreign key in the contracts for the contracts table. So what you do is you click on customer ID from the main table and you drag it and you hold the mouse directly on customer ID on the contracts table here. And then you let it go. Now at this point, notice it's saying it's going to use the customers table linking to customer ID in the contracts table. It's going to be a relationship of one-to-many. What that means is that you can have one customer with multiple contracts, and that's hopefully what you want. If you have a small business, you want multiple contracts from the same customer. You could also enable what's called referential integrity. I'm not going to check it for now to keep this simple, but that means that if you deleted a customer, you're probably never going to have that customer again, then you want to delete also their contracts. That's what their referential integrity is. It's going to do a cascade update and cascade delete. If you remove the main source, it's going to remove the items that follow with it. If a student drops from college, you want to drop also the courses and things of that nature. Then here we click on Create, and notice that you have a line between the two. Now we have the contracts primary key could link with the foreign key from the invoices table. So we want to say from invoices, we want to drag this to the foreign key from the invoices table. Again, the same idea, contract number to contract number, one-to-many relationships. That means that you can have multiple invoices for the same contract. That's what that means. And by the way, you can move this however it makes most sense to you. If for some reason you chose the wrong thing, notice that they have to match here. Customer ID has to be under customer ID. It can't be linked to a different field. If for some reason you had it improperly matched, you can right click or select it once, and then you can choose either edit relationship or simply delete. And then if you want to delete it, you say yes. Now it's disconnected. And then you can redo it again. So you just drag here customer ID to customer ID and then click on Create again, and now you'd have it the way you wanted it. Once you're all set with this, you need to click on Close, and that's where the system is going to save these links between the tables. Because unless these tables are linked together, we cannot get data from one table to the other. And when we link these tables through this relationship, that we can actually go and say, I want, for example, a query here or a report of some sort that I want the first name, last name, and then I want the contract number, and then I want the amount and the date and the contract type. That's when you can kind of cross and pull the data from multiple systems. Then we click here on Close. And then it's going to ask us to save the relationship. Here we say yes, and now the relationship has been defined, and now we can actually create queries, we can create reports, we can create forms to pull data from multiple tables. So this is where the beauty of Microsoft Access actually takes place. Let's very briefly learn, just for the sake of testing it, how to create a quick query on pulling data from two or more tables just before I finish this section, so that you get an understanding of how the relationship connection between the tables, what the advantage is. So if we were to look customers, notice I have the customers table, but I don't really have any contract information for this customers table. And if I go to contracts, I have only contract information, but I don't really have any customer information other than this ID. So now what we want to do is we want to pull the customer information and the contract information and have it displayed a certain way. So here's how it works. You go here under Create,
and then you go under Query Wizard. And then we click on OK. And then we want to pull first from the table customers. Notice that we have 3 choices where we can choose from. So we choose customers. It's just a matter of whatever we want here. So we say, I want the first name, the last name, and then let's say I'm interested now from that table, I'm interested on only these 2 fields. The next thing that I want is I want to go under contracts, and then I want to pull a contract number, the contract amount. I don't care for the customer ID because I know I have their first and last name already. And then I want to see the date and the type of the contract. So notice it's about 6 fields here from 2 tables. Now I click on next, and then click on next again. And now we give it a meaningful name. So whenever you're defining the queries, you want to define it with a meaningful name. Contracts by first and last name. Click on finish. And now we have a new query created, and now we have the data, first name and last name, and the contract number, and then the amounts, the date, and the type. So notice, so we pulled the data from 2 tables. From here you can create all kinds of other things, whether it's reports or new queries or forms, and we'll cover those in the next few sessions. One other thing before I finalize this session, and I should have mentioned it earlier, is that in order for you to link those tables correctly, you need to make sure that the fields that are going to be linked through the relationship are of the same data type. And this is where a lot of users get frustrated because this does not work. What that means is that on the customers table, when you go to design your table, you need to make sure if that is a number field, if it's numbers, you need to make sure that this customer ID over here on the next table in the foreign key, it's actually a number field as well. It's the same type of field. Again, here, the contract number on this table, in the contracts table, that needs to match exactly of the same data type. Otherwise, they will not link and you'll get errors on your linking. And more concretely, you can see that in my case, if I go here to design view for the customers table, I have it under customer ID, I have it a short text field. Typically, it's not going to be a short text. You want that to be a number, an auto number typically. I'm not going to change it right now, but typically it's an auto number and needs to match number and auto number. They can be used as one type of data, so that's fine. But you just need to be sure they match. So in my case, I have short text here. And if I go to my next table under contracts, if you look for my customer ID, it's going to be short text as well. That's why I didn't run into any problems. So those can be numbers or auto numbers, but they have to match on both corresponding tables. Remember that in your design, and it will save you a lot of frustration. So that's how defining the relationships in an Access database works. And it's one of the key aspects of designing a database successfully. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a compound form to input data between 2 or more tables in Access. So once we have linked the tables and defined the relationships in a database, then you can do a lot of wonderful things and you can enjoy working with Microsoft Access. Forms can be created either on an individual table. For example, if I go create and I go under Form Wizard, and let's say I want customers and I want to create a new form for all my customers, click on next, and then next, and then next again. So there's my form for the customers. So this is a simple form in Microsoft Access. To create a compound form, and by the way, the form now has been saved here under Forms, Customers, go under Create here, go under Form Wizard, and then we choose Customers. Let's say I want everything from my customers table, and then I want also data from our contracts table. And here under the contracts, I want to make sure I have the contract number. I don't need the customer ID because it's going to be in the customers table. Then the contract amount, and then the signing date, and then the type as well. And then click on next. Since our customers are going to have more than one contract, It's a one-to-many relationship. We want to organize it by customer. So we have customer 1, and then you can see 3 or 4 contracts. Customer 2, 1 contract or 5 contracts or 15 contracts or whatever they have. And then we leave everything else alone and then click on Next. Then we click on Next again, and then we give it a name. Click on Finish. So you have the customer on the top, their customer information. But then right below this customer, we also have the orders or the contracts. You could go and add new contracts if you wanted here. So you could have, so now for this customer, we have a new contract created as well. So use it to look up customers and their information, or you can use it to update new contracts or new orders related to that customer. Or notice you have also these controls here, so you can go from one customer to the next. And by the way, you'd have to adjust this. So if you click here on customer, on the customer area, now we can go from one customer to the next and so on. If we want to go from one order to the other and add new orders, you have also those controls for this subform. This form is a mechanism to enter new data, view data. You have the main form, which is contracts by customer, but then right below it you have the subform, which is pulling from the contracts table. So we have the data from 2 tables being displayed at the same time. And then you have the main controls for the main table over here, and you can create new records as well if you need it by using this button right here. And then in the bottom you have the actual orders or the contracts for the customers. To update data in here, whether you want to change to add new comments, or whether you want to add new forms or new customers. All the data that we enter from here gets stored in tables. So if we go here under customers, we should have this new customer that we just entered. Earlier in this tutorial, I created a form called Contracts by Customer. This is what it looks like so far, and the purpose of this session is how to customize this form. There are 3 different views for customizing anything in Microsoft Access. Here on the left-hand side, you have the layout view, and then you have also the design view. You can customize this and make it smaller or bigger, or however you want to resize this. So let's say you want to make the text there formatted slightly different, and you have the formatting tools, and basically change it however you want, very similar to Microsoft Word. Now the next thing that you might want to do here is that you don't really need this customer ID data so big, so you can resize it, and we are doing this by using the layout view. The next one is go through each field here and customize this to your liking. Additionally, you can change the formatting for this so it will be a little bit easier to read. You want to make sure that you adjust only the stuff here on the left and not elsewhere. Since we are formatting this and changing the layout view, notice that we have the form layout tools. These are the contextual tools related to this form in Microsoft Access. We have these different tabs here that you can change and tweak and such. But one of the cool things here is that you can apply themes. Instead of you spending all afternoon tweaking this and changing this, probably the width of these fields, customize them manually as far as the colors and such. What you could do is you can go and simply apply one of those themes. Pick from one of those themes and notice it's going to change the design, whether it's the font or whether it's other components related to this form. So pick one of those themes and then further adjust it. And then notice that you have also various color schemes here that you can apply. Didn't change too much, but you get the idea. And then you can apply also the different fonts as well. So that's one way to customize this. If you wanted to tinker and insert images, you can utilize this and you add logos. And then you could click Property Sheet, and this tells us where this field is linked to. It controls the linking to the table itself. So for example, right here it says that it's linked to the comments field on the customers table. And then notice there are lots of controls you can change. This is one way to customize this form. The next way to customize it is going into the design view, and this is another mechanism. So I'm going to save these changes first. This is a little bit more in depth. It shows the data where it's linked behind the scenes with what fields, and you can line things exactly the way you want them appropriately and all that type of thing. Notice that you can change colors and alternate rows, and you can resize stuff, move things around. But in a nutshell, that's how you customize it. You customize it by going through these different views that we just went over here. Once you're all set with a design, then you can close your design, save the changes, and then open it up again, and it should have applied the changes that we made. You want to make this forms as nicely as you can so that your staff that is utilizing these forms is actually using them effectively, and also it's pleasant and easy for them to enter the data. Keep in mind that you can create more than one form based on the data. So if one of your assistants needs access to only a couple pieces of data, then you create a form specifically for them. And for others, you create a more complete form. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to search for records by a specific field via a form in a Microsoft Access database. Supposedly this is our form, and we have contracts by customer, and keeping track of your customers and also keeping track of orders. You can pull up the information by using a variety of methods here, by using any of these fields. Click on a field, let's say searching by customer ID. Click on the field here, click on find, and then type the customer number. So for example, 11040, then click on find next, and then notice we have that specific customer in here. The other thing that you can do is searching, let's say, by first name or by some other field. So I'm going to go back here, and let's say by first name, you can click on the field and then choose Michael. Find, and you can have this over here as well, and there is Michael Ingram, phone number and information related to that specific user. Then you can find additional ones if needed as well. So notice there are 2 records with that. You can also filter the records by a specific field. So let's say you wanted all the records to be displayed, the customers that start with the name, first name Michael. So you can select it here and go under filter, and then notice you have all the different options. So you can uncheck them all and then pick what you want. Let's say Jessica here. I'm not sure that there is more than one Jessica, but let's say Jessica and John, and then I'm going to uncheck Michael here. Now notice there are 3 filtered results that showed up, and we can go from one to the other. 2 customers with the name John here. Keep in mind, whenever you have filtered stuff, it's going to display only what you filtered by, and then this field right here where it says filtered, it's going to be highlighted. You can do that with any of those fields by either searching and finding records from up here, or by filtering from this option over here. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create queries from multiple tables in an Access database. We'll create those queries using the query wizard, and then in the next session, we'll do the advanced query method. In order for us to create queries from multiple tables, we need to first make sure that the tables have been linked via these relationships here. So you can check that from the database tools and then relationships, and you should see these links. And notice that we have the customers table, which is linked to the contracts table. Let's say that we want to create a listing, or a query as the technical term is, of the customer ID, the first name, last name, street address, and then the city, zip, state. And then we want to also list the contract information for these customers. So here's how we do that. We'll close this first. And now we go here under Create, Query Wizard, and then click on OK. And then we are going to go first to Customers. We're going to pick Customer ID, first name, last name, street address, city, zip. And then we go to the next table. Here we go under Contracts. And then we'll pick up the contract number, and then the amount, date, and type.
click on next, and then click on next again. And then here we could have some kind of meaningful name, and then finish. Notice at this point we have the list with the data that we requested, customer first name, last name, and the data has been pulled from both tables. If we save this, now we can go and create one for invoices. So let's say we want to see the contracts and how many invoices remain to be paid. We go here under Query Wizard, and then go under Simple Query Wizard again, and we can do this with two other tables. So we can go under Contracts, we can get the contract number, and then we can go under Invoices, and then pick the invoice number, the date, and whether it was paid or not, and then next. Give it a meaningful name, click on Finish, and here we have the contract number, the customer ID, the contract amount, date, the type, the invoice specific number, the date that the invoice was issued, and whether the invoice was paid. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to utilize the query design. So far in our Access tutorial, we have learned how to use the query wizard in defining and designing a query. In most cases, a more effective way to utilize queries is to use a query design. To utilize the query design, we click here on Query Design icon, and then you pick the tables that you want to work with initially. So in our case, tables have been linked by using the relationship module that we saw earlier. Pick the tables that we want to utilize, and then click on OK. Typically, the relationship looks like this. So we have customers, then we have contracts, then we have invoices. The way it works is that you have these tables here with all the different fields from each table. And you pick specific fields from each table, and you're creating a new query. So for example, we want here first name, last name, and let's say the invoice number. And typically you can either double click on these fields that you want to add to the query down below, or you can simply drag these fields down here like we did a moment ago. If you double click on this asterisk sign, it will insert all the fields that are part of that table. Now here we want, for example, the invoice number, the contract number, and I'm double clicking at this point, the item, and the amount. And then we want also whether it was paid or not. Now you can run this and see what it looks like. Notice you have the first name, last name. Actually, they are kind of backwards. You can readjust that. We can go back and readjust it. And we have invoices paid or not. If we want to tweak this query again, we go here under Design Mode and go into Design View and then tweak this again. So if we wanted, for example, first name to be first, simply drag this to the left. And once we move the fields the way we want or customize this view the way we want, then we can run this again. And now notice first name is in the beginning, and then you have last name and so on. Notice as well, if we go back here to the design view, you can define the sorting order, you can define specific criteria, and that's what we'll learn next. Notice also there are additional parameters that you can utilize here, and we'll cover these shortly as well, such as the query builder and the totals field. In this session, I'm going to briefly demonstrate how to utilize criteria, how to define the criteria within a query using the query design. Let's say we have this query called Invoices and Contracts. Actually, we have not named this yet. It's query number 1. We go here under Query Design View. And now let's say that we wanted to see, for example, only the invoices that have not been paid. If we go under the Invoices table, and notice here that this is a yes or no field to enter a criteria, so we see only the invoices that have not been paid. We go here under the Design View. Here under Invoices Paid, notice there is an option for criteria. There is a row here that we can put a criteria for this specific field. So we want to display only the invoices that have not been paid. In that case, we want to display those that meet the criteria for no. So we simply have to put no in there. And now click somewhere else outside of this area and then run this query. Now notice it's displaying only those that have not been paid. If we wanted to display the text here, whether yes or no, or invoices paid, or with the wording no next to it, just to be sure, make sure that it has the check mark right here. Now if we go and run it again, notice it says invoice paid no, and it's displaying only those. If we want to hide that field, we go back to the design view and then just take out the check mark and then run it again, and it will not display it. So that's how you insert a criteria within a query using the query design. Now you can have multiple criteria as well. If we run this query, notice that there are invoices ranging from $1,000 to more than $30,000. So let's say we want to see only the invoices that have not been paid of greater than $10,000. So to insert that criteria, we go back to the query design, and then under the amount for the criteria, we want to put them so that both criteria would be met. We say greater than, equal 10,000. And then click anywhere outside of this field and then run this. So we are saying we want the criteria, all of these fields, plus the amount needs to be greater than or equal to 10,000, and then the invoice needs to be not paid. We run this, and now notice we have all these invoices displayed. We could sort this, and we can go back here to the design view again and customize this further. So under the sorting criteria, we say we want to sort this in descending order. We want to see the largest amounts first, followed by the smallest ones. So notice we are doing 3 things so far. Click on run again, and now notice the $105,000 invoice comes first, and then the rest are following that. Then if we go back to the design view, we could even insert as many criteria as you want, and I hope you get the idea. So you could sort, for example, by a specific zip code or by a specific city and so on. Under city, for example, if I wanted to add an additional field and I want to insert it right there, just simply drag it in there, and then we could have various criteria. So right now I don't have any criteria by city, and if I run it, notice it's just going to display the city. But let's say that I want the city Lansing or Holland. So I want to display those 2 cities. Now in my case here, I can go back to the design view and I'll enter 2 criteria. So one of them will be Lansing. Now you have to type that correctly, and I can say or Holland. So it could be either one of them, and then run them. Notice it is displaying only the city Lansing or Holland, but then notice that the criteria is not quite what we were expecting earlier. Notice that we have 2,500, so it's no longer just 10,000 or more. The reason for that is because we have here in our criteria stating that the criteria could be Lansing greater than 10,000 and invoice is not paid, or anything from the city called Holland. So we either have to move this up here or utilize the criteria either or that we were using earlier. But then keep in mind that it's not going to apply. So we have to put them like this with the or here, and then the additional 2 criteria. Then we run it, and notice these are the only clients that have not paid their invoices yet with the greater than 10,000 balance, and only Lansing or Holland just for those 2 cities. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the query design and also define calculated fields or have calculated fields as part of the query design. Let's assume that we have a bunch of customers, they have not paid their invoices, and we want to calculate a late fee. So part of our query, we want to display what the late fee calculation would be. We go here under the query design, and then first thing we need to pick the tables that we want to utilize. So let's say we want customers, then we want contracts, and then let's say we wanted the invoices. So I'm just going to list those 3 tables that we are utilizing at this point,
but in reality I'm going to use only customers and invoices in this case. So we want the first name, I'm double clicking on them, last name, and then let's say you wanted the street address, city, state, and zip. And then we want also the invoice number, the date, the item, the amount, and then whether it was paid or not. I'm going to resize this. I'm just dragging it up so we can see this a little bit easier. And now if I go and run this query, notice it's going to display the data that we picked. However, it's not filtering yet, or it's not giving us only the unpaid invoices. To fix that, we go under Design View again, and then we go under Invoices, we say Not Paid. So whether it was paid under the criteria, notice the criteria row here, we say no. The next thing that we want to do, and by the way, if we run this again, notice it will be displayed. Now, if we go back, we want to create a new field that will say late payment. And then part of that field, we want it to calculate what the late payment would be. So the way you do that is by clicking on this option that is called Builder. So we want to build a new calculated field. We click on Builder. So first I selected the new field where we want to do this, and then secondly we want to utilize the Builder function. Before we can utilize the Builder function, it's best to save this query first. So we could say, just click on the X here on the top right, and we'll say yes. Then we'll call this late fees, and then click OK. We go back to the late fees, and we run this query. Then we go under the Design View. By the way, you could right click on it and choose Design View as well to get to it. And then we scroll all the way to the empty new field here, and then we want to click on Builder. On Builder, by the way, once you save it, notice we have all these fields right here under the expression categories. That's basically telling us that these are all the fields that are being utilized as part of this query. So all that we have to do is we click on the invoice amount and double click on it. And notice it's putting it in brackets. And then we do the multiplication. So we want to say the amount multiplied by some kind of percentage. So you could say it's 5% late fee for any unpaid invoices past 30 days or whatever. So then you do that by times 0. Or as part of your database, you could design another field in there or column to say late fee, like how much the late fee would be. And then in that way, you don't have to enter the 0.5 manually. You could just multiply the late fee, multiply it by the actual amount of the invoice. In our case, we're just going to do it this slightly manually. So we have the invoice amount times 0.5, and then we click on OK. Now we click OK, and then notice now it enters all kinds of codes here. Now instead of you choosing to have that as expression 1, we could have that called late fee. And then run this, and now notice if you scroll to the right, you have the invoice was not paid, it's $12,000, and the late fee is $600. And it has calculated this, by the way, for all the amounts. Let's say we want to format this in currency, in dollar amounts. We can do that as well, and we go back here under Design View, and then the amount here, if you click on the actual field and go under Property Sheet here on the top, or you could right click and choose Property, and then under the Format, we want to click on the drop down here, and we want to choose the currency. And then you can even choose the decimal places, let's say 2 decimal places. Close the property sheet. If you run this again, notice that the late fee will be in currency. Now we save this, and then at any point for any of the customers, as you enter and change data, this will be generated automatically. In this video, I'm going to demonstrate how to create reports and customize reports in Microsoft Access. So in this case, we have a database with 3 tables. And if you wanted to learn more as to how to work with an Access database, please refer to the previous videos on this tutorial. So we have three tables. We have a contracts table. Let's assume we have contracts for customers. Then we have a customers table. And then we have an invoices table. We also have those tables linked together, which is a common feature of an Access database or any of the relational databases. So you'll see that we have those tables linked together. And if you want to learn more about these, you can check the previous tutorials as well. And now we can create reports based on each one of those tables individually, or we can create reports by pulling data from multiple tables. For example, if we wanted customer ID from the customers table and the first name and last name from the customers table, then we can also pull, for example, the contract number, amount, and signing date and the contract type, because those two tables are linked together. So let's learn how to do this. To create a report, we need to go here under Create tab, and then we can click here under Reports, and notice we have this whole section with reports. So we can create using the design option, the blank report, start from scratch, or we can use the report wizard. If you're just starting with the databases, I would suggest that you start with the report wizard, as that is going to be the simplest way for you to learn how to do this. So we go here under Report Wizard, and then pick the first table that you want to pick the fields from. So in our case, we go to the Customers table, and let's say we want the first name, the last name, and let's say we want the street address, the city, zip, state, and email. Now in our first instance, we are going to simply create a report just from one table so that we get the idea, and then we are going to pull the data from multiple tables. So we go here under Next, and then we choose how do we want to group those, if we wanted to create groupings of those customers. In our case, for now, we're just going to leave this alone. And then we click on Next. So we are going to just say we want to sort them by first name. Then you can also choose additional sorting criteria as well, subsequent ones. Typically, the first option here is going to take priority, then it's going to go to the second priority, and so on. So we click on Next, and then it's going to create the report in the tabular format, and then you can also choose whether you want the orientation to be portrait or landscape. If it's a lot of fields that you're going to have in your table, it's best probably to choose landscape. But for now, with the number of fields that we have, we just can create it using the portrait view. And then we give it a name. You can call this whatever we want, customer list, and then it's going to give us a preview of this report. We click on Finish here, and notice the preview has been created. If I close it here on the right hand side, now notice under Reports I have a new customer list report. If I double click on it, notice I can see all those customers here. Now you'd say, well, it's kind of cutting here the email field on the right hand side. How can I change that? How can I customize that? You can do this in a couple ways. As soon as we have selected the report, we can click on View, and you can change it to the layout view and simply resize the fields. So that's one way to do it. So notice I'm just readjusting the width of those fields. Notice you need to adjust the labels here on the top as well. I'm pressing here Ctrl A to select everything. And we can also go here under Format, and we can change, for example, the font for this to be a smaller size. If you wanted to change the heading of this, you can go here and double click on the heading and then customize this any way that you want. So that's one easy way to customize this report that we just created. Also under the Design tab, you also have these design themes. So if I wanted to apply a different look to this, I can apply one of those themes. Now to go back to the normal view for this report, we go here under View and then Report View, and it has been modified with the changes that we applied earlier. Another way to customize your report is also to utilize the design view. So you go here under design view after we have selected our report, and this is kind of more complex. And again, notice it says page header. If I wanted to move this field a little bit farther to the left and adjust the width and such, again, these are the labels. Notice I can do them more precisely from here. So you can adjust the width of those fields here, and you get the idea at this point. Now these would be just the labels on the top, and these would be the actual fields in the bottom. Notice you can also adjust the footer, what will show up as at the bottom of the report. So let's assume that I didn't need the email field. You can simply press delete from here and delete both the label and the actual field. The bottom stuff here, it's actually the field from the table that it's linking to the table. And then we can close this report top, save the changes, and now double click on the report again, and notice we do not have that field for the email. Also, if you wanted to see a preview of this, you can click here on the top left and choose print preview, and this is how our report will look. And at this point, let's also learn how to add a field to an existing report. So let's assume that this is our report, and then somehow we missed adding the email field to an existing report. Of course, we could create something from scratch. However, in certain cases, your report might be fairly complicated and you want to add another field or a couple fields. So here's how you add the other fields to it. You can right-click on the report and choose Design View, or you can go up here under View, under the Home tab, and choose Design View. So you'll kind of want to do this from the Design View. On the right-hand side, or on the very top here, notice how it says Add Existing Fields. So you can click here on Add Existing Fields. So notice we have the list of fields here from our table, and we can move this a little bit, and then we want to add here the email field. Notice in this white spots here where the detail for the form is. We don't need to put it under page header. We want to put it under the detail area. This will be the content of our report. We are kind of linking this field with the table from the customer's table. This is not the label, it's actually the data from the table. So we simply drag it and we just drop it where we want it. Then adjust the positioning of it on that report, how you want it, how wide you want it, and all that type of stuff. At this stage, it's not giving us the option to put the label for it, because if I run this right now, and I save the design, notice it's not going to have the label here on the top. We need to basically go under the design view again, and in this case, the label is right there. But notice it's kind of like if we move this a little bit, notice the email label, it's over here to the left. Click on that email label, the one that it came in, or the one that it brought in, delete it, reposition your data field here, how you want it and how wide you want. And then above it, under the header area, that's where you need to create a new label for this. So to add the label on the header, go here under the label area, here on the design. Notice there's this icon label, and then choose where you want that label and how wide you want it. And then type in their email. Hit enter, and then reposition it the way you want it. Realign it. Same thing with the one here. And let's go under View and choose Report View. Notice we have this email field created. To change the formatting and adjust the formatting again, you can simply go under View, go under Layout View, and then under Design, apply a different theme, or apply the theme that you had from before. Now notice in certain spots here we have this, or for this, we might still need to adjust the formatting. Notice this has a border around it, this field, so we might need to adjust the formatting for it. And to change the border, you can either right-click here under the field, and notice I'm under the
layout view, you can do this also from the design view. And if I go here under properties for this object, so once I go to the property sheet for this specific field, notice here under border, it says to use a border style solid, and I can change that so that it's just transparent or nothing. And then you can choose the border effect as well if you need it to. And close this. Now that border should not appear anymore. Notice it's gone. If I wanted to change the size of the font, of course, go back to layout view. And for this field, you can go under the format tab and then change the size to match the rest of the form. And then if we go here under design tab again, then if we go and view this report, this is how it will look. Instead of spending all this time to customize the look and feel of this, you can also go back here and use what's called the format painter. So you can copy the formatting of a specific cell and adjust it for other cells. So if I go back here to my layout view, and I'll go and undo some of those things that I had done earlier, so some of those changes. Notice right now, if I go back to view here, notice I have my border stuff again here. Go under format painter here from the layout view, and I can copy the formatting of an existing cell and apply it to another one. So I can go to any of these cells, go under format here, and then use this icon right here, the format painter. That copies the formatting of an object and applies it to another object. So click on it and then go to the other object, any of these here, and apply it. And now it's all changed automatically. So that's the easier way to do this. Then close it, click on Save Changes, and now you can double click on it, and this is your report. And this is the print preview of this report. So this is how you create a report, this is how you customize the report, and how you remove fields from the report, and also how you add additional fields to the report if you had an existing one. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to create a report from multiple tables in Microsoft Access. Reports are one of the most commonly used features of an Access database as a user. Most of the time, you're not going to be creating databases, and you're not going to be designing them, and you're not going to be creating new tables in a database, even though you can do that. However, most of the time you're going to be creating queries in a database, and you're going to be creating reports from the existing data from that database. Now the reports can come in handy whether you're in a corporate environment where you have a corporate database, or whether you have an Access database, but the concept is going to be pretty much the same. Since the tables are linked, typically, and the linking of the tables, you can see it here under the database tools and relationships. We have customers have contracts, and then for each contract there are invoices as well. So it kind of all this stuff, it's linked together. However, you can create a report from fields from the customers table, for example, first name, last name, and contact information, and also include the contracts. So we want to see who our customers are, what contracts those customers have. So that's what we're going to learn in this session. So to create a report, you can go here under Create, and then we want to go under the Reports section. My suggestion, if you're starting, is to use the Report Wizard, and then we are going to pick some fields from the customers table. So we go, for example, if you wanted the customer ID, you can pick it as well. Click on Add Customer ID, first name, last name, and let's say we want just their telephone number and the email address. Notice you can pick only certain fields. Then you can also go here under the drop down before we move to the next step, pick from the contracts table. From another table, we can pick fields from that table as well, because those tables are linked with primary keys and foreign keys. So we go here under contracts, and now let's say we want the contract amount, and then the contract type. Then we click on Next. Since we are using multiple tables, the system is asking us, do we want to group the report results by customer or by contracts? If you have a customer that has multiple contracts, you want all those contracts for that customer grouped together. So in my case, I'm going to choose customers, and it's going to list me the customer and then a sub-listing of all that customer's contracts. So that's what this is for. So you have customer up here, and then the contracts will be listed right below it. Then we click here on Next. And then, so what kind of levels do we want here? So we could say we want the customer ID, first name, last name, telephone, email, and then the contract information right below it. So then we click on Next. And then how do you want to sort those? And then you could also choose here the report summary options. And here, let's say you want to see what the average is or what the sum of all the contracts was and all that type of stuff for each customer. You can just choose here sum, and the system is going to give you the total of all their reports for each customer, or all of their invoices or contracts for each customer. So this option is going to be available if you have numbers in there, number values or amounts in there. Then we click on Next. And then it's asking us, do we want to have the orientation as portrait or landscape? And you can tinker with that and check it out. But in our case, since we do not have as many fields, it's okay to have it as portrait. Then we click on Next again, and then we have to give a name for this report. Now you can change this later as well, but it's important to give meaningful names. Click on Finish. So this is kind of a preview. We need to adjust it a little bit. Notice we have these amounts or dollar signs here. So we'll need to customize this in a little bit. So for now, I'm going to close it. Here to customize this further, we go under View. And if you wanted a preview of it at this stage, you could do a preview, but it's not ready yet. Notice it's not quite ready with all of its stuff yet. We can go back here, close the Print Preview option, go under Layout View, and we can adjust the layout of this a little bit. So notice how we have the amounts here. We could actually move this farther to the left. So these would be the amounts. And then we can resize this field. Then we can go and get also the description of what the contract is, and then resize that as well, how we want it to look. Then also resize other objects that you'd like here. Now notice, we'll assume here we know what the contracts are, but notice that the labels are here on the right hand side. I'm going to delete them for now just for simplicity, because we kind of know the amount and also we know what the contract was. Now this over here, this is supposed to be the total for each contract because we had chosen the totals. So this, you might want to move it also right below the amounts area. And then notice you have here summary for customer ID and then 3 records and such. You could change the wording here. Notice it has sum. You can move that field closer, and instead of just sum, you could say total, and basically adjust the formatting any way you want. You can also apply themes for this to customize it so it looks slightly fancier without you having to waste your afternoon with this. And then if this is not very useful in your case, you can simply delete that specific field. Also remember that you can apply formatting. So let's say I wanted the formatting to be something like the previous cells here to remove this border. And notice you can go under Format, take the Format Painter, apply it to another field. And again, you can take the time to customize this and make it as fancy as you want. Of course, you can also adjust the labels here in the very top, format that differently as well. And let's assume that you wanted these labels here on the top, you want them bold. You can again format them any way you want. Let's say that you wanted also the actual customer information, just the customer data, a certain font or color or whatever. You could format it however you want, and it would make it more visually pleasing. So this is one way to customize this using the layout view. Close this and save the changes. By the way, you have to save the changes in Microsoft Access only when you're changing the design of something. Otherwise, it will save the data automatically into your tables or into your forms. So now if I open this up, again, this is what it will look like. If I go to the print preview, this is what it will look like again for the print preview. And notice you have all their contracts and also the total for each contract. And you have also the footer for this page, or for this report. If you wanted to make more changes in a granular formatting of this, you can also use under, if I close here the print preview, you can use the design view. You can adjust additional components. For example, the contract amount here, no, it's not fully lined up. You could adjust how much space is between the amounts and contracts and the total here. And let's say between each customer, I wanted a little bit more space. I could adjust the spacing after each record. Now, if I go and save this and run it again by double-clicking on it, there's a little bit more space between each customer and the total and the prior customer's information. As you're working with the reports, we learned about this a little bit in a previous video, sometimes you might want to add a new field to the report. So for example, we have this report, but for whatever reason, we wanted to also know what the actual contract ID is, for whatever reason, as part of this report. So instead of us recreating the report from scratch, we could simply add one more field to this report. To add the field, go on Layout View, and then under this area right here, add an existing field. You could do it from here. It's showing us the fields from the customer table. However, we could choose all tables, and we want it under the contract table, and we wanted, let's say, the contract number. So we could drag it from here. It actually put it in the very beginning, and place it wherever you want it. I'm going to delete the little label for it in the top for now so that we keep our report slightly cleaner. Adjust the size of it. Change also the font for it. And that's one way to display it in there using the layout view. The other way to add a field, and this is what you'll probably use in most business environments, is by using the design view. So if I go to my report, I'll close it for now, open up the report again, and go under View, Design View, or I could right-click on it and choose Design View. Notice these are my existing fields. I have the contract amount, I have the contract type. However, let's assume that next to contract type, I want to add another field. In this case, I go here under Add Existing Fields, drag contract number over here. I want to delete the label for it, and probably don't need the number to be that long. And then that field at this point should have been added. Close it and run it. I should have the contract number at the end of each contract for each customer. So at this point, let me explain how this data is actually linked to and how you control the linking of each field to the table. Because the data from the report is pulled from the tables, it's not really stored in the report. Anytime you run the report, it's querying, it's looking up the data in the table, and it's displaying whatever the criteria is that you have specified. Go here under Design View. And if you go to any of these fields or the data fields here, so let's say contract type or contract amount, you can select the field and then just go under the property sheet. It's going to bring up the property details for this specific field that we just selected. It's the contract amount that we have selected currently. We could select any of the fields here we want to. If we go here under the data tab, the control source it's telling us what the source of the control to, what table, and what field is it picking. So in this case, it's actually going to the contract amount from the contracts table. And if you click on the drop down, if for some reason you needed to link it to a different field that you had selected initially in your report, you could just pick it from here,
or if you want to link it to a completely different field that does not show up over here under the list of fields for your current report, you can click on these three dots and then go under your database that you have opened, could link it to a different field within one of your tables. For example, under contracts, if I wanted to link it to the selected from here, and then click OK, and then run the report again, and it's going to link it to a different control source from on that table. That if you want to see a preview of it, click on Print Preview. Of course, you can customize this stuff. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a query with user input. And as a result of that query, then we'll create also a report where the user will have to input data, some kind of data, and then the report will be created automatically or generated automatically. So first, we have here a table called contracts. And the contracts table has, notice, the customer ID, amount, signing date. This works the same way for multiple tables as well, as long as they are linked together. The concept, it's the same whether we are using a table or multiple tables. So in our case, we'll want to create a query where the user will actually have to input, let's say, the date, a specific date. So we'll go here under Create, go under Queries, Query Wizard, Simple Query Wizard, OK, and then we'll go under Contracts and we'll put the number, ID, amount, date, and the type. Click on Next, Next, we give it a name, and then Finish. At this point, notice that it ran the query with all the fields that we selected. And the query is listed down here. Now at this stage, we are going to go and change the design of this query where the user will be prompted to enter, let's say, the date. Open it this query first and then go under the Home tab and then go under View and go into Design View. Or you can right click and choose Design View. These are the fields that we are using for our query, and notice there's an option for criteria. We're going to put a criteria in there. If you're going to use user input, you need to put it in brackets. And then close brackets as well. We'll close it at this point. We could of course run it, but we're going to close it so we save these changes. And before we run it, if we go here under contracts, notice that we have some dates here. For example, 3/1/2010, or 2/9/2010, or 5/28/2010. So let's take note of 3/1/2010 and 5/28/2010. Now we are going to run this query that we created, and notice it says enter the date. This is looking for that parameter. So the user needs to just type 3/1/2010. And then hit OK. And notice there are two records with this from that table. If I go and rerun this again, now I want to run it on 5/28/2010. And notice we have two more records as well. So that's how we create a query with user input. From here you can actually create a report. So reports usually run from data based on the tables, or you can run reports from queries. You're learning actually two concepts. You're learning how to run a report from a query, and the report is going to ask for user input. So let's go under Create tab to create the report. Click on the Report Wizard, and then we are going to select the query here, Contracts by Date. Pick all the fields that you want. Click on Next. Choose whether you want to do any grouping or any of that type of stuff. For now, we're going to leave it the way it is. Next. You can choose to sort these by contract number or ID or however you want. Next. And then click on Next again, and then give it a name. Contracts by Date in our case. Click on Finish. Notice it's prompting us for the date. So if we say 3/1/2010, it should give us only those two records that match that criteria. If we wanted to run this again for another date, we can simply go here under Contracts by Date, User Input, and let's say 5/28/2010. Click OK, and there is our data. You can customize this report any way you wish to, the formatting and such. So notice we have these number field here. You can always customize that and choose to make that larger. And you can reference the previous video on how to do the formatting of the reports and customizing of the reports. And probably at this point you're wondering, well, how can I specify, how can I have this query so that instead of me putting 3/1/2010 date and giving me just for that specific date, can I have this query customized so I put the start date and it gives me and also I put the end date for a particular range, and then have the system list all those. All you'd have to do, basically go back here to the design view, and we need to tweak and change this to include the range. So we can accomplish this by doing the following. So we enter the range, the starting range here. It has to be in brackets, and you can have those words be whatever you want them to be. You put also the end range in brackets as well, and you use the word "and" in capital letters. Now here we are saying we want anything greater or equal to the start date and anything less or equal to the end date. Then we save this by clicking on the Save button on the top. We'll close the query and then run it again. Now it says enter the start date, and we enter 3/1/2010. Of course it has to fall within the range of data that you have in the system in your table. The end date 5/28/2010, and notice the system displays the data that falls within those parameters. We could run this for any date ranges. So we could say 1/1/2010. I want to see all the contracts from January 1st and then all the way for the first 6 months to 6/30/2010. Click OK, and notice these are all the records or all the contracts for that date range. Now you can do the same thing. You can create a report for this, where you can run this report at any, or the advantage of the report is that you can make the data look nicer. If we go here under Create and we go under Reports and the Report Wizard and we go under the Contracts by Date, we insert all those fields in there. I just clicked on all the fields, press Next, Next. We can order them by contract number or whatever there, or by date, however you want them. Let's do them by date. Next, next. We give it a meaningful name, click on Finish. Notice it's trying to run it at this point, so we say 3/1/2010 to 12/31/2010. Okay, notice we have the data for all of that date range. Of course, you can go here and change, customize this report any way that you prefer. And you can go into the Edit option here under Design and then View and the Layout view. Format this any way you prefer. Change the look and feel of it. Close it, saving it. And you can run this report at any point for any sales or whatever it is, and it works exactly the same way with multiple tables as well, as long as they are linked properly. So that's how you create a report based on a query with user input, whether it's single user input or multiple user input. It's one of the powerful features that most users will use in Microsoft Access from day-to-day tasks and business tasks. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to export data from Access into Excel. A lot of times in a business scenario, you can run reports, you can run queries, or you want to export data from your database and put it into an Excel spreadsheet and then work with the data and create charts and or use it for other functions from within Excel. You can do it from the tables, or you can do it from a query. You can export the data from a query, or you can export the data from a report. So let's see first exporting data from a table into Excel. We click on the contracts table, which looks like this, and we right click on it, and there's this option for export, and you can choose to export it in any of those formats. You could also go under external data and choose to export from up here into Excel. Right click, export, Excel, choose the location where you want to save this and how you want the formatting and the layout if you prefer. Click OK, click close. Now that data should be in Excel. If I go here to my file manager, notice I have a file here called contracts. I open this file, and now I can work with this any way that I prefer from Excel. And of course, there are two separate entities at this point, so if you change something in Excel, it's not going to update it in Microsoft Access. So that's how you export data from a table. The process is exactly the same for exporting the data from a query or from a report. For the query, we run the query. So this is my data, and right click, choose export, Excel, choose where I want to store it, give it a name, press save, and finish. And we can do this for the contracts as well by customer. Same thing with the report. This is our report. Right click, choose export, choose Excel format, choose where you want to store it. Notice contracts by customer, report, click OK. And now if I go to my folder where I exported this, notice the data is there. And this was the query that I ran earlier for the dates from January 1 to June 30th from the query. So that's how exporting data works from Microsoft Access to another system such as Microsoft Excel. It's a commonly used feature in business. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to create a mail merge using a query from Microsoft Access. In order to create a mail merge, we can either use an existing table or we could use an existing query. So in our case, we are going to first create the query, then we are going to create the mail merge. So we go here under Create, go under Queries, Query Wizard, and then Simple Query, OK. Then we are going to go under Customers, and let's say we want to use a customer ID, customer first name, last name, email. Also, let's go under the Contracts table, and we'll get the contract amount and then the contract type as well. We click on Next, we give also a name to this, call it, and then click on Finish. Now to create the mail merge, we can do this two ways. We can either create the mail merge directly from Microsoft Access, or we can go to Word first and create the mail merge from there. The other option would be to dump this data into Microsoft Excel and then do the mail merge from Microsoft Excel. We have our query, and then we go to External Data, create a Word merge. So Word merge, it says you specify the table and you create a mail merge wizard through Microsoft Word. We click on Microsoft Word merge here. It says, do you want to link it to an existing document or do you want to create a new one? We'll just create a new one because we don't have an existing letter currently. Click OK. Now the system is going to open Microsoft Word automatically. It's asking us as to what we want to do. Do we want to create letters, email messages, or envelopes? Once we are in Microsoft Word, here we type our letter. We could say Dear, and then insert field, we put first name. Just type our letter, and then every so often in our letter we can actually include various fields from our Access table. Basically, we type the letter incorporating the fields that we have in our Access database. So here we could use their first name, last name, we could use their contract amount stated somewhere, and then a contract type. If we needed more fields, then we need to go and customize our query from the Access database. For now, I'm just going to put the amount and the type. So we say, thank you for partnering with us to meet your needs with the recent contract. And the computer will put the amount in there. Then you could put the contract type. Of course, it has to make sense. Then we go here under the next stage here, or start your document. And then we can use the current document in our case, or we could have used an existing document if you have a letter from before. We'll select recipients, we'll use an existing list, and then we'll select the existing list, which is basically a customer query for mail merge. So we don't really need to select the list, it's already selected because we started the mail merge from Microsoft Access. So that's how it's linked automatically. Now here we write our letter, which we actually just did earlier. And then it says here, preview our letters. Notice Dear Owen, and then contact 1, and then this was the contract. The next step is to complete the mail merge. So we click on complete the merge.
and then edit individual letters, then click OK. We can see all the various letters. The beauty of this is that if I save this form, and this is the form actually that typically has the codes and all that stuff linked to the database, if I save this, and then I close Word, and then I come back here to my document. So this was my letter. Time has passed. Now I want to rerun this again. Notice if I open it up again, it will ask me, do I want to update it for link to the Access query? I say yes, and go under Mailings, go under Mail Merge. I could go Finish and Merge, and then edit individual letters, and it's going to rerun the whole query again. I know I did this fairly quickly, so you can rewind the video and see it again for your benefit. But the advantage is that you don't have to always create a new form. You can simply save the form from Word, open it up whenever you want to rerun it, and it's going to pull the data directly from that query from the Access database automatically for you. So this was the way how to do a query from Microsoft Access to Word. The other way to do it is that you can open Word first and then go to Microsoft Access and pull the data from a query or from a table, and that will work as well. So if I go here to Microsoft Word and I open a new document, go under Mailings, start a mail merge, and I'd recommend that you use the mail merge wizard here. Then next, we're going to use a current document. Next, we're going to select the recipients. Now, notice it doesn't link automatically to our table into the database, so we have to actually go in and link to it. So if I click here on Browse, find my database where I have it, and double click on it, and now notice it lists all the tables and the queries. So you can actually do a mail merge from tables or from the queries within a database. Now I click OK. Notice it shows all the records, including the fields that we had selected as part of that query. We could filter and sort. Then we're going to write the letter, and we say Dear, and then insert field, and we say first name space last name, and then write the letter with the various fields. It's going to put the amount. You're just putting the fields that you want to use. Of course, I'm doing this fairly quickly here for the sake of time. You could put additional comments, preview those letters. So this is how it's going to look. Next, you click on here on Complete the Merge. Then you choose Edit Individual Letters. This just gives you an idea as to what they're going to look like. So right now we have 5 letters that have been generated automatically. Now the other thing that you can do is from Access or from Word, you could do also email merges. So if I go here to my customers, notice customers table has an email field. So I could actually do an email merge for those customers, and I could either create a query that includes those email fields, or I could use my customer table for this purpose. If I wanted to send them contact information and all that stuff, which is in a different table, then you'll need to use a query, and you need to include the email field in one of those queries. For the sake of time, I'm not going to create a query for that at this stage, but I'm just going to use the table customers, which has already a field with email in it, and we'll create an email merge. So I have opened customers table, click on Word Merge. So here's customers, Word Merge. And then it's asking us, do we want to link to an existing Word document or create one? We want to create a new one. We're going to write the email in Word, and then it's going to use Microsoft Outlook to deliver the mail. It's important as well that the third piece of this puzzle is actually to use Microsoft Outlook and have Microsoft Outlook configured to be able to receive and send emails. So now notice Microsoft Word has been opened here in the bottom. And then we say, okay, I want to create email messages here. Then I say next here to start the document. So we'll use the current document, which is right here. Then select the recipients. The recipients, it's already linked to the customers table in Access. So we don't have to really select the customers at this point or type a new one. We'll use the existing list. Then we'll write the email message. And here we just write Dear.
And you're basically just picking the fields and being creative, or whatever your need is, to utilize those fields in your email to them. So in this case, we're going to tell them, okay, here's what we have on file with you or from you on our systems, and if you have any problems or anything like that, just let us know. So we say first and last name. Then we could put in there a little bit nicer if you'd like. You can go here under the Home tab and customize this any way you want. Next, you click on Preview your email message. Then you complete the merge. Next. And then we're going to choose electronic mail. So this is the difference between the Word email merge and a regular mail merge for letters. For the email merge, you have to click on electronic mail. You have to tell the system which field actually contains the email address. So in this drop down, it has to be the field that corresponds with the email address from your Access table or Access query. In Access, this is email. It's called email, the label on the top here. And then you type the subject line. So this would be just like as if you were to type an individual email to somebody. That would be the subject that you want to write to them. And then the email format, HTML. If I press OK, it's actually going to open up Microsoft Outlook, and it's going to try to send all of those emails that are in the table in the Access database. So it's going to try to email here 42 customers, all in one click, basically. You can do it either from Microsoft Access, from the table itself, and initiate the email merge, or you can do this from Word, go through the steps of the mail merge, pull the table, pull the fields, write the email, and press send from Word. And then in the sent messages in Microsoft Outlook, you'll see each individual email that was sent out. So that's how you do a mail merge and an email merge. And of course, you can also do labels if you needed to from here. In this session, I'm going to demonstrate how to create a switchboard or a dashboard for your database, so that whenever you open your database, you'd actually, instead of having a view like this and then trying to figure out as to what is where, you'd have more of a nicer view, like a dashboard menu type of system, where you'd be able to get to certain tables or certain queries or reports much easier and more user-friendly. So the easiest way to get to the switchboard manager is by simply going here under the Tell Me feature. We type switchboard and then click on Switchboard Manager, and it says the Switchboard Manager was unable to find a valid switchboard for this database. Would you like to create one? And that is great, because that's what we want to do. So you click on Yes. It's going to give us a default switchboard. So once it opens the default switchboard, click on Edit, and we want to add new items to this switchboard. Then we click on New, and then here is one of the options or one of the menus that we can define. So let's say we wanted to update customer records. And here we go under the command. Then we need to tell the system as to what we want to do. In our case, we want to open a form either in add mode or edit mode. So in our case, we want to update existing records. So we want to choose edit mode. And then we go to the form that we want to be editing. So we go and we choose the customer form. And then click OK. Another option, so we click here on New, and we choose Add New Customer. And then go under the switchboard, click on the form for Open Form in Add Mode. And then we go over here under Customer's Form as well. So now we have two of them. Then we add another command that we want as part of our dashboard. Click on New, and then let's say we want to see the contacts by date. We want to open a report. Click on Open a Report, and we'll change this, let's say contacts by date. And then you click on Open Report, and then you choose a report that you want to run. Click OK. And you can keep on adding more items like this as well. So you could go here and choose. Then you can also choose a new item here, return, because you want to navigate back home. You choose go to the switchboard, and then the switchboard that you want to go is the default switchboard. So I close the main switchboard. Now I can go and create additional switchboard pages. So in this case, I want a switchboard just called reports. Click OK. And now I go into the reports switchboard. I create new to add a new item. Then I edit. Then I edit the report, the switchboard, and I add a new item there. So let's say I want in there view customers. And then open a report, pick the report that you want, and then keep on adding whatever components you have. Because sometimes in a database you'd have hundreds of reports and hundreds of queries and such, and in this stuff here on the left, it could get very messy. So the switchboard, it actually helps you categorize what you want in the order that you want them presented. Then whenever you create another switchboard, it's also important to create here a return to the main switchboard option. So return home, and then you want to go to the switchboard and you want to choose which switchboard you want to go to, click OK, and then close this stuff. And then close it again. Whenever you define the switchboard, you also have to do one more thing in order to tell Microsoft Access in the database, so whenever it opens, which form to open. So in this case, we need to go to do that. We need to go under the File menu. We go here under Options. Then we go under the current database. And then over here where it says Display, right here, we want to choose to display. Whenever you open the database, you want to choose to display the switchboard. Then you click OK, and then it says we need to close the database for this to take effect, so we'll need to exit the database. And now notice it presents me with the main switchboard. Of course, we could change the colors, we could make this fancier and all that type of stuff. You can hide all this other stuff here on the left and make it so it opens like this. If you wanted to add a new customer, you could click on Add New Customer, and now notice it takes you to your customer to add the new customer. If I wanted to view the contracts by date range, so notice it's going to prompt me for the contracts, and it's going to play me the report content that I had requested. I could review also the customer report if I needed to, and there it is with a single click. So that's how you create the switchboard items here. If you wanted to change the colors and all that type of stuff, you can simply go here under View, and then under either Design View or the Layout View, you can change the theme to something more appealing to you. And you could add more controls, and you could add more text in here as well. In this tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to add a new field to one of the tables in your database. Suppose that you designed your database and now all of a sudden you have a need to add an additional field. Go to the specific table, and the easiest would be to go to Design View and then add a new field wherever you want that new field. So for example, first name, last name, and then telephone number and such. But let's say I want to also post in there a picture for this customer. Then under the data type, choose attachment. The reason why I'm choosing attachment is because I have not covered the attachment option earlier. So once you define this, then click Close for the table and save the changes. We are saving the changes because we changed the design of the table. If we open the customers table, notice it has this attachment option right here. Now in order to add the attachments, you can of course double click here and add and choose to add attachments. The picture, and then choose OK. That's one way to do it. Or the other way to do this would be if we created here a new form. So if we go here under Form, and under Customers, we add all these fields, Next, Next, Finish. We should have in here a field for the picture. Let's say for customer Owen here, we want to add his picture. Notice we click on it. It says Manage Attachments. Find the picture. Click OK, and there is the picture. So that's how you add attachments to an existing table by adding the field first and then by creating the form next. You can also customize an existing form with an attachment field by using the Design View and the Layout View. If you made it this far in the tutorial, thank you for doing so. I hope that this tutorial was beneficial to you. Go ahead and check out also the other tutorials that I have on this channel. Hello, my name is Kaceli. The following is a comprehensive tutorial on using Microsoft Teams. This concepts-based tutorial is ideal for employee training or those who want to become proficient in using Microsoft Teams in the workplace. To make the most out of this tutorial, consider following along. Let's first briefly go over key components of Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams is a platform that incorporates a variety of tools for effective collaboration. This includes the Teams and Channels component. Think of this as a virtual space or sandbox for teams to collaborate. Next is the Chat module, which enables individuals to chat instantly with others within teams or other teams across the organization. Then we have the Meetings module, which is tightly integrated into scheduling such as Microsoft Outlook and includes tools for video conferencing, screen sharing, and meeting recordings. For organizations that have integrated calling services, Teams also includes a core module for making and managing calls and the related tasks. Additionally, Teams enables users to expand its functionality by adding a variety of applications and services as needed. In addition to all of this, it incorporates familiar applications such as Excel, Word, PowerPoint, OneNote, and OneDrive, all of these in one place to enable the teams to collaborate effectively to increase productivity. So stay tuned as we will next get started using Teams. In this brief session of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, we'll go over the process for downloading Teams and signing in. So if you have Windows 11 in your PC, to the right of the search on the taskbar, you have this chat option. So you can click on it and then click on Get Started. Now to use Teams, the free version of Teams with a personal account, you can simply click on Sign In and start using Teams. However, if your organization uses Teams, whether it's a school or in the corporate environment, then you may need to download Microsoft Teams for work. So to do that, you'll click on the link here, and then you'll click on Download the desktop version, and you'll need to install that with the defaults. Once the application has been installed, you can click here on Search, and do a search for Microsoft Teams for work or school. And notice here we have the Microsoft Teams, work or school, and then click on it. So we click here on Get Started, and then you will need to sign in with your work or school account. You may need to have to accept this to allow the organization to manage this device. And now you are signed in. And on the left-hand side, notice that we have a variety of tabs, such as Activity, the Chat module, Teams module, Assignments. This is because it's an education account. The Calendar option, Calls, Files, and apps that we can either locate or search and install. So stay tuned for the next module where we'll actually go into each one of those modules and cover them in depth. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll go over the key components of the interface in Microsoft Teams. Once you're signed into Microsoft Teams, at the very top here we have the search bar. Here you can search for messages, files, and you can even put a slash and it'll display like anybody who is busy or anybody that is away or anyone that is available and so on with that status. To the right of the search box, we have the configuration icon, and notice you can check for updates, you can change the zoom, and you can go into the settings for this application, and I'll get into those at a later module. To the right of the configuration area, we have the account that we are signed in with, and this is where you can set your status if you are not setting it within your calendar. And this is where you can manage your account or switch accounts or switch to Teams for personal use. Now on the left-hand side, this is where you have the various modules in Microsoft Teams. And the key modules in Microsoft Teams are the chat module, that is one of the default modules, where you can have private conversations one-on-one or instant conversations with members of the same team or teams across the organization. Then further down here you have the Teams module. The Teams module, think of it as a sandbox, a virtual space for a group of individuals working together on a project. The Teams module will go into more details as to how to create teams and how to use the Teams module and the Channels module within the Teams component. For now, just get an understanding that you can create a team or you can join a team by entering a code to join that team. Further down, you have the calendar, and this is where you can schedule meetings and use the video conferencing tools. Further down, you have the calls option, and this is for organizations that have integrated the phone systems with Microsoft Teams. Further down, you have the files option, and this is where you can organize files to share with other individuals within Teams in conjunction with Microsoft OneDrive. Further down, this is where you can add or pin additional applications as part of your organization's approved applications, or you can click More Apps and pick from the list of applications, whether by category or by searching for any of the applications, navigating to any necessary applications that you want to integrate as part of Microsoft Teams. Further down here, you have the Help option. This is where you can learn about the various topics related to using Microsoft Teams. You can access Microsoft training on using Microsoft Teams, what's new, or suggest features or post questions to the community, and so on. Now, on the very top left, you have the activity feed. This will be a listing of various activities, what's happening, whether it is a missed call or chats coming in or going out or mentions or anything related to that. To learn Microsoft Teams, just keep in mind that the key components are going to be listed here on the left. Think of these as tabs. Then on the second column, you have the options where you can further configure items related to that module that you selected. So for example, right now I selected chat, and under chat I can switch from the chat module to the contacts module. And then on the top right, there are additional filtering tools or options to create a new chat and so on. Same thing with any of these other tabs. So we have here the calendar that we have selected, and then to the right of it we have all the options related to the calendar. So stay tuned, and we are going to go into each one of those modules and cover those modules in depth. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I will demonstrate how to create a team within Microsoft Teams. Once we are signed in to Microsoft Teams, on the left-hand side we have the Teams module. This is the core functionality of Microsoft Teams. It's designed so that you can create a group or a workspace for a bunch of individuals to collaborate and keep track of all their communications for that project or bunch of projects. Once we selected Teams, now we have two options. We can create a team or join an existing team that someone else has created. In the case of an organization where there are many teams, you can also search for teams on the search box up here on the top right. To create a team, we simply click on Create Team and then give it a name. You can give it a description and then select whether you want this team private so that only you can add members, or whether you want to make it public and anyone in your organization can join the team. So in this case, I want to make this a private team, and then I click on Next. Next, we need to add the members to the team, and we can search for these members by email or by name or any of those fields. In my case here, this is a live system, so I'm going to use some generic accounts for demonstration purposes only. So I'll pick here the online instructor account, and you get the idea. At this point, we are picking from the list of accounts, and then we click on Add. Next, you can specify the permissions for those particular members. So you can make them owner of this team or just a member of the team. Owner obviously would be able to invite additional individuals to the team. Then we click on Close. Go under Teams. Notice we have the distance education team. It currently includes only the 3 individuals, myself and the other accounts. You have the icon for this team, and you can change this to have a particular picture for this team. To the right of the name of this team, we have these 3 dots where you can manage the team members. You can add channels, and I'll go over the channels in a moment. So you can manage the team, you can add new team members, or you can leave the team, edit the team, or get a link to this team and then create tags or even delete the team from here. Right below the name of our team, we have these general options. In Microsoft Teams, there are what's called channels. Let's say you have a team that needs to work on distance education. There are general topics related to distance education, but then we also might need another channel for just to keep the conversation concentrated on course development for distance education. So those would be the separate channels, and I'll create a channel in a moment here. To the right of this particular team, now these would be the resources related to this team. So again, keep in mind you have here the Teams tab, you go to the actual team, so you're going from left to right. And then on the top here, you have the general, you have the post. This would be the various posts where you can post the conversation for the rest of the team members. Have the files option that the team members are sharing. Then you have the option to add new tabs for your team members. And here you can add a variety of applications. For this particular team, you can enable Microsoft Word or any of these particular applications to extend the tools that this team would need to complete their work. To add the task planner, all I have to do is select it, and then I'll simply click on Save. So again, the idea is you create a team, you manage the members of the team, then within that team, you create various conversations or discussions. Now, this will be part of the general discussion for this particular team. If I wanted to make a quick post for the rest of the members of this team, so I have the posts area, and then I click here on New Conversation. So you could post a question here for other members of the team. And notice right below this, we also have the formatting options. We could add attachments, various emojis, GIFs, and stickers, add it to a stream, give a praise to a member. You could have approvals enabled, and a whole bunch of other options that you can integrate as part of your chat. To post this, we simply press Send, and now this has been posted for all the members of this team. If I wanted to mention only a particular member of a team, then I could use the @ symbol in front of their name. One of the nice features of using the conversation mode, the chat mode within the team, is that you can actually modify, once you send a message, you can further modify that message even after sending it. So let's say I send this and I want to edit it. I can go to the top right of this particular message and then click on the 3 dots here for more options. Then click on Edit and then tag someone else. And then hit Enter. And on the recipient's end, this will be updated. To add a file attachment as part of the post, type the message and then attach a file. We can attach a file by browsing Microsoft Teams, going to our recent files, or go into OneDrive, or simply upload the file from this computer. We navigate the file, we click on Open, and then press Send or hit Enter. Anytime we use files, any of the files that we have throughout our conversation, as collaboration within the team, all of those files are going to be also stored under the Files option here next to General. So we are on the General channel for the distance education team, and even though I did not upload this file in the Files area, if I click on Files, the file that I just sent will be posted in the Files area. So this is a really great feature that Microsoft is aggregating all the files throughout the conversations and embedding them as part of the Documents area. From here, we could further edit this file by double-clicking on it, or download the file, share a link to it, or add a link to OneDrive, and so on. Since I added the Tasks module earlier, we can click here on the Tasks tab, and this was an add-on application. And from here, I could create a new task. For example, I can set a due date and assign this to one of the members of the team. And then click on Add Task. And then once that team member completes this task, I'll be notified about it. To just quickly summarize, we have the Teams module, we have the Distance Education team. Within the Distance Education team, we have the General channel. Within this channel, we have the posts. We have a tracking of all the conversations, the files. On the top, we have a link to meet with this team. And we can click to schedule a meeting now or for a later time. If you want to make available particular applications for your team, such as Microsoft Word or OneNote, which would be very helpful for team meetings and so on, then you can click here on Add a Tab, and then select the application that you want to add. So in this case, I want to, let's say, add the OneNote application and make it available for the team members. It's going to be called the Distance Education Notebook. To remove an app that you either added accidentally or you no longer want in there, you can click on the drop-down next to the particular app that you added to your Teams channel, and then select Remove. Next, in the next segment, I'll go over how to create a channel and further manage your team within Microsoft Teams. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to add channels to an existing team in Microsoft Teams. So here we have Microsoft Teams for workplace or education, and under Teams I have the Distance Education team. We click on it, and then notice by default on any of the teams, typically you'll have this general channel. A channel is just a way to post announcements, to hold meetings, or share updates, or find files and information for a specific area. This is basically a specific area within a larger team. For example, here we have Distance Education, but then another channel within Distance Education could be Course Development. So to create a new channel, we go to Distance Education, click on the three dots here, the configuration for more options, and then we click on Add a Channel. Next, we give it a name. And here under Privacy, you can customize this so that only specific teammates have access to it, or it's shared for all the members of your team, or it can be also available to the organization. If you want all the members of the team to have access, you can select to automatically show this in everyone's channel list, and then click on Add. From here, under the Development channel, we can have a new conversation with the team members, and it will aggregate the files that you want to make available to the team members, either from the conversations or by you simply uploading the files and linking and making them available related to course development. Or you as a team organizer, you can add additional tabs for the team members to be able to access as part of this channel. So let's say we want here to have OneNote. We simply select it and press Save. Under the channel that we created a moment ago, notice that we have additional options. We can get notifications for all the activity or just some of the notifications, or turn the notifications off. We can select to manage the channel. We can also invite someone else to participate in this channel. We can get a direct link to the channel and further modify it or add other connectors related to this channel. If we select here to manage this channel, notice there are additional permissions that we can apply, such as the channel moderation. We can turn on and off moderating the discussion within the channel, and whether you want to allow guests to make new posts. Further on, you can check under Analytics and the engagement of the participants within this channel for a particular time frame. So, like we did in the general channel for distance education, here we can start separate conversations just for the individuals and the topic of course development. You can select to attach files, very similar to how we did earlier. You can use Teams, channels, or the OneDrive, or upload it from the computer, and then post it to the channel. Now, to reply to one of those posts within the channel, you simply type reply here, and then hit enter or press send. You can create as many channels as you want within a team, and think of the channels as just a narrower virtual space for a particular team or a smaller team to collaborate and keep track of all their communications. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to add new members to an existing team in Microsoft Teams. So we go here to Microsoft Teams, and we have this existing team, the Distance Education team. And now let's say we wanted to add a new individual to it. So we go under the configuration icon here, the three dots, and we select Manage Team. Here we can go and view the owner of the team and the members of the team. To remove a member from this team, we simply go to the right here, press the X to remove them, or to make them an administrator to this team or an owner, we simply click on the drop down and select Owner. If you had a lot of members in this team, to search for particular members, you start searching here in this search window. If there are pending requests to join your team, they will show up here under pending requests, and then you'll need to approve those requests, provided your team, when you configured it, it was with approval only. Under channels, this is where it will list the existing channels within your team, including the deleted channels for this particular team. Further down here you have the settings option, and this is where you can adjust and change the team picture, member permissions as to what the team members can and cannot do, what the guests can do or cannot do in your team, mentions, who can use the mentions option. You can set a team code and generate a team code and give it to prospective team members. The fun stuff, what to allow and what not to allow, and whether you want to allow stickers and particular tags related to this team. Under tags here you can determine who can manage the tags for the particular team. Under Analytics, you can see the participation. And then under Apps, this will give us an option as to what apps we want and make available to the members of this team by default. Notice you can click on More Apps here on the top right and extend the usefulness of Microsoft Teams with additional functionality. Under Tags, this is where you can create new tags for your team. To add a new member, we go here on the right-hand side and then click on Add Member. We select the member and then click on Add, click on Close. The new member will actually receive an email invite to join this team. And that new member will have access to all the existing communication and all the various channels within this team. So in this case, I'll reply as I'm invited to this team. And notice it says here, got it. Now the question might come up and you might say, there is someone outside of my organization that I want to make part of this team. So how do I add someone outside of the organization to be part of this team? To do that, you can go to your team, to the team configuration, click on the three dots, and choose to add a member, or go to the previous screen that I mentioned earlier. From here, you can simply type the email address of that individual and then select to add them as a guest. Click on Add. Notice you are not prompted here to give them any additional permissions, and then click on Close. That new individual will receive an email and become part of this team, and then depending on the permissions that you have defined for the team, whether guests can view certain aspects of the team's information, then they will or will not be able to access that particular information within the teams. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to add applications and make them available to your team in Microsoft Teams. We have the distance education team. We click on the three dots on the top right and then click on the More options, the three dots here next to the name, and then select Manage Team. Then we click here on Apps on the right hand side, and these are the apps that are currently available by default for this particular team. If we do not want one of those applications as part of this team, we can simply press Delete on the right hand side, and it will remove it from this virtual space for this team. To add more apps, we click here on More Apps, and in this case I'm going to add OneNote. So we can search here, either go to Microsoft by category or productivity, or simply search OneNote. Once you have identified the app that you want, in this case OneNote, click on the drop-down, choose to add it to the team by selecting the Add to Team. Notice it's going to give us the team that we want to associate this with, and then click on Set a Tab. We can either create a new notebook for this team or use an existing one and then press Save. From here on, if we go to the distance learning team, under General, we have, notice, the distance education notebook, and it's on both channels. The notebook can come in handy for taking meeting notes along the way. So this would be your meeting minutes and so on. If you click here on this icon on the left, here in the bottom, we add a new section. And then, let's say this will be our meeting minutes. Then we go here and add a new page, and then type away your minutes using the tools at the top. Now that we have the meeting minutes section, we go in the bottom here and click on Add Page. This will add a new option for the meeting minutes, let's say for June 19th, 2023, and so on. So it's a great collaboration tool for tracking and managing documents or notes or charts or whatever you want within your Teams platform. If you no longer want a particular tool listed as one of the tabs, you can click on the drop-down and then select Remove. And that will remove it for all the team members, and they will receive a notification as well. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to start a meeting in Microsoft Teams. So we are here in Microsoft Teams for work or education, and we have this team called Distance Education. We have various team members as part of this team, and then we also have the various channels within this team. So let's say we want to have a meeting with this team, a virtual meeting, a video conference meeting with this team. If we want to start the meeting instantly, we go to the General channel or the Course Development channel, and then on the top right, you have this Meet icon. Notice there is also a drop-down. You can schedule a meeting right away, you can start it right now, or you can schedule a meeting for some time in the future. So to start a meeting, we click on Meet here. Right now I'm turning off the video for the purposes of the recording of this video, but you can choose your microphone and then click on Join Now. We can either send them a link via email, so we can copy the link and then go to our email application, whether it's Outlook or something else, and then send them an email invitation. Or we can invite the attendees directly by clicking under Add Participants, select the names of the attendees. And it's going to call them at this moment to actually join our live meeting. So you'll get the idea, so I'm going to cancel it. Then you can invite more than one individual to join. Once they have responded, you'll be able to interface with them via video, just like typically or traditionally via Zoom. And from here, you can utilize the chat option, breakout rooms, very similar to Zoom. You can change the background options and so on, enable and disable your camera, and the microphone and the screen sharing, and so on. From here, you can control the meeting, whether you want to leave the meeting and end this meeting as well. Leaving the meeting obviously will leave it open for other individuals. Ending the meeting is because it will end the meeting because you're the organizer of this meeting. In this session of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to schedule a meeting for your team in Microsoft Teams. So here in Microsoft Teams for work or education, I have a team called Distance Education. Here I can go to any of these channels on my team, and then on the top right, notice that there is an option for Meet. If we click on the drop down, click on Schedule a Meeting, and then put a meeting title. Next, add the attendees. Here we can search for the attendees. We can also add optional attendees, the time and date, a particular location, if that was going to take place on site, meeting details, and so on. Now notice on the top right, you also have a scheduling assistant. Now in my case, these are test accounts, so it's not going to display the actual accurate schedule for those accounts because they are not maintaining a particular schedule. However, for other users, you'll be able to view their availability, so you would be able to find a good time for you to meet with them. Notice you also have suggested times, and then once you're all set with this, you press send, and then this will add it to the feed here for the discussion, for the posts feed. It will also send it an email invite, and it will prompt them in their scheduling software, in most cases Microsoft Outlook. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to record a meeting in Microsoft Teams. I'm in Microsoft Teams and I have this team called Distance Education. Under Distance Education, I have these various channels here, so I can go to either one of those channels. And let's say under Course Development, at this point I want to schedule a meeting. So I click here on Meet and click on Join Now. At this point I can invite attendees by sending them a link to the meeting, or I can invite participants by simply selecting them from here as part of my team and then request them to join. Let's assume that they joined, and then I have the video webcams here as part of the team collaboration. Now notice 3 dots here, More Actions, click on it, and then scroll down, and then click on Start Recording. Notice that there is the red button here, and it has started the recording. To stop it, we go under More, and then we select Stop Recording. The link to the recording, once it's done, it will appear in the chat area of our meeting. If you scheduled your meeting from the calendar option within Teams, the recording will show up with the meeting details. However, we didn't do it through the calendar option, we did it through Teams option over here. So the link, you'd have to send it to the attendees, or it will be as part of the chat option as you saw earlier. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to send an announcement to your team in Microsoft Teams. So we are here in Microsoft Teams, and we have a team called Distance Education. And we have the channels here, General or Course Development, and then under Posts, by default, anything that we post, it will be under the Posts category. So we click here on New Conversation. So we want to send an announcement. Let's say that the Distance Education Handbook is due by a certain time.
Now, prior to pressing send, we can go ahead and click format, and then we can add a subject. By default, this will be a conversation if we press post right at this point. However, if we click on the drop down, we can change this to be an announcement. And then under the announcement, we can allow everybody to reply or only moderators, and we can post it also to multiple channels if needed. Under the headline option, we can type a headline and also modify this further by changing the color scheme, by adding an image or illustration. We can format this and make it a subheading, add file attachments if necessary, and then press send. Now this will stand out from the other conversations or posts as part of this team in Microsoft Teams. In this segment of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to save messages or conversations in Microsoft Teams. So let's say we have a team and there are lots of conversations going on. However, certain conversations, then we want to make sure that we have saved them. So let's say we have this announcement down here and we want to save it. So we click on the announcement or on the message itself. It doesn't matter whether it's a regular announcement or a message. And then click on the three dots on more options on the top right, and then click on save this message. Then go to another channel, let's say, and pick a message and save that message as well. Now to locate your saved messages, you can go to your profile picture on the top and then click on saved. And it will display only the messages that you have saved through the various channels in Microsoft Teams. You can also track down the saved messages in Teams by clicking here on search and then putting a slash and then saved. And then hit enter or select it, and it will display the saved messages within Microsoft Teams. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the chat module in Microsoft Teams. So we go here to Microsoft Teams, and one of the modules is chat. Now, chat can be used to interact directly in real time with one or more individuals at the same time, a group chat. So to interact with an individual, you simply click on the chat module here, and then search for that particular individual, locate the individual, and then click on it, and then on the bottom right, start typing the message. Now, depending on what their status, whether they are in the office or not in the office, you may get a message similar to this. That is their presence status. So in this case, you type the message. Further down here, you can format the chat if you want it. You can add attachments and use any of those tools on the bottom. Then press send. The individual on the other end will receive the question, and then if they are available, they'll respond. And the response will be displayed very similar to this, and then you'll interface with that particular individual as needed. Now, under the chat area, notice that they also have files that you have exchanged with this individual, and then any files that you attach or send via Microsoft Teams at any point, any of those files will be added to the files area. They will be aggregated in this area. Under activity, it's going to list the activity like any prior correspondence that you have had with this individual, and then it's going to even look up the linked profile for this particular individual in your chat. Notice that as part of this chat with this individual, you can also add other tabs and other applications as part of the conversation with this particular individual. Notice here to the right, there's three dots as well under more options. You can pop out this chat or you can pin this chat on the top left. So if you had 50 conversations or 100 conversations or whatever there as part of your correspondence with other individuals, you can pin particular chats to always stay at the top of the list for you, and it will allow for up to 15 items to be pinned as part of your chat module. In this module, I'll demonstrate how to configure group chats in Microsoft Teams.
So we have the general chat, and we are not utilizing the actual team component at this point. We simply want to create a chat with 2 or more individuals and then pin that chat so that we can utilize it in the future. To create a new chat, you can go under chat area here and then click on new chat. At this point, you can select a group or a tag, and let's say I want 2 or more individuals to join this chat. You pick those individuals, and then you start typing a message. You can add attachments, you can format this, and then press send. So we have in this chat, we have the correspondence back and forth, the engagement of the various team members, and then on the left-hand side, we have this particular chat group. On the top right here, where the name of the chat is, if we don't like the name currently that is there, we can click on this pencil icon and then give it a new name, and then press save. Under files, this will contain all the files that we have exchanged, and then we can add other apps to be used by this group as part of our discussions moving forward. Now, typically the new chats will be listed here on the left-hand side in the order that they were last used and under recent, and then the top section there will be the pinned chats. If we are commonly using this team chat, this group chat, we can pin this so it will always show up at the top section of our chat area. So we click on the configuration or more options here, the 3 dots, and then we click on pin, and it will be always listed in the top section. Notice you can also mute if you do not want to be receiving alerts from a particular chat. You can mute those or control those options from here. Under the chat area, notice that you can also filter conversations by selecting only the unread chats or meetings or apps or anything happening within the chat module. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to start a video call or an audio call or even share your screen in a group chat. Under the chat option, I have this group chat, the distance learning group. And in this group, I have these participants, these individuals. I could add more, I could leave the group, and so on from this icon here on the top right. Let's say that we want to start an instant video chat. To start the video chat, we simply click here on the video icon on the top right. And as you noticed, it's going to bring everybody as part of that team chat automatically. The same way it will be for an audio chat or an audio call. So we can click here on the audio call icon, and it will bring everybody together as part of this discussion. If I wanted to share the screen with the whole team, click here on screen sharing, select the screen that I want to share, and it will present my screen to all the members of the audience. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the calendar option in conjunction with video conferencing in Microsoft Teams. Calendar is one of the key components of Microsoft Teams, and it's very tightly integrated with Microsoft Outlook and your calendar availability in Microsoft Outlook. To go to the calendar, we simply click on Calendar on the left, and then on the right-hand side, we click the view for the calendar. Now, let's say that we want to add an appointment for sometime next week. So we go here to next week, and let's say on Monday, I simply select the block of time. It will prompt me to enter a title for my meeting. Next, I need to add the team members or the required attendees. So I search for them. It gives me also a status of that particular team. And that status is for the time at this point when I'm looking it up. It's not going to be for Monday in this case. If I wanted optional attendees, I can click on this add button and then add the optional attendees here in the bottom. Then you're picking the time and date, whether you want to repeat this. If this is related to a particular channel, you can include to broadcast this and add this as part of a particular team. Put the meeting details. And then under response options, you can specify to request responses. There are more options here as well, whether you want registration or not. Now, one of the key helpful tools here is also the scheduling assistant. So you'll click on scheduling assistant, and this will give us the availability of the staff for these particular days. In this case, it shows as white. Now, these are test accounts. And notice for my account here, notice from 9 to 10 or 9 to 9:30, this time is blocked, so I'm not available at that time. But I can go and change this by dragging this slider to another time. It's giving us the best time for all the team members to meet. Then we press send. And now to see the meeting details, we can go double click in here. They'll also get automatically a link to join via Microsoft Teams. On the right hand side, there will be a tracking option as to who has acknowledged it, the attendance for that particular meeting. There will be a whiteboard option if you plan to use it, breakout rooms if you choose to create breakout rooms as part of that meeting, and then questions and answers. Once the meeting starts, you can click here on Join, and that will be using the Microsoft Teams video conferencing solution. You'll click on Join Now, and then other members will be able to join via webcams here and control the video and audio from here on the top, share the screen as well. Under the More options, if you are the organizer of the meeting, you can click here to record the meeting from the bottom. Now, once the meeting has been recorded, the meeting recording will actually show up as part of the meeting details within that time slot at the scheduled time, or that entry on your calendar. So we'll go ahead and stop the meeting. We'll stop the recording and then leave the meeting as well, assuming that this was the Monday meeting. Now let's suppose that the meeting is over and we go back to the meeting details and we want to look at the recording. To access the recording, we can go here to the meeting details, and the meeting recording will be located in two places. We can go here under the chat option, and notice we have this option here where it says the recording is available, and you can press play. Or you can go under the Files option and notice there is this meeting recording here. Double click on it and you'll be able to view it. It'll most likely prompt you to log into the cloud to your Microsoft account in order to view it. In this segment of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to record a meeting in Microsoft Teams and then access the recording after the meeting is complete. So we go here to the calendar. Let's say that on Tuesday, I want to have a meeting at 9:30. I put in the details, add the attendees. I could use the scheduling assistant and so on, and then press send. Now let's say that the meeting time came by, and now I open the meeting, and everybody joins. And since I'm the organizer of the meeting, I want to go ahead and record it. I go here under More, scroll down to Start Recording. Obviously, there would be web cameras here. Once the meeting is over, we leave the meeting, end it, or stop the recording as well from where we started. Typically, you might have to give it a little time for the recording to be processed. If we go back here to the calendar option within Teams, go to that particular meeting, the meeting recording will be in two places within that meeting details. So we double click here, and then we can go to the meeting to look for the meeting recording under the chat option and also under the files option here on the top left. Under the chat, this is where it will display it, and you can press play to view it. It will open a web browser for you to sign in to your Microsoft account, to your Teams account, to view the recording. And if we go to files, it will be in here, and again, you'll need to sign in to the browser with your Teams account to view it. And then you'll press play. Larger for now. Obviously, there would be web. From here, you can share then this recording by clicking on the share icon, select share again, or you can copy the link to this sharing or embed it or manage permissions for viewing it and so on. In this segment of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to join a meeting in Microsoft Teams. So in most cases, when you receive a meeting invite for a Microsoft Teams meeting, the meeting invite will look very similar to this. We receive an email and you can accept the meeting by clicking on the accept here and then send the response now and so on. Once you have accepted the meeting, then you can go to your calendar, go to the meeting details, double click on it, and then join the meeting by clicking on the link as part of the meeting invite. And then from there, you'll click on Open and then join through Microsoft Teams. In other cases, someone may send you the meeting ID, and you may have to join the meeting manually. And you can do that from Microsoft Teams by clicking on Calendar and then clicking on Join with an ID. And then you'll enter the meeting ID and the password and then click on Join. In this segment of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to start an instant meeting in Microsoft Teams. So to start an instant meeting, we go to Microsoft Teams and then click on Calendar. And then on the top right, we have an option for Meet Now. Then click on Meet Now here, give it a title to the meeting, and then you can either get a link to share with participants, and you can share that via email, and then simply click on Start Meeting, and then click on Join Now. You're also again prompted to get the meeting link or add the participants and invite them from the right-hand side by either searching for their name or inviting them if they were part of your team. Once you're done with your meeting, you click on Leave or End Meeting by clicking on the down arrow here, and then select End Meeting for all. And obviously, to schedule a meeting for sometime in the future, you'd use the New Meeting option here on the top right. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to create a class meeting in Microsoft Teams. So we are here in the Calendar module within Teams, and then on the top right-hand side here next to New Meeting, we need to click on the drop-down and then select Class. These options are very similar. So we click here on Class. On the left, we have the general information about this particular meeting. So you enter the title of your meeting, and then you need to add the attendees. So here is where you'll send the invites to your students in your class, and you'd have to have the email addresses for them. Then you can put further meeting details here in the bottom left. So far, nothing is different. So it's just like a standard meeting. The difference for a class meeting is that you can set up a lobby where somebody is permitted to enter your meeting room. So in this case, we have those that are co-organizers will be automatically allowed to join the meeting. However, you can change it so that anyone within the organization can be trusted to be joining the meeting, or everyone that has the link to the meeting can join the meeting. So the safest one to minimize any of the issues would be to choose everyone. However, if it's a highly sensitive meeting, then obviously you want to approve anyone that is allowed to join the meeting. The other settings here include allowing the microphone for attendees, allowing the camera, so obviously you want those on unless you have a need to turn them off, whether you want to allow the chat module within the meeting, and then further down, you have additional settings even for an interpreter and Q&A and so on. Notice you can announce when somebody joins or leaves the room and allow certain callers to bypass the lobby. Then save those settings, send the invite. The students then will receive a meeting invite very similar to this. They'll need to either accept it or decline it and so on, but they'll join the meeting by using the information in the bottom of the meeting invite. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll briefly go over how to make video or audio calls using Microsoft Teams. Now, this is not using a telephone system. This is just using a soft phone for Microsoft Teams within the Calls module in Teams. So we go here to Calls, and then we can search for a name. You can search in your contacts and by adding contacts or linking this to your Microsoft Outlook contacts. Search for the individual here. Once you have located the individual, then if you want to make a video call, you simply press video. In this segment of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll briefly go over the Files option in Microsoft Teams. On the left-hand side on Microsoft Teams, there's this module called Files. And the Files option is any of the files that we have access through our collaboration with various teams in this platform, or files that we have sent to other individuals as part of our interactions. So notice we have the option for recent files that we have been using. Then there are also the Microsoft Teams files that we have stored in the Teams module here on the left-hand side. Items that we have downloaded, we can access, and from here we can access the OneDrive files from the web. If you prefer to integrate additional services as part of the Files option within Microsoft Teams, you can also click here on Add Cloud Storage and then select to add whether Dropbox or other cloud tools or file storage platforms such as Google Drive and so on. Because it's so tightly integrated with the other Microsoft products, you'll be able to simply click on them and it will open Microsoft 365, not the desktop version of Word, but it's the Microsoft 365 version of it. So you'll find most likely that the functionality of the cloud version, it's a little bit limited than the desktop version that you might have in your PC. In this segment of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll briefly discuss how you can extend the functionality of Microsoft Teams by adding various apps to the Teams platform. On the left-hand side of Microsoft Teams, there's this Apps option. And right above the Apps option, there are these three dots. That means that there are some additional added apps. So these would be apps that didn't make it here on the left-hand panel for your icons, but yet they are installed as part of your account. So if I wanted, let's say, the OneNote or any of these apps that already show up in here, click on them to open them, I'll be able to simply click on it and it will open it up. If you want to have this always show up on the left-hand side, you can right-click on it and then select Pin. If there are other applications that you're interested in having in your computer, you can simply click here on Apps and then locate the application that you want to install and integrate as part of Microsoft Teams. And notice there are a lot of categories, whether it's education, applications, and even workflows. So let's say I'm interested in approvals. I can search here for approvals and click on it, click to add it, and now approvals has been added here on the left-hand panel. If you want to pin it for future access to have it easily accessible, you can right-click on it and then pick Pin. Otherwise, you'll have to look on the three dots for more apps. You can add an app for you to use yourself as part of the platform, or you can add the app to particular teams in the platform. So for example, I have here distance learning. I could have added that to be used by that team and assign it to the team. In this segment of the Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the activity tool in Microsoft Teams. You have the option for looking at your feed of things that are happening with the teams and correspondence and mentions and interfacing through the platform with others, and all of those items will be listed here under the feed. Now for the feed, you can select to view only the unread items or all the items. You can also configure it here under Settings to display what type of activity you want as part of your feed. So if you say all activity and all reactions, then it will display all of those notifications and list them in there. Notice also there is a filter option where you can filter to look at only the mentions or replies or reactions or missed calls, voicemails, or various apps as well. So you're basically categorizing and filtering through any of these categories. The other thing that you can do is, once we get out of the settings, notice that there is a drop down below the feed option, and you can select My Activity. This will display all your interactions with other peers, the time and date. If you double click on it, it will take you in the context of what you did for that particular time and date. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to change and modify the settings for the Teams platform. So we are here logged in Microsoft Teams, and to get to settings, we go here to these three dots in the top right next to our profile picture, and then click on Settings. Under General, we can change it to dark mode or high contrast or the default mode. We can select the chat density, the layout, whether we want it as a list or as a grid, and also whether we want to start the application automatically. This would be helpful to do so that you can receive notifications, and that would be a good thing to enable. Other settings to change here would be under Accounts. This is where you can log out of the account and add another account or switch accounts. Under Privacy, this is where you can manage various privacy settings. And then under Notifications, this is where you can select how often you want to receive an email when you miss an announcement or a chat notification. Because with Microsoft Teams, if you are not responding right away to a chat notification, you can set it so that you can receive an automatic email after a few minutes have passed by. Further down here under Chats, you can select what the notifications you want to receive, whether you want only messages, whether you want only mentions or reactions. And then further down under Devices, this is where you'd select what camera to utilize and what microphone to utilize as well, and also test the microphone settings. Under Files, this is where you can determine which files to open first as your preference, whether you want to browse for the files or you want to use the Teams Files option. In the Calls area, these settings come in handy if the phone system has been integrated into Microsoft Teams, and you can specify how soon to forward calls to voicemail, how to configure the voicemail, set the ringtones, and so on. It's highly customizable, but a little bit buried away up here on the top right. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the Calls feature in Microsoft Teams. Now, this is the integrated phone system as part of the Microsoft Teams. You can use a soft phone, the application here on the desktop after clicking on Calls, or you can use a physical phone in your office integrated with Microsoft Teams. Once we click here on Calls on the left, notice that we have here the Contacts option or the Phone option. The Phone option, this is the soft phone area. So you can search for an individual here, and I'm not going to do the searching for privacy reasons. You'd select the number and then press Call, and then press Call over here. Then Microsoft Teams is going to launch the dialer, and from there, notice that you have the microphone icon where you can mute it from here, or you can add additional participants, or put the call on hold, or transfer it, or park it, and so on. To hang up, you can simply click on Leave. If you want to display the keypad, you can click on the keypad icon and simply punch in the numbers to dial or to change, to transfer, or things of that nature. So that's how you make a call using a contact. Now, to make a call by simply typing the number, enter the numbers in there, and then press Call. Once you're done with the call, you can press leave and it will close it. The call history will be displayed here in the center column. And if you want to categorize the missed calls, you click on missed, incoming, and voicemail, and so on. Or you can also filter them from the top right hand side here under these three dots. On the right hand side, you can select speed dials, you can select particular groups, you can create speed dial entries, or list other favorite contacts that you want to call. On the bottom section, notice that there is this option for don't forward currently. That means that my phone currently has been configured to not forward it, so it's going to ring and ring. And then after so many non-responses, after so many rings, then it'll go to voicemail. But if I want to forward it to voicemail automatically, all you have to do is click on the drop down where it says don't forward, and then you can select to forward it to voicemail. If you wanted to change additional settings related to forwarding, you click here under more settings. And this is where you can specify how to handle the calls and how long it should be before sending the call to voicemail. Further down, notice that you have here how to configure the voicemail, and you click on this and follow the prompts for configuring the voicemail. Further down, under the ringtones area, you can specify particular ringtones if a call is for you, or if a call is forwarded, or it's a delegated call, and you can preview those ringtones as well. Now, to get to those settings, you can go also here on the top right under settings next to the profile icon and click on settings, and then click on calls all the way at the very bottom. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to listen and also view the transcript of voicemails in Microsoft Teams. So in the case where the phone system has been integrated into Microsoft Teams and you missed the call, you can simply go to that missed call, and then on the right-hand side, you'll be able to view the voicemail transcription. If you wanted to listen to the voicemail, you simply press play here. Notice that on the right-hand side, you can also play it at a faster speed if necessary. Now, to call them back, you can simply click on this audio call on the right-hand side, and it'll call the number that they called from and they left a voicemail. In this module of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to configure voicemail. One of the ways to configure the voicemail is to go to the settings within Teams. So you go here under the three dots next to the profile picture, and then select settings. Once in settings, go to calls, and then click on configure voicemail. From here, click on record greeting. Once you click on record greeting, then follow the prompts to save the greeting, and then you're all set. In this segment of the Microsoft Teams tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to create a personal Teams meeting room link so that you can send it to any users and they can join your Teams virtual meeting room without having to send them an actual invite. This comes in handy for open office hours, for anyone to just join you in your meeting room. So here's the URL. It's a little long, and I'll post this in the description area. And the only difference that you need to change is that down this highlighted area, this is where you need to specify to put in your email address that is associated with your Microsoft Teams account. So in this case, if I wanted to join this personal meeting room for the distance learning staff, I simply click on the link, and then it says open this in Microsoft Teams. So obviously you have to have the Teams application installed, and then you simply click on Start Call. At this point, it will ring on the other end of that user, and they will join or ignore your call. This concludes the Microsoft Teams tutorial. I hope you found it helpful, and if you did, please subscribe to this channel, like the video, and even click on the little bell icon to be notified for new videos and tutorials related to Microsoft Office 365. Hello, my name is Sally Kaceli. The following is a comprehensive tutorial on using Windows 11. We will start with the very basics and then proceed with more advanced features in order to master using Windows 11. I have designed this tutorial with a user in mind so that one can effectively master using Windows 11 for personal use or in the workplace. This tutorial can come in handy for teachers to teach using Windows 11, or it can be used also for employee training. As you watch the video, please consider referencing the quick guide posted in the video description. The best way to learn using Windows 11 is to also practice the described features hands-on while you watch the video. So as we get started with the Windows 11 tutorial, first let me touch on some of the new features. Those features, I'll simply mention them at this point, but I'll go into more details later in the tutorial. As soon as you log into the system, one of the first things that you'll notice is that the taskbar layout has changed. It has changed in the location and also the items in the taskbar. So in the previous versions of Windows, the Start menu used to be on the bottom left of Windows. Now it has moved to the center. It's somewhat similar to the MacOS. Now, also the options as part of the taskbar have changed as well. And this is a little bit more refined at this point. So by default, typically you have the Start menu here, the Search option, which is very heavily integrated and a very major improvement in Windows 11. You have the virtual desktops, and I'll get into more later as to how that works. The widgets, and then you have the integration of Microsoft Teams, chat, and video conferencing as part of the operating system, getting to the web using Microsoft Edge, Windows File Explorer, which is traditional. It has been as part of the taskbar, but it's just in a more logical order, and then access to email as well. And this is part of the revamped user interface, or UI, is that you have a completely different color scheme and layout of the components in Windows 11. You'll notice the rounded corners here. The login and logout has been changed, so it looks different here. And even the shutting down of the computer, it's now in a new location here in the Start menu. There are also some behind-the-scenes features and enhancements to the operating system, such as better memory management of the applications by the operating system. Obviously, this will happen behind the scenes. With the emergence of the larger monitors and so on, now Windows allows you to resize a window by simply holding the mouse on the maximize button here for any of the applications, and you can choose a particular layout of your monitor. So if I wanted to put Microsoft Word here as part of only half the screen, I can simply do that. Now, if I wanted to open a different application as well and have it as part of the other half of the screen, notice I simply hold the mouse here and then select the right-hand side, and it will split the screen directly in half. There are enhancements related to gaming. There is a gaming mode. There is also a widgets mode. So if you click here on widgets, it will display the weather. You can choose stocks and calendar and news stories, and you can customize this as well as you prefer. You can now also run Android apps on Windows 11 using the Amazon Web Store. So I'll cover all of these features, including how to use the operating system and mastering it so that you can be effective in the workplace or for personal work in using this new operating system. So please stay tuned. In this module, I will go over some of the concepts related to the Windows 11 taskbar. The taskbar is typically one of the tools of an operating system that it's used as a quick way to launch specific operating system functions. So you want to get to settings, for example. You want to get to launch the different applications or launch your files. So you need a way to get started. If you take an example of a phone, for example, a smartphone, your taskbar, it would be the little icons on the very bottom of your phone to launch, for example, the web browser, or to make a call, or to send a text. So in this case, here in Windows 11, the taskbar is this set of icons here in the bottom. Now it's in the middle of the screen, very similar to macOS. This allows you to view the start menu, the list of applications. It allows you to search, to perform, in this case, quick searches, to access virtual desktops and other functions as well. Now on the far right here, you also have some additional functions. For example, the network connectivity, the battery usage, power usage, other quick settings. So in Windows 11, this was modified. Now let's get to some of the components of the taskbar here, and then we'll get into how to customize the taskbar. So one of the first options here is a start menu. You'll notice that the start menu has been revamped to the new user interface. You can search directly for an application by either typing here, for example, you type Word or Excel or whatever, and it'll bring it up and you can launch it. Or you can navigate pinned applications as part of your options here, or the display. You can get to all the apps in the operating system from here, or there are also recommended apps as well as recommended, or what you have used recently. One of the other things to note as part of the new start menu is also, this is where you log in and log out. So your account, you can click here on your account, and this is where you can lock your computer, or you can sign out or change account here in the bottom of the start menu. To the far bottom right here, you have the options to power off the computer. So this is kind of different from the previous versions of Windows. The next part of the taskbar is the search menu. So if we go here to click on search, and by the way, you can get to the search as well by pressing the Windows key on the keyboard, and it will launch the same thing. And notice here you can search for everything, or you can search only specific apps, documents, or the web. And here on the far right, under options, this is where you can change the search settings and the indexing and things of that nature as well. So it's very easy. You press the Windows key, it'll bring up the search capability. The third option here is the virtual desktops. So virtual desktops is a functionality where you can launch specific programs on a workspace. So right now I have here my, let's say I have Word opened, and I can have other programs, but now let's say I have, let's say, 5 or 6 programs, but then all of a sudden I need to meet with a client. And instead of me having to clear my desktop and having to prepare my desktop to share my screen and so on, I can come down here to the virtual desktops area, click on it, and create a new virtual desktop. Now at this point, it's going to be a clean start. I can follow up with the client, work with them, open new applications, and switch between the multiple virtual desktops in a very easy way by retaining the previous settings. Now for me to go back to the previous desktop, I can simply click here on or hold the mouse on virtual desktops icon, and then switch to my first virtual desktop where I'll get access to my apps and settings and things like that. The other cool feature as part of the new Windows taskbar is the widgets. To access the widgets, you can click on widgets here, and then you can have the weather, you can have the Outlook calendar reminders, sports, and you can add other widgets of your preference as well, such as traffic and so on. And if you scroll down, there is news and additional stock updates and things of that nature as well. To the right of this, there is the chat. This is an option where Microsoft is integrating Microsoft Teams, video conferencing, chatting, and so on as part of this operating system. Then next here, by default, you'll have access to Microsoft Edge, which is one of the web browsers, obviously. Then you have the File Explorer, and I'll get into more of those concepts shortly, and then email. Now, to customize those settings for the taskbar, you can right-click on it and choose Taskbar Settings. Now, notice one thing that is different from previous versions is that you don't have the Task Manager and a whole bunch of other options. You simply have now the Task Settings. Under Task Settings, this is where you can customize whether you want search to show up as part of the taskbar, whether you want the task view to show up, like those buttons that we saw down here, whether you want them to be displayed or not. Now, if you have a touch screen, you might want to enable the option for pen menu. Now, in most cases, that would be enabled, but if it's not, this is where you enable it. If you don't like the taskbar in the center here, how Microsoft has set it by default, you can change it to be on the left, and it will be very similar to the Windows 10 or Windows 7. If you have multiple displays, you can control whether you want your taskbar to show up on all displays, and this you'd have to have a check mark in here for that. Now, as part of the taskbar, there is also in the Start menu area here, if you right-click on it, you have a bunch of options very similar to the old Windows 10 and Windows 7, where you can get to certain key areas in your computer. So, for example, if you need to check the disk management, or if you want to check the computer management devices and resources in your computer, or if you want to get to the task manager, this is how you now get to it. Or the run command that it used to be before. And even shut down and restart the computer, it's by right-clicking on the Start menu. On the far right, you have this Command Center or Quick Action Center, and we'll get into that later as well, but for now, here is where you can configure and connect to the Wi-Fi, airplane mode, and then change accessibility settings, things related to the battery, and so on. So this is kind of the quick settings for your desktop. To change your time clock in your computer, you can do it from here, along with adjustments of the notification settings while you are focusing on work. That's, in a nutshell, in order to keep this fairly short, some of the functionality and the usage of the Task Manager. Remember, it's very similar to your smartphone, with a set of functions at the very bottom of your screen in order to launch various applications or settings in your computer, or functions in your computer as part of the operating system. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'm going to take a couple of minutes and focus on the Windows Start menu and show you how you can pin applications to the menu or to the taskbar, Windows taskbar. These are a couple common functions in the business environment and also for the effective use of the application. On the bottom left here on the taskbar, you have the Start menu. Click on it. Now notice some of the components of the Start menu at this point. On the top you have the search. You can simply start typing and it will search for apps, it'll search for files in your computer, or even web pages as well. It'll search the web. Right below you have here the pinned applications. These are common applications that either Microsoft has pinned and made them more obvious for you to access, or there are applications that you can pin and they would be available for quick use for you in the future. To access all the applications in your computer, you click on All Apps here and it'll display all your applications, and you can search for them or just simply browse. At the bottom half of the screen here, you have some of the recommended items, either files or applications that you have used. At the very bottom of the Start menu, you have your account. So this is where you can lock the computer, you can sign out of the computer, or sign in to a different account, so switch accounts. On the far right here, this is the option where you can power off the computer, or restart it, or hibernate, or put the computer into sleep mode. So again, the Start menu, it's just a mechanism for you to browse the various applications in your computer and some of the key functions in the computer, such as logging out. Obviously, notice the new user interface. It's completely revamped. Let's say that I want an application to show up as part of my Start menu, to show up in this area. So let's say I want Excel. So to do that, I can simply search here for Excel, or I could have navigated to the list of all programs, and here you choose to pin it to Start menu. Now this, if we click back on the Start menu, you'll notice that Excel has been added to the list. Let's say that I want an application to show up also on the taskbar on the very bottom here, so I can always have quicker access to it. To do that, you simply search for the program first, and then you right-click on the app or whatever it is, and you choose to pin to the taskbar. From this time on, Microsoft Word will be part of the taskbar where I can launch it very easily. If for some reason I change my mind, you can right-click on it and choose to unpin it from the taskbar. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'm going to go over some of the concepts related to the desktop component of the operating system. So the desktop is simply an area where you can place various icons in order to launch specific programs in your computer. And in a lot of other cases, you can place shortcuts to a website or even shortcuts to files. So in this case, we have a bunch of the icons or programs here on the left. Now the difference here is that in order for me to open an application from here, for example Microsoft Edge, I need to double click on these icons to open them up. While from the taskbar here in the bottom, if I'm launching something from the taskbar, I'll click only one time in order to open that application. So that's one of the differences. Now, think of the desktop very similar to on your smartphone. On the main area of your screen on your smartphone, you typically have a bunch of little icons where you launch. For example, whether it's a map application or your chat or Facebook app or whatever it is, but those will be in the main part of the screen. Those items in the very bottom of the screen where you can make a phone call or send a text message, that would be part of the taskbar equivalent. Now on the upper part, you'd have the area to launch those icons. So here, the desktop, it just serves that a placeholder for the icons. As you install different programs, different icons will show up on the desktop. What shows up on the desktop depends on whether the application has been configured by default to put an icon on the desktop. You can customize the view of it by simply right-clicking on it, and notice you have a bunch of the options here. You can change the view to have larger icons or different types of icons, and whether to arrange the icons on your desktop a certain way, align them, and even to show or not show the icons on the desktop. Also, you can create new shortcuts or new folders on the desktop. So if I want a new text document there, I can just simply click on New here, choose New Document or New Excel document, whatever I want, and there it is. Now, of course, to move those things around, you can drag them wherever you want them. To delete an icon from the desktop, that is quite obvious. You simply select it, and you press delete. One of the key components of the desktop is also the access to the recycle bin. So typically, anytime you delete something from your computer, it's going to put it automatically in a recycle bin. So if you wanted to retrieve something from a recycle bin, you can double click on it, and then it will display what you have recently deleted. Here I can right click on it and choose to restore it. Now to customize the desktop, right click here on the desktop, choose to personalize it. And then under personalize, this is where you can change a lot of the different settings such as the color themes, the lock screen, and taskbar items and things like that, fonts and so on. And obviously here we are personalizing the background and so on. So you can pick different backgrounds, photos, change those contrasts and so on. Think of it like modifying the settings on your smartphone to change the visual look and feel of the applications in there. Another functionality that you can access through the desktop by right-clicking anywhere on the screen. Here you can also choose to change the display settings. If I wanted to change the font size on the monitor, the resolution, and so on, this is where I'll make those changes by right-clicking and choosing Display Settings, and then work from here. If I right-click again on the desktop, notice there are some additional options here, and this is more like a look and feel what used to be on Windows 10. In this session of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'm going to go over opening an application and managing an application from Windows 11. Now this is a very basic concept that most of you have used, but yet if somebody is for the first time trying to understand the Windows 11 operating system, this would potentially help. So to launch an application, if the application is already on the taskbar, you can simply click on it and single click and it will open up. For example, here Microsoft Edge. If I wanted to open an application from the Start menu, you just simply click on Start and then pick the application from here or under the All Apps. So in that case, I'm simply finding it and then clicking on it and then launching it. If the application is also listed on the desktop and you want to launch it from the desktop, here you'd have to double click instead of single clicking, and that will perform the same functions. One of the features in Windows 11, in any application actually, is that on the top right here, typically you have these controls. Now on a MacBook or on a MacOS, those controls would be on the left-hand side. You can minimize this app by clicking on the little minus icon on the bottom left, and it will bring it down to the taskbar, and you can get a preview or relaunch it by clicking on it again. The other option here is this minimize, maximize option. What you see here on the screen, this is the new feature in Windows 11. And this allows you, with the emergence of the larger desktops, you simply hold the mouse on the icon here, on the middle one, and then you can select to park this application in half of your screen or a certain position of your screen. So if I wanted just on the bottom right, top corner, the fourth of the screen, I'll click on this, and now it's only on that part of the screen. And then I can have something else on a different part of the screen. So that's another option where you can adjust the display depending on what you want. To close the application, you can simply click here on the X on the top right, and that is standard with other versions of the Windows. Now, in some cases, when you are working on an application, it crashed on you, and you just need to somehow make sure to close it without rebooting the computer, one of the ways to do that is to access or to close the application from the taskbar. So let's say the application is here, somehow it's misbehaving. Now I need to get to the taskbar to close it. To access a taskbar, and by the way this has changed, you right click here on the Windows icon and you click on Task Manager. Or you can simply go to the search option and type Task Manager. And now this will give you typically something like this. It will show up Task Manager and the apps that you currently have opened. So if I wanted to end this application forcefully, I would click on the application and then choose End Task. In some cases, that application may not show up in this list, and then in that case, you can click here on More Details and then find the application and choose End Task. To find it, you'd click here on Processes. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'm going to go over how to switch between applications in Windows 11. The process is very much the same as previous versions of Windows, but for the purpose of understanding how the Windows 11 operating system works, I'll cover it here as well. So let's say we have two or more applications opened, and we need to switch between them. And we have only one monitor. Let's say I wanted to switch to Word. One of the options is to simply go to the taskbar here in the bottom and then click on Word and switch between the two. If I have more than two applications opened, obviously the process is going to be very much the same. So I'd go to the taskbar and switch between the applications here in the bottom. Another way to switch between the applications is to hold down the Alt key on the keyboard and then press Tab. This will display all the applications running currently on this computer. And then at this point, I can keep on pressing Tab and switch to a different application, or while I'm holding the Alt key, I can go and click on a specific one to switch to it. Earlier, I also covered that you can switch and have multiple desktops or multiple virtual desktops as well. If I want to switch to a completely different desktop, I'll go here to the bottom and switch to a new desktop, desktop 2, let's say, and from here I can launch a whole new setup with a variety of applications. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'm going to go over briefly how to use Windows Search. Windows Search, it's actually one of the cool and powerful features of the upgraded Windows operating system. Instead of you having to scroll and locate a various application and identify where it is and so on, you can click here on Search and simply start typing. That will search for apps, it will search for all the components in the computer, it will search for documents, the web, and people, photos, videos, and so on here. Those search options can be customized by clicking here on these three dots or options icon on the far right, and then you can customize various icons and also customize the search settings as well. The search, you can launch it directly here by clicking on the Windows icon, or you can press the Windows key and then simply start typing. So you type the name of the application and then you just simply click on it and it will bring it up. The other thing you can do is that you can search for settings in your computer. So let's say you wanted to change the display settings. You go here to the display area or any of the display components, and then you can change the various settings in here, like the scaling and so on. Another example would be, for example, the Wi-Fi. If you're not sure how to connect to the Wi-Fi, you can type Wi-Fi or wireless and then click on it and it will take you to your Wi-Fi settings. So the idea is, again, anytime you need something, instead of having to know where it is located, you can simply search for it with an approximate word and the system will bring up that particular file or that particular setting or that particular application. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'm going to go over some of the features of Windows Explorer and Windows File Management. Some of those concepts may be very basic to you, but are very key in understanding how the operating system works and how to use Windows 11 effectively in the workplace. Think of File Explorer as a mechanism to access the files that you have created in your computer or the files from the various applications in your computer. To access File Explorer, click here on the taskbar File Explorer. At the top you have some of the common functions such as copy, paste, and so on. Notice that those icons look slightly different here. Then you have the view options, whether you want to view the items as a list or whether you want to view them in large icons and so on. And then you have additional settings here under this configuration option on the top right. By default, it will open at Quick Access. Quick Access is basically going to give you the recent files and folders that you have accessed most recently. On the far right, you can search for whatever is being displayed here in this bottom area. Below Quick Access, we have the desktop option. Desktop, it's simply going to display any of the items or folders that we had created or added to the desktop. So if we create a folder, a file or a folder in there on the desktop, that's where those icons or those items will show up. Downloads will be stuff that we have downloaded from the web, from the various browsers. Documents, this would be work documents that are stored in your computer. Now, it's important for you to understand that pictures or documents and so on, those are components as part of your Windows account or Windows profile. Now, if you have multiple users log into your computer, each user would have their own separate desktop, separate documents area, separate pictures area. And the way you find that is by going here under this PC, and then if you go under the C drive, typically it's a C drive where the files are stored, and you go under Users, then here's where you can see all the different users in this particular computer. So if I go here under this account, notice I have desktop, I have documents, I have downloads, and these are the exact replica of what's being displayed here on the left-hand side. So these are actually on the left-hand side, are just a shortcut to what we see here on the right-hand side. You can use this also for backing up files on a flash drive or external drive or however you want to do the backup stuff, or to just copy that content of the files. The key concepts here is these quick links on the left, how they map to the files stored on the PC. If you go here to this PC, it's going to display the drives that exist on this PC, but also if you are working on a network, you'd see also the network drive. And those network drives typically will be mapped like in the particular letters like F or K or J or M drive, or it depends on how the system administrators have set them up. But this is how you access your storage on your PC and then the files within that PC. Typically, these options here, the first 4 or 5, are typically by default in your PC. Now let's say that there is a specific folder that I'm working on, but I want this to show up all the time here on the left. So let's say I want the favorites to be showing up here on the left, or I want my music folder to show up on the left. You can right-click on that folder and then choose to pin it to Quick Access. That will place it in there. And notice music now. Anytime we open File Explorer, it's going to display a link here for the music folder. So you can do that for any component or any common folders that you constantly use. There's also the option to drag that over there and that. Now, working with folders, I find that most users don't fully understand working with files. Let's say I wanted to create a new folder here. If I click on New up here, I can choose to create a new shortcut or a new folder and a new bunch of other stuff here. But for now, I want to create just a new folder. So I click on New and then choose Folder, and then I have the name of the folder, and then you hit Enter. To move a file into this folder, I can do it a couple ways. Let's say I have this file right here, and I want to move it over here. I can simply drag it, and then it will put it in that folder. Drag and drop, it's great as long as you're precise in it. There's a danger in a drag and drop because sometimes you may drop a file in the wrong place. So the best thing to move files around is by simply selecting them. If there are more than one, then you can simply either select just a few of them, or you can hold the control key and select random ones, or you can click on the first one, hold down the shift key, and then select a few of them. And then at this point, notice that you can use these options up here. By the way, Microsoft in Windows 11 changed this, so we can cut these, and then we are going to move them somewhere else. This is the safer way to move files around. Or you can also right-click and then choose here the options. Notice this changed as well in Windows 11, these icons. It doesn't say cut anymore or copy unless you hold the mouse on it. Click on cut here, and now I go back navigating to the top folder here, or I can go to the left and use the navigation on the left. And then let's say I want to paste those files in here. I can either right-click and choose the option to paste. Notice again the word is missing, but you have the icon here to paste, or you have the paste icon on the top. These may be very basic concepts, but it's really necessary to work effectively in the workplace. Now, one of the needs that I also find the users are not very familiar with in any version of Windows is how to create a compressed file, or a zip file as it's called. So let's say I have here this Word 2019 folder, and it has a bunch of stuff in there. Now let's say I want to send that to somebody in a compressed format because it has a lot of stuff in it. To create a zip folder or a zip file, all you have to do is right-click on it, click on Compress to Zip File. Now the terminology here in Windows 11 has changed. So we click here on Create a Zip File. It's going to do its thing, and it's actually putting all of these files, including the folder and potentially subfolders, into one single file for you to send away. Notice it says it's a zip folder. It has a zip little icon thingy here, and that's what you'd need to send. But you're sending one compressed package. Typically for large zip files, it's best, instead of emailing them, to maybe share them either using OneDrive or Google Drive or some kind of cloud file sharing platform. Most systems are not going to deliver for emails that contain zip files for security reasons. Now, let's say that I received this file. Typically, with a zip file, you also need to extract those files. Notice there's an option for extract all items in this folder. Or you can right-click on it and choose to extract all, and that's a necessary process for any zip files for you to do on your end. Obviously, you need to do this only when you're completely sure from a safe sender. Notice it's going to, by default, extract it in the same folder that we had it. However, you can change it to a different folder. You press extract, and all those files at this point will be displayed in here. Notice it creates a new folder matching the zip folder, and under that, then there are the actual files. The context menus for the File Explorer in Windows 11 have changed. Notice first the rounded corners, the visual look and feel, and then these options have been kind of rearranged and the icons have changed. Notice here that the most commonly used functions don't contain the words anymore. More options. This will bring more of the old look and feel from Windows 10, and that's how it used to actually look. Finally, as you're accessing files, in some cases there might be a need for you to track down hidden files in your computer. There are certain places that the files are stored, and you just need to make sure to kind of get to them or view them or do something with them. So, and one common area is, for example, if we go here under the users folder, we go under this account, my profile account. Notice that by default you see maybe 10 or 12 different folders in here. However, there are files and folders in there that are actually hidden by default. And to view those files and folders, simply going here under View, we scroll down under Show, and then we choose here the Show Hidden Files or Unshow Hidden Files. And notice now, under App Data, you'll have this displayed. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to connect to the internet from a Windows PC. So if you have a Windows PC with a network connection, a wired connection, obviously you simply take the wired connection, and provided the port on the wall is active, you simply plug it in and you should be able to connect to the internet. If you have a wireless laptop or a wireless device with Windows 11 and you want to connect to a network, whether at home or at your business, in the bottom right here you'll see a globe with a little arrow like this. So you'll need to click in this area, it doesn't matter which area, and it's going to bring up quick settings. Notice that currently the Wi-Fi is not turned on, so I can click here to turn it on, and notice now it's blue. So typically this has to be blue. It has kind of changed in Windows 11. And once this is blue for the wireless connection, that means that it's on and available to view the wireless networks. And then we need to click here on this right arrow to click on the wireless connections, and then you pick the connection in your area or from your business. Typically the ones that have a lock in there, that means that there is a passphrase, and you'd need to know the passphrase typically on your own router, print it out from the internet provider, or in a business it might be a shared password through the IT department, or in a lot of cases it's upon login. Click on the network connection and then you press connect. It will prompt you to enter it. If it doesn't need a password, in this case I was connected before, that's why it didn't prompt me, then it will remember those settings. Under this little icon here you can also check additional properties related to the wireless network. To get to these settings, obviously you can go to the settings area, and then choose show wireless networks. And this is where you pick to connect to another network. So that's another way to manage the wireless network and connect to the network. So I'm going to demonstrate how to connect to the internet. This is really very basic, but it's one of the aspects of learning about an operating system, particularly if you're not sure how this is done. Once you have connected your computer to the network, whether wired in a wired way or a wireless way, and for the wireless, by the way, refer to the tutorial on connecting to a wireless network. Once you have done that, typically you need to use a browser. Now the default browser, and it's included in Windows 11, is Microsoft Edge. This is typically based on Chrome background platform, but it's very efficient. Now, of course, other browsers are also Google Chrome, Firefox, and other ones such as Brave, which is a recent one based on Chrome as well, but for more privacy. Notice that you have a search box here on the bottom, and then you have an address bar on the top. On the top, that's where you type your URL. Now, that can search also. So if you type in here, if you type Kaceli tutorials, notice you'll get a lot of other stuff in there and it'll perform a search. That's because the address bar on the top acts as both a navigation tool and also a search tool. They are combined into one. Now, a lot of users, they search in this area here, this search box. So whenever you're typing in here Kaceli.com, for example, that is actually not going to take you directly to the website. You're just searching as part of the default search that the startup page has. So it's going to give you a lot of different options here, but not necessarily take you there directly. So my suggestion to be effective and to know how this is done, you just type what you want to type on the top part and not the second part. The other thing to consider here for the web browsers, and I'm not going to get into too many details, the other thing is to go and check the settings and modify the settings in your browser. So you'd click on these icons here on the top, and you'd go under Settings, and then here is where you can change whether it's the privacy, whether it's the appearance, look and feel of your browser, starting page. This is where you can set a new page. So for example, if I want to always start with a new page here, and that new page should be Kaceli.com, that's how I simply add it in here. Now that I changed the default start page, notice that once I open it up again, it'll take me just to that website that I configured it earlier. One of the tools that I find useful is also here under the settings, and then which is the three dots up here, and then under more tools, there's this option also to cast this to a device to connect to a remote display. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to use the Windows 11 widgets. Windows 11 has a new feature called widgets. Here in the taskbar, it's one of the main icons added by default. You click on widgets, and you'll be able to see particular ones that the Microsoft has already put in there by default for you. However, you can customize those widgets by using the More Options item here, and you can make this large or medium or remove it completely. You can go and add new ones, pick the items that you want to add, and then you can further come in here and customize them, the size and other options related to them. In this brief video, I'll demonstrate how to shut down the computer in Windows 11. This might seem like a very easy and simple step. To shut down or reboot the computer, you simply go here under the Start menu, and then you click on the power icon in the bottom right. From here you can select the shutdown option or the restart option. Obviously the restart option, but clear everything from the memory. If the computer is running into a problem, it is highly recommended that you first reboot the computer before you get too frustrated with the problem that you are running into. When you put the computer in sleep mode, it's not closing the programs, it's keeping everything the way you had them before, but just conserving energy and putting things to sleep. The hibernate mode is actually more effective in saving battery life on your laptop, but it takes a little bit longer in order for it to start up. If you have a solid-state drive, the hibernate mode probably is the better option for conserving battery. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to install the Windows updates and keep the computer up to date. We go here under the Windows search, or press the Windows key and then type Windows Update. Notice that there are some updates here. We simply press Install Now, and the updates will be installed in the computer. The other thing to remember is that you can pause Windows updates if you don't want the computer to be restarted during business hours, or you want to pause them for a week and so on. This is where you can change those settings. If you want to look at the history of updates, you can click on Windows Updates History, and it will show you what has been installed in the computer. Further down here under Advanced Options, you can also choose to install the updates at certain hours of the day or at certain times. You can choose when to receive the Windows updates, and also here's another option that you might want to consider under optional updates. Sometimes there are driver software for your PC or non-crucial updates for your PC that might be helpful. But it is important to keep your PC up to date, whatever version of Windows you have, for security reasons, for better performance of your PC, and sometimes additional functionality as well. In this segment of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to customize the look and feel of Windows 11. There are a couple ways you can do the changing of the look and feel. You can right-click from the desktop here and then choose Personalize. And then under personalize, you can change and pick here various themes. So let's say I want to utilize this one. It'll adjust all the colors and everything related to that Windows theme. So I'm going to revert it back for now. If you want to further just customize certain things, for example, the desktop settings, if you wanted to change the sounds or change the defaults or the cursor and so on, this is where you do it as well. Now, to change the font size of your icons and components of Windows, right-click here on the desktop and then choose Display Settings. Now, I'm showing you this from the desktop functionality. However, you can also search for it and just simply choose here Display Settings. And then under the scaling here, you can change this so that it can be larger fonts and larger icons, or smaller if you prefer, and screen orientation and things of that nature as well. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to customize the Windows 11 settings. Just like with any other operating system, there is typically a need to go and modify particular settings in the computer or in that particular device. So think of it like if you have an iPhone and you go to the settings area, you can modify a variety of things, whether it's for the apps or the look and feel and the privacy and things like that regarding your device. So the same thing here as well. You can go under the search option to get to settings, and this would be the easiest one. You can press the Windows key on the keyboard, or you press the search option here, and then simply type in here settings. That's the quickest way to get to it. Once you click on settings, notice that this is actually a major improvement in Windows 11. While in Windows 10 you had settings that had the old look and feel to them, in Windows 11 Microsoft did a really outstanding work on restructuring them, making sense, and also visually appealing as well. So at the very top here you have the option about the system. So you can change system-related settings, such as changing, for example, the name of your computer, the updates about the computer. And obviously under the system settings, you can change settings related to the display, the sound, notifications, power, storage, anything that is system-related. As far as devices and so on, you can click on that and you'll be able to customize settings related to any devices connected to your computer. And the same under network and so on. Then personalization. This is where you change the themes and the look and feel of your operating system. And then under apps, this is where you can click and choose default features, or even uninstall various applications in your computer. So this is where you can add and remove programs from your computer. Now, if for some reason you need to delete an application to remove it, notice that this has changed in Windows 11, and you can click here on the three dots on the far right, or in the configuration icon on the far right, and then choose to uninstall it from here. Additionally, you have the gaming settings and also privacy settings and Windows Update. So all of that to say that very similar to iPhone or a smartphone, where you can change and customize the settings about that device, the same idea is here as well. You can also search here for a particular setting. Let's say you're not sure where disk cleanup is located, you can still search for it. So that's how you access the Windows settings and how you can customize settings related to Windows. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I will demonstrate how to customize the privacy settings in Windows 11. So you go here in the Start menu or in the Windows Search, either one of them, and we type here Privacy Settings. Notice on the left you'll have Privacy and Security. And then you can change other stuff related to security as well, but in our case here we are concerned primarily about the privacy settings. So you can go here under General, and you might want to turn off a lot of these options. Then we go back here under Privacy, and you're not done yet, by the way. You go here under the Speech Settings, and then you change also the speech settings to change those to off. Basically, you're not sending the speech patterns or whatever you say be stored externally from your PC. Then you can go down under the inking and typing personalization. You can turn off also the dictionary and certain terms and words that you type on the soft keyboard so that those are not stored outside of your PC. Additionally, you go under the diagnostic and feedback, and you want to potentially turn all of these off, and then under the feedback frequency, so basically put the most minimum that it allows you to put in there. Of course, take note of what you're turning off so that just in case something happens, you'd come back to them. If you go under the activity history, you can choose to turn that off as well. You can clear the privacy setting there. Then you can go under the search permissions. This is probably what you want to do for the safety of kids or the moderate search. This has to do with the web content that's going to display in your computer. As far as the cloud search content and so on, you can turn these off as well if you prefer more privacy. Under location, notice that there are also app permissions such as location, and this is very similar to like if you have an iPhone, you can control what apps can access your GPS location and things like that. It's very similar to that here as well. You're just going here and then identifying which apps have access to your location settings, and you can change this by default, or you can clear that history. And microphone. However, for camera and microphone, I'd be cautious on turning things off from here. For example, if you're turning this off from Skype from here, or the camera, you're not allowing it to turn on, you're not allowing it at all for a specific app. When you go to use that app, you'll most likely have problems with using the camera or the microphone. So I'd be very cautious on turning off the camera settings. Voice activation, keep these off. For the particular, for Cortana or keywords, this would be like Apple has Hey Siri. Windows, if you have this option on, it's always listening for the word Cortana. In this module, I will demonstrate how to use the Action Center or Quick Settings Center in Windows 11. Typically here in the taskbar on the far right of the desktop, we have these options. So this is an area, a listing of items or functions that you can quickly access. Anything in blue, that's active. Anything that is not in blue, that's not activated at this point. We can change the display here, we can change the sound settings and so on, and the volume settings, and you can go under more volume and so on. Now notice that there is also an edit icon in here, and we can add additional items to the quick settings area, which Microsoft would actually have added these additional settings by default. So we click here on Add, and let's say I want the cast option so that I can connect to a remote display easily. Let's say I also want the night light option. I want the nearby sharing and also the project option. Then I click on Done. Now those options will be available at any point by simply clicking anywhere in here and then selecting that particular option for quick access. In this module, I'll demonstrate how to change the default printer or how to set up the default printer in Windows 11. By default in Windows 11, the Windows determines as to which printer becomes the default. So to set the default printer, we go here under the search menu, and then we type printers. We go to printers and scanners, and then the first option that we want to change, to scroll down here below the list of printers and turn off the option for letting Windows manage it. Once we have turned off the option for Windows to manage the printer. Then we go to the particular printer that we want and then click on it, and then this button will show up for making it as a default. And notice here at this point it will state default. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to connect to the Windows 11 Store. Think of the Windows 11 Store as the App Store if you have an iPhone, or the Google Store if you have an Android phone. So to access the App Store, you click on the Windows, Start, or on the Search, and then you can simply search for Store, or you just click on the Microsoft Store. These are basically third-party apps, or sometimes from Microsoft, or third-party apps that you are adding onto your PC to increase its functionality. Now, there is also in Windows 11 functionality, or the option for you to be able to install Android apps as well, and you do that primarily through the Amazon App Store. So here, if we wanted an app installed, whether it's Netflix or WhatsApp or whatever it is, the apps here, you simply click on it, and then sometimes you might have to pay additional fee for it, sometimes may not. You can check the ratings, you can check the description, and so on. And if you decide to install it, then you can simply click on Get. It will associate the app with your Microsoft account. You'll need to enter your Microsoft account, login, and it's basically going to be very similar to an app store from Apple or from Google in smartphones. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to change your Windows password. There are a couple ways to change it. If you're working in a corporate environment and you're connected to a network, then obviously you change the password through the tools that the IT department has set up for you. However, in most cases, even if it's a network account, you can change your Windows password by simply pressing Ctrl-Alt-Delete in your computer, and then a prompt like this will come up, and then you can click here on Change Password, and then you can put in your old password, the new password, and confirm the new password as well. And this is the quickest and easiest way to change the password. The other options are also under the search. If we go here to search and then change password, we have more clicks that are involved in this step through this procedure, but you'd still reach to the same conclusion. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to lock your computer if you're going to step away from your desk for a few minutes or for the rest of the day. This is a very good practice to do to get into the custom of doing, and obviously this is for security and maintaining your privacy and the security of your files. So you can be on any application that you're working on, and at any point that you want to lock your computer, you simply can press the Windows key and the letter L on the keyboard. And then it will bring you back to this option. So it's basically going to bring you to the login screen again. When you're ready to come back and start working again, you can simply hit any keys on the keyboard, enter your password, and then you're back to everything that you had on your computer. If you want to do it using the Windows option, the Windows Start menu, that option is located under the Start here, and then you click on your account, and typically you would click on your account, and there will be an option for a lock here under your account. For some reason it's not displaying that at this point while I'm recording, and I guess it has to do because I just locked it, came back, and I'm having still the recorder on. In this segment of the Windows 11 tutorial, I will go over the Windows security settings and how to check your computer for viruses and malware. Windows 11 actually comes packaged with its own security suite and firewall tools as well. To get to those tools, we need to go to one of the ways to get there is to open the Start menu or the search window here, and then search for Windows Security. We go to Security Settings, and here it's going to give us a preview of actions that are necessary in your computer, things that are okay in your computer, and so on. So now to customize those settings, click here on Open Windows Security, and then we can set up OneDrive if we prefer to. This is not really a necessity. This is basically Microsoft pushing OneDrive and also trying to make sure that you're backing up your files online on the cloud and not necessarily lose them at some point in time. Then under the Account Protect login here with the Microsoft account, on the left-hand side, we have here the firewall and network protection. Notice that no action is needed at this point, but you can go and click on it and check various firewall rules and advanced settings and customize those firewall settings if you prefer. Under the App and Browser Control, this can block unwanted apps, and currently it's turned off. You'd want to make sure it's turned on, and you put in your password and it will enable it for you. Under the Device Security, there are additional settings behind the scenes here that it's utilizing, such as the single core isolation, the security of the processor level. And so if we go here under Virus and Threat Protection on the left-hand side, this is where we can run a scan on your computer. You can do a quick scan. In my case, it took 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Or you can change those scan options and do a full scan, a custom scan. And once you pick the type of scan that you want, you click on Scan Now. And it may take quite a bit of time if you have a lot of files and you choose the full scan option. As the files are scanned, typically it's going to show you the results and things it has found and things that you need to correct or to allow, and all you need to do is basically proceed with a positive way to remove them or apply what Microsoft determines as. You can also check here for protection history, what has taken place at certain points in time, and it's basically a log of the activity from the scanning software. So all that to say that under the Security Center, the Windows Security, you have a virus and firewall protection. There is also the account protection. There is the firewall and network protection aspect, the browser level protection, device security at the component level in the computer, and then also device health. Under the Windows Security, here it's important to note that there are also family options here. You can set it up to protect the kids' screen time habits. So you can set time for kids, how long they can use the devices and so on. To do that, you'd go under View Family Settings, and you'd have to configure it using your Microsoft account. Basically, all the devices are connecting to a Microsoft account, and then Microsoft is managing that time and the settings that you have configured for your family. In this module of the Windows 11, I'll demonstrate how to connect and extend your display to a second display device in Windows 11. This comes in handy if you have a second monitor or a TV where you want to project to, or if you want to connect to a projector in a classroom or in a business meeting. So typically, as soon as you connect a second monitor to your PC, by default, the content from your main PC to the second one will be mirrored. That's referred to as a mirrored display. Now, to connect to a projector, you can press the Windows key on the keyboard and then P, the letter P on the keyboard, and this will bring up this menu. So you can currently I have only one monitor here connected to this system, but if I had a second one, I could duplicate this screen, and typically by default it will be duplicated as soon as you connect a second screen. However, the function that you want to use is the Extend Desktop. That will make it so that you can move the mouse from one screen to the other and open one application in one screen and another application in the other screen as well. And to do that, you simply click on the Extend Display option here. Now, of course, I'm recording this, and it's not as easy to replicate it to show what happens, but you basically just see the second desktop, and we can move the mouse to it. And the way you get to this is by pressing the Windows key and then letter P. Now, if for some reason you don't remember the Windows key and then P for project there, one of the things that you can do is click on the Start or the search icon and then just type Extend. You want to extend the desktop, or you can do the word duplicate. And click here on Duplicate or Extend Desktop Display, and it will give you the options to modify for the options for multiple displays and so on. In this module, I'll demonstrate how to cast or connect to an external device, or a remote monitor, or a remote TV, or a remote Windows PC. So Windows 11 has a functionality to connect to a remote display, and you can do that by simply pressing the Windows key and then the letter K, and then this will bring up the cast option here. Now you can simply click on it, and then it will connect to the remote device. Notice here again, now in my case it's not connecting because the TV is actually not on. To get to this, in case you don't remember the Windows key and then K, you can go here under the search option and then just choose cast. And then you have the option here to connect to a wireless display, and then you'll click on connect. And it's going to bring you back to the same option that we had. One other option is that you can go here under the quick action items on the bottom. You can click on any of those icons in here on the bottom. At the bottom, you can choose to add other functionality. For example, nearby sharing, you can enable it, or casting, or projection, to add the project icon so that you can always access it easily. Add it once and then you're done. Then when you go in the future, you click here on the quick actions. Instead of having to do Control K or Windows and then P, you just have the option to cast or to project from here. Because I'm recording a tutorial, I can't demonstrate the mirroring of it with the connection, but that should work. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to connect to a Windows PC and mirror the screen from an Android device. Windows 11 has the capability to allow other devices to connect to it to mirror the screen from the remote device to the Windows 11 device, and that is done using the projection tool in combination with the connect tool. This is typically done using a Miracast connection, which is a Microsoft technology available through Android devices as well. For this to work, the devices have to be on the same wireless network and also support the Miracast connection. So the way to do this is basically you go to the Windows Start and then you go search for projection. You go here under Projection Settings, and then you need to enable these options very similar to here. So we want to make sure that to allow this from everywhere for Windows and Android devices to project to this PC when you say it's okay. So you'd have to approve it basically, but yet you're making your computer available. Availability is for you to connect both from an Android device or a Windows PC. The next option that you want to make sure is that every time a connection is requested, for you to be approving the connection. And then the third one is for you to provide a PIN. You can say never to this. As soon as you confirm it, they will be able to connect, or you can just give them a PIN every time to connect. It's up to you, but you'd have to give that user then the PIN for them in order to project to your PC, to mirror their screen to the PC. Once you're ready, by the way, there is additional help options down here in the bottom as well. But once you are ready for you to allow somebody to connect to your PC, you'd basically click here to launch the Connect app. That is making your computer available for somebody to connect. It's making their computer discoverable in the network to connect. Now on the Android devices, and unfortunately I cannot simulate it here, you're going to need to go to Settings and select one of the options. Obviously, in Android, most devices differ from one to the other. Some of them use the word cast, broadcasting the screen. Some others use the word mirror. Others use the word connect. So you might have to look through the settings, but you want to find the setting to connect, to mirror your screen to another device. It's important to note that this function will not work on Apple devices. So once you're ready here to allow a connection, you click on Launch the Connect app to project to this PC, and then it's ready. So as soon as they are able to connect, you'll be able to see the content or mirror of their screen. On their devices, they will need to choose to connect to a remote device. So they'll have to use the cast option. And if they are using a PC, they'll need to use the cast option, which is Windows K on the keyboard, or connect to a remote display. Or on an Android device, they'll have to use the connect or mirror option depending on the Android model. In this session of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use the Windows Snap feature. This is enhanced in Windows 11, and it's actually very powerful. Particularly, it's useful with larger monitors nowadays and more convenient as well. So let's say I have this application. I have Word here, and then I also have PowerPoint. And I have only one monitor, but I want to use those side by side. So the easiest way is if I go here on the top right under the maximize, minimize icon, notice that there are these different layouts that are available, and this is new. You hold the mouse on it, on the maximize, minimize, and now let's say that I want to put this application on the left half of the screen. I simply click on it, it will put my PowerPoint on the left half of the screen. Now I go back to my Word document and do the same thing, but I want to put it in the second half of the screen. But now let's say that I want a third application to have on the right-hand side as well, but split the right half into two parts. So I could do that this way. I can go and pick something this layout with 3 components to it, and then let's say I want also Microsoft Edge here. And in Microsoft Edge, I want to put that in the bottom right. Now this works well to navigate it, particularly if you have a large monitor or a TV and you want to have different apps as part of that navigation without having to switch from one to the other. In this module, I'll demonstrate how to remove unwanted applications from your computer. Typically, when you buy even a new computer, there might be applications that you really don't want and you just want to speed up the computer and remove them. Get to see what applications are installed in the computer. You can access it a couple ways. You can go here on the search option and then just type apps. So you click on add and remove programs, and here it will list all the various programs that are installed in this computer. Now to remove one of those programs, I go here to Camtasia, I click on the more options, and I can choose to modify it or uninstall it. Modify, it's going to simply select new parameters for the reinstallation of the application. Typically it's not very useful. Typically you want to use the option to uninstall. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to adjust the sound settings and sound volume in Windows 11. For some reason, this function has become more complicated in this version of Windows. In the past, we would go here under Sound and we could just go ahead and change. Now, as we click on that icon for the sound and volume, notice it brings us the Action Center. The Action Center here, one of the options is the sound. So if we click on the little arrow on the bottom, on the far right, This is where we can change which speakers to use. There are additional settings here as well that we can adjust as far as the sound goes. We can get to this settings also by going here under search menu and then just typing sound settings. One other option is by right-clicking. If you scroll down, if you move the mouse to the sound icon and right-click on it and choose to open the volume mixer or the sound settings, the major change is that you click on this and then you'd control the sound from here through the Action Center. In this module, I'll demonstrate how to use a task manager to troubleshoot problems in Windows 11. Task Manager used to be part of the taskbar in the past. So you'd typically right-click on the taskbar and then it would be an option for Task Manager. However, that's no longer available there. You can access a Task Manager by either simply searching for it under the Start menu or Windows Search. There are a couple other ways to get to the Task Manager. If you right-click on the Start menu, there is also the option to click on Task Manager from here, and then it's going to take us typically to something like this. For the first time, unless you change it, it's going to be something like this. So this is going to list the applications that are running. However, if you want to see additional details as far as what's running in the system, what processing is taking place, and so on, then you can click here on More Details, and you'll be able to see the processes that are currently running in the PC. A lot of times, if the PC is really running, the fans are running really loud and so on, then there is typically an issue with the PC or one of the applications in the computer, and you want to kind of stop that application. Identify it and stop it. Now, to identify what application is causing the issue, notice in my case here, the CPU utilization is 26%, around 26 to 27%. So something is using it, because typically it should be about 4 to 7%. Now, as we scroll up here, you can identify the program that is causing the high utilization by clicking here on the CPU utilization, and we want to sort it by highest to lowest. So in my case, notice that the Camtasia recorder is the one that is taking most of the processing power. Obviously, that's because I'm doing this video tutorial at this point. But if it was something else that I don't need it to be running right now, or it was unnecessary, then I could simply click on it and then click on End Task. And so basically, let's assume this is the process that's taking most of the CPU. You simply click on it and then you choose End Task, and it's going to close that process. In some cases, it may not be just the CPU that is slowing down your system. In some cases, it may be certain apps that are taking most of the memory. So you can go here and do the same thing with the memory to identify what's taking most of the memory in your computer. Other times it may be that the disk utilization, it's struggling, and that's how you can identify that you have a problem with the speed of your disk. Here you can also identify how the processor or different components are doing over a period of time. So if we click here on CPU, you'll be able to identify the usage under the memory usage, the solid-state drives or the drives, Wi-Fi, and graphics card, and so on. Now, one of the things under the Performance tab that comes in very handy is also this Resource Monitor. This is going in depth and looking at as to what's happening behind the scenes, whether it's the processor usage, what process, how much, what actual thread is utilizing a certain service, and which potential service is causing the issues in the system. So notice you can do it disk-based. So let's say here, notice that my antivirus software is using quite a bit of the read-write data at this point in the PC. And the way you find out what each one of these is, you can either Google search them or There is a way that you can also find the file location in your PC, but probably searching through Google is probably the best option. Now, once you're in Resource Monitor, notice that there are also, that was the overview, but you can go at various levels, like at the CPU level, memory level, disk level, or network level. Now, there is also the app history here that you can kind of check and see what's causing the usage. This is very similar to an iPhone app history. Under the startup, this is really helpful as well, because this is where you can turn off certain features. So let's say you're not using OneDrive in your computer and you want to disable the applications on startup. So here I can just simply go to OneDrive and choose to disable this so it doesn't start up when the computer starts up at the beginning of each day or whenever you reboot it. Additionally, there are other details here and other services that are configured and running and so on, and those are a little bit more advanced, so you don't want to typically turn off something from here unless you know what you're doing. Another way to get to the Task Manager is by pressing Ctrl-Alt-Delete, and then you choose Task Manager, and that will take you to the same location as well. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to enable the gaming mode in Windows 11 as part of this Windows 11 tutorial. Gaming mode is a new functionality in Windows 11. And to enable it, you can go here to the Start menu or the Search menu and then simply start typing Gaming Mode. And notice you have Gaming Mode Settings. It will take you to the Gaming Mode area. You can go ahead and enable this, turn this on. As you're enabling Gaming Mode, you really shouldn't have to touch the graphics settings area, but that's just in case you're tech savvy enough to know what to change and how to set it. But typically you just enable this and then you can learn more about this. It's basically going to state here that it's going to disable certain functionality while the gaming mode is turned to on. So basically it prevents the Windows Update from installing updates and sending restart notifications, and it's kind of adjust also the frame rate so that you get the optimal settings for your game. If you are into gaming and considering buying a gaming laptop or a desktop, the graphics card is the key component that you want to focus on. So besides the processor and the solid-state drive in your PC, one of the key aspects is to get a high-powered graphics card with 4 or 6 or 8 gigabytes of dedicated graphics card memory. You'll know whether you have a dedicated graphics card if you go to Task Manager here and you go under Performance and then you scroll down. If it's going to say anything Intel, that's typically the built-in graphics card. That's not going to typically do it, but if you have a graphics card like this, NVIDIA or AMD, that's going to display how much memory it has dedicated for the GPU, for the graphics card processing. So anything 4 or above, it's optimal. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll explain some of the concepts related to Focus Assist. It's a new feature in Windows 11. It was also introduced late in Windows 10. Focus Assist, it's one of the features that allows you, like the name states, for you to focus. It's designed for you to focus on your work and not be bothered by alerts while you are working. The settings can be controlled very easily from the control center. So if we go here on the bottom right and click on the control center, there is this option here, Focus Assist. By default, all notifications are going to be popping up on your computer depending on whatever it is you have allowed. To change those settings, you can click here on the next option to priority only. So this will allow only priority alerts to be displayed, and you'll not be bugged while you're working on a particular project. You can also choose only alarms. The alarms would be, let's say, meeting notifications or meeting reminders. Now, as far as configuring those settings, you can go under the search area, go under the focus assist, and this is where we can change the settings. So you can have automatic rules that you can set. If you're duplicating your display, it's going to display only the alarms, but not necessarily other alerts that you might be getting from chats, from chat applications, and that would not be a good thing if you want to project it to a meeting and so on. But you can display and customize so that only certain settings are displayed, like connecting to a secondary display or duplicating the display, or if you're playing a game, what should happen, what alerts would come up. You can also prioritize the settings from here. You can hide all notifications at particular times, and you can set the working hours or specific times of the day where certain actions are allowed or notifications are allowed or disallowed. In this session of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to access the command line terminal for Windows 11. Sometimes you may need to run applications manually or just check settings or check things manually in your computer. So you can either go under the search option here and then type the word command, and it will take you to the command prompt. And this basically will allow you to access files or to run specific commands, or let's say find the IP address, specific settings in your computer. So this is the command prompt option. There is also the option to access the Windows terminal. Windows terminal, it actually uses the Windows PowerShell, which allows you, it's one of the newer ways of managing settings in a PC and running particular commands in a PC. So you could search for this by going to the search option here and search it for Windows PowerShell, and it will get you to the same item, or you can right click and choose Windows Terminal. For a lot of the functions, you might need to run it as an admin equivalent for being able to execute specific commands in your PC. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to add an application manually to Windows Startup. For some reason, this feature in Windows 11, it's more complicated than it needs to be. I'll demonstrate how to do this manually. To do this, first we need to be able to run the run command. So unlike going up here and doing the search, we need to either be in command line or in the terminal mode, or go here and right click on the desktop and choose run. It will bring us the old run command like in Windows 7 or Windows 10. You can also access this by pressing the Windows key and R, and that will get you the run command as well. Now at this point we need to type in there shell : startup, and then we hit enter. This will bring us to the folder or the location where we can place specific programs that we want to open on startup. So in this case, we can keep this window open on the left-hand side, and then we can go to our File Explorer and then open a new session of the File Explorer. Now from here, we need to go to, let's say, to the programs, wherever that particular program is located. So Program Files here, and let's say I want this program called Handbrake, which is a video editing program. And I want this to start up every time upon boot up of the computer. At this point, I can right click on this and then drag it to the left, and it's going to create a link to it in the startup. And I click here to create a startup or a shortcut on this area. So again, that was right clicking, so finding initially where the program is located, right-clicking on it, dragging it over, and then choosing to create a shortcut. Not copying it, because then we are copying the whole program. We are just creating a shortcut in order to launch that specific program. You can do this also with other applications. So let's say here we are in the All Apps area. So let's say I want one of my apps here to open up automatically upon boot up. So let's say I want Firefox to be one of those programs. So I can right-click here and choose More, and then find the file location. So this is where the file is actually residing. The executable for this program is residing in the PC. Now from here, again, I right-click it and then create a shortcut, and now both of these programs will open up every time automatically once I reboot Windows 11. In this module of the Windows 11 tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to reset your PC. Resetting your PC may be necessary if your computer got infected with a virus, or something is not working well in your PC and you just need to go back. The other option is that you can reset your PC when you're selling it or giving it away, and you want to wipe everything out. So this video is going to demonstrate how to do that as well. So to get to the Reset This PC option, we just simply search here under the Windows settings and search for Reset PC. At this point, we have 4 options. One of the things is that we can fix issues without resetting the PC. So this can take a while. You can just click on it. It's going to run a troubleshooter for specific items, and it'll notify you what the issues with your PC are. So I would suggest that you try this first. The other thing to try if you're having problems with your PC is to go back to a previous date and time and try that first. This is like if something is not working for a particular version of Windows, you can go back to a previous version of Windows by clicking on Go Back here. You'd enter your password, provided it prompts you, and then it's going to give you times and dates when you want to go back to. Now in this case, it's prompting us, well, before you go back, why don't we check for updates first? That's something probably good to do. Sometimes there are drivers, there's fixes that can be applied to the PC, but for now I'll say no. In your case, you probably would want to say yes before you do this. Then we click here Next, and then it's making sure that we can sign in again. And then it's prompting us to go back to Windows 10. In this case, I had updated from Windows 10 to Windows 11 and so on. So this is going back to a previous version of Windows. The other option is to reset this PC. Resetting the PC, there will be 2 options here. We can reset it keeping the files, or we can reset it and remove everything. To keep the files, if you choose this option is best if you're infected with a virus and you want to just keep your files, your personal files, and reinstall all your programs. Remember, this is going to need for your programs to be reinstalled. So if you had Microsoft Office loaded in your computer, or your business management software loaded in your computer, you'd have to reload these programs all over again. So this will remove the apps and settings, and it will keep your personal files. My suggestion, even in this case, is that if you have access to the files, consider also backing up the files first, just in case. Back them up to an external flash drive, to an external drive, or to a to a cloud storage service such as Google Drive or OneDrive. So here you click on it removes this. It says it's not going to take very long, and then it says, well, how do you want to download your next version of Windows? Let's say I want to download it from the cloud because we don't have the local install. and you'd click on next and just follow the prompts from there. Now, if you are resetting this computer or selling it, then you can remove everything. It will remove all your personal files, the apps and settings and so on. This process, it's going to prompt us a couple times here, and I'm not going to do it, obviously. It's going to choose the install version of Windows, how we want to install it from scratch. You can choose a local reinstall, and then you'd click on next, and then it's going to confirm that we really want to delete the files on your PC. And obviously, if you really want to do it, you'll approve it and then proceed with a reload. This is a clean install. This is not going to retain anything. This is the safest thing, the last thing for a virus, provided you don't need your files or you have backed up your files. The process, it's going to take anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes, depending on how fast your computer is, what the storage is what type of hard drive you have in your PC. During the reinstall of Windows and the cleaning of the PC, there's also going to be an option to erase the drive and access to the files permanently. You probably want to select that option if you are selling your computer or giving it away. That's going to basically write a bunch of zeros across the whole drive so that somebody cannot recover your files that you had deleted. If for some reason you need to create a bootable flash drive as well, so you'd go to this website, Microsoft.com, en-english/software download /Windows 11. From here, you can either get the latest version of Windows 11 and download it manually and run a new upgrade or update in your PC, or you can scroll down and create here a bootable flash drive, a bootable USB or DVD drive. In this video, I'll demonstrate how to enable TPM in a Hyper-V machine is hosting a Windows 10 machine. The reason we want to do this is because we want to upgrade to Windows 11, and by default in Windows 11 the installation wizard is going to fail unless the TPM module is enabled in the virtual machine. So here's my Hyper-V and also my desktop that I have currently running with Windows 10. Now we go here to the actual machine. I have this off, currently in the off state. We right click, we choose settings. Once we are in settings, then we can go here to the security and we choose to enable the enable trusted platform module. Then we click OK. At this point we're all set with the process, and now we can fire up the machine and upgrade this to Windows 11. In this module, I'll demonstrate how to use sticky notes in Windows 11. Sticky notes is just an add-on tool, or actually a tool that comes with Windows 11, but it's useful for reminders and similar to post-it notes on your desk. To access sticky notes, you simply go to the Start menu here and just type sticky notes. Once it opens up, typically it may even prompt you to connect to a Microsoft account. And if so, then just simply log into it. At this point, you can simply take a note. You can use the new note on the top here and simply type, and that's it. Now you can close this and you have various notes all over your desktop, and you can customize those, and once you're done with them, you can simply delete them or close them. Instead of waiting for Microsoft to send us the update to Windows 11, we can do the upgrade manually, and we can simply go here to Microsoft.com, and we go here to Microsoft.com/en-english/software-download/Windows 11. From here we can download the Windows 11 installation assistant, or we can create a media. Now we click here on Download Now for the assistant. This is going to run a health check as well as part of it. At this point, in my case, it says it does not meet the requirements to install Windows 11, and most likely that's because I have only 2 GB of memory assigned to this virtual machine. So to find out what the issue is, we can click here on PC Health Check app. I ran the PC Health Check here. So if I click here on Check Now, it says all results. It says good news, TPM 2.0 has been enabled, and it requires at least 4 gigs of memory enabled to it. Then you scroll down here and it meets all the other requirements. Now, since the health check passes, then we can go ahead and run the Windows 11 installation assistant. Go ahead and double click on it. Then we press accept and install. And then we'll just have to wait for this process to complete. Now at this point it's installing, so we just need to leave the machine on and keep on waiting for the installation to complete. Now once the installation is complete, it's prompting us to reboot the computer. So we're going to choose to restart it now. And at this point it's finishing the installation. Now the upgrade is almost finished. It's bringing us to the login screen. And at this point the upgrade has been completed and we are all good to go. So notice we have the start menu here on the bottom and all that good stuff. So I'll just reboot it, restart it. And there we are. So that's how we were able to upgrade to Windows 11 from Windows 10 manually using the Windows 11 Upgrade Assistant.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our channel. Today we have an exciting topic for you, especially if you are making the big switch from Windows to a Mac. Let's get started what it looks like to move from Windows to a Mac operating system. So as soon as you turn on the Mac, you're presented with the login screen. The account, it's going to be either your iCloud account, and it depends on how you set it up initially, or it is a local account particular to this PC. Just like in Windows, you're going to simply enter the username and the password. Now that we are logged into the Mac, let me go over some of the key components that we see and compare those components with those of Windows so that you can make the connection between the two. On the very bottom, this is what's called the dock. The dock is very similar to the Windows taskbar, which has a listing of icons in Windows, as you may be familiar. But here, the icons are a little larger and more visually appealing. On the very left, we have the Finder. The Finder is what opens by default once you're logged in. So you're able to find stuff in your computer. In this case, it's displaying the various applications that have been docked or tagged to show up on the docking area. As this is opened, notice that the Finder here on the top, it has this menu of the various options. And this will be typical when you use an application in the Mac OS. There will be the menu on the very top, that stuff that you have opened, and then you can launch the applications directly from here on the bottom. So if I open Safari, notice that now I have the Safari window that opens up. The Finder is also used to locate files similar to the Windows File Manager, and I'll be getting into more detail on the ins and outs of it. You have here the recent files, you can locate applications, stuff on the desktop, documents, downloads, iCloud, and network locations. One thing that you may be noticing at this point as a new user of a Mac is that instead of the controls for these windows being here on the right hand side, like in Windows, on a Mac, the controls are on the left. So you have the X to close the window, the little minus sign here is to minimize this window, and then the green is to make it full screen or tile to the left or to the right of the screen. And this is consistent through any of the applications that you open on a Mac. As part of the dock, another component here is the Launchpad, and we'll get into that shortly. Safari, this is the web browser for Mac OS, which is similar to Chrome, Firefox in Windows, or Microsoft Edge
Messages, this is that component that it ties really closely to the integration with your mobile phone. You can receive and send text messages directly from your Mac. Next, you have the Mail. This is the built-in mail application. Now, if you had Microsoft Outlook on this Mac, you'd be using Outlook as well, or you can use the Mail application directly from the MacBook. Maps, you can launch and navigate the Apple Maps. Pictures, it ties to your pictures. And FaceTime, the calendar, contacts, reminders, notes, Apple TV, Apple Music, podcasts, news, and the App Store. Now, the Apple Store, it's much more superior on the Mac. That's where you'd be able to download the various applications. Here is System Preferences. This will get you to change settings on the system, and then various applications. This is productivity software that comes as part of Apple, and in this case I have downloaded and installed Pages. To the right, typically you have the Downloads option. This is where all your downloads will show up. The recent downloads will be here in the bottom, and then to look up downloads, you can either open up Finder here on the left and go to Downloads, or you can come over here to the right and go to Downloads and notice that Camtasia was the last thing that I downloaded. And then you can also open up Finder, and it will be as if you click on this Finder icon here on the left. On the right here, you have a little tutorial on how to use the MacBook, and on the far right, the trash, equivalent to the Windows recycle bin. So if I have something that I have deleted, that's where it will be stored. And you can empty this trash directly from here by clicking on the empty button. Obviously, once you delete something, it's going to be nearly impossible to get it back. So that's components of the dock area. Again, it's very similar to the taskbar, but centered and more visually appealing. Now you can remove stuff from the taskbar from here. To remove it, notice I'm right-clicking or tapping on the pad here and choosing options, and this will remove it from the dock, or you can show it wherever it's launched from the Finder, from the File Manager or File Explorer, and so on. Or you can open the app from here. So basically you can dock items in there, or you can take items off from here as necessary. So to remove an item here from the dock, you simply click on it, hold it down, and then drag it and throw it to the bin. And notice it says remove from the dock. Now on the very top, it will show this menu of the various options for that particular application. Despite whatever application you open, there is also the Apple icon here on the very top left. And this is another way that you can get to the various settings for this Mac. So you can learn about this Mac, you can go to the System Preferences, to the App Store, the app. Force quit is to close an application forcefully. It's like end task in Windows. Typically you don't need to do that, but let's say right now I have Safari opened and I want to force quit Safari. I click here on the Apple icon, click on Force Quit, and it asks me what do you want to close in this case, and I want to close Safari to force it, and there it is. The System Preferences, this is where you'll look at the various settings for this MacBook. This is where you'll change and check out the various settings for this system. So you click here on System Preferences, and it will display all the various options such as your Apple ID, the sharing, and so on. General settings, desktop and screensaver, the docking bar, how to display it, mission control, Siri, it's also integrated into this, and the various passwords, users and accounts, and so on. So a lot of the settings are very common to what you typically have on an iPhone. And then various updates, Bluetooth devices, and so on. You can search for this stuff from here as well. So if you're not sure where something is located, you can search for it. And this would be similar to the searching in Windows 11, the Windows search. Comparing this with Windows, this would be like the settings area in Windows to get to all your settings in your device. To the right, we have the settings for the battery and battery preferences and so on. Then for your connection to the Wi-Fi, This is where you select your Wi-Fi connections and add new connections and so on, or net preferences. You have this search icon here, and this is where you can bring up the Spotlight search that will search for everything in your computer. It will search from items from browser, from music, Apple Store, and maps, and so on. To the right of this, you also have this icon where you can control the various settings, such as the display brightness, to turn on and off the sound. So this is similar to the control settings on the bottom right in Windows 11 that you may be familiar with. To the right, here is where you have the Siri option. You can enable Siri, and it will perform searches very similar to how you use it in an iPhone. On the far right, where we have the date time, you can click on it and it will display the various notifications, the various widgets, somewhat similar to what Windows now does with Windows 11 widgets. But this is where your notifications will show up on the Mac. So I hope this is helpful, just to give you an idea to navigate the interface on the Mac OS. Please stay tuned for the other modules. I'm going to go into more detail about using the various components and how to go about familiarizing yourself with the Mac OS. In this segment of the Mac OS tutorial on transitioning from Windows to a Mac, I'm going to go over some of those components here in the bottom on the docking area, very similar to the Windows taskbar. So this is where you can launch various applications that are available on this MacBook. Now, one of the key components of the docking area or of the Mac OS is the Finder. The Finder is a tool that you can use to locate files in your system. Here we have the Favorites area. The Favorites area is just stuff that you're constantly referencing or wanting to access. As we open Finder on the top, we have the Finder options. So you have the preferences for Finder, the various services, and so on. And then under File, we have different settings. So if you don't see something in here, you can always go to the menu on the top and try and change and look at the various settings. Airdropping is if you want to send something to a contact that is nearby you to share it with them. And under Recents, this would be documents that you have been working on and you have accessed recently. Then under Applications, this is where all the applications on this system will show up. Typically, any of these applications, if you want them as part of the dock, you can simply drag it from the Finder to the docking area, and that's how you pin one of the applications as part of the docking area. The other section is the iCloud area. The iCloud is where you have the various items that you're synchronizing with this account on iCloud. Under Shared, this is files that show up through iCloud that are shared with you. Under Network Locations, this is where you can scan for other devices in your network. And then further down, this is where you can access components based on tagging of those components. So if I tag this as green and I want the system to be categorizing them by color, whenever I go down here and I look for any of the green items, notice it will list this because it was tagged as green. The desktop, so these are stuff that are on the desktop. If I want something to show up on the desktop, I can copy something in here, and it will be displayed as part of the desktop area. Under Documents, this is where all the items that are under your documents in this system will display. And then further down here you have the Downloads area, very similar to Windows. Here on the top, this is where you can select how you want to display these items within the Finder, within the File Explorer, if we were to use a Windows terminology. So you can have them to display as icons and it will look like this, or you can have them as list or columns or as gallery. So for example, gallery is giving us a preview of the document and then information about the document and various tags for it. Next to it, we have how we want to sort these files. Obviously, I could sort them by name, or sort them by kind or by date modified and so on. Unlike Windows, one of the cool features is that you can share, just like in an iOS device or in a phone device, here in a MacBook, because everything is so tightly integrated between mobile and desktop or laptop in this case, you can share stuff directly from your Mac. So if I click here on the share, I can airdrop it, I can email it, I can send a text message, or I can add it as part of notes, or even more options from here. Next to it, we can select to edit the tags for a particular item that we have selected, and then below, how do you want to group stuff, and also other options that you could check for yourself or to delete things as well. On the far right, this is how you search for files. Now, obviously, I do not have that many things here, but if I wanted to search for anything with Mac, notice it will display all those items that have that word in it. Again, keep in mind that you can use these menus here on the top as well, but one of the other key components to remember, under the Go area, you can actually go to various areas in your computer. By default, if you notice, you don't see similar to like we see in Windows, the C drive, the root of the C drive and all that type of stuff. It doesn't display it by default as part of the Finder. However, you can go here under the Go area and click on Computer. You can navigate the hard drive of this PC. This would be like the C drive equivalent on a Windows machine. So we double click here, and then this is where you can see the users, the system files, the various applications and so on. And if I go to users, you can see very similar structure like we see in Windows. Another thing to keep in mind is that if you are connecting to a server system in a workplace environment and you need to map a network file, and to do that you'd need to go in the Go area and then go to connect to server. And then this is where you enter the server name. You typically need to put those 2 slashes, and then you'd click on connect, and then it will prompt you to enter your credentials. You can also add favorite servers by clicking on add, and I can't demonstrate this part right now because I'm not connected to a corporate network. But once you add those favorite servers, they'll be listed here for future use. Also, the map drives, they'll show up here in the locations area in Finder. Those are some of the features, and this is some of the functionality with using Finder in macOS. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to create new files and folders. How do you manage files in macOS? So to manage files in macOS, you typically need to use what's called the Finder. And the Finder is very similar to File Explorer in Windows. Here we can create a file or a folder directly under the Documents area. So we click on Favorites here on the left and then go to Documents. Again, if you don't see the Documents option, you can simply expand it to go to Documents. To create a new folder, we can either click on File and then choose New Folder. Notice you can also use the Command key and N. That's a shortcut for creating a new folder. And then hit Enter. So that was using the File option on the top. The other option is that you can right-click, and the right-clicking on the touchpad on a MacBook is by using both fingers on your keyboard and pushing down on the touchpad. So that's one option if you're not using an external mouse. And then here we select New Folder and then start typing the folder name. Now that we have these folders, we can organize them depending on how you want them to be displayed by using those options on the top. If I want this file, this document 1, to be moved to a particular folder, I can simply drag it and just drop it in that particular folder. If you move something accidentally, notice that under Edit, there's an option to undo it, which is Command Z. And then if we go back here, the document that I just moved accidentally is back to where it was originally. If I want to copy this file, you can use Edit and choose Copy Document, or under Edit, there is also Command C, which is very similar to Windows, Control C. So Command C, now I go to a new folder, and in here, let's say I want to paste it, you can use Command V, or you could use Edit and choose Paste. To rename the file, you can, again with both fingers, tap on your touchpad and then select Rename. And then give it a new name and then hit Enter. The functionality is very similar to that of Windows in both creating files and folders. The key here is to either remember the shortcuts. Instead of Control C that we used in Windows, here you use the Command C and the Command V to paste something. I must mention as well that most Windows users, they find that the Finder component, it's not as intuitive as in Windows, and manipulating files and folders is not quite as easy as using Windows, particularly if you have used Windows for a long time. The concepts are the same. You create a folder the same way, you copy a file the same way, you rename it very similarly, and most of the options for that particular file are going to be either by right-clicking or looking in the properties of that file, or using the options in the menu bar on the top. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to use the Launchpad. The Launchpad is very similar to the Start menu in Windows 11 or in Windows. We click here from the docking area or from the dock area, we click on Launchpad, and this displays all the applications that are installed in this MacBook. You can get to this list of applications very similar to right-clicking in Windows. Once you open Launchpad, you can search for an application. So let's say I want to locate Pages. So I just type PA and it's going to bring up that particular application. Once I locate the application, you tap on it and it will open it up. So that's the Launchpad. Anytime you want to launch an application, go to the Launchpad, search for the application, click on it to open it up, and that's it. Very similar to the Windows Start menu. So in this segment of the tutorial on macOS, I'm going to go over using Safari on a MacBook. The next icon here is actually Safari. This is the default browser for MacBooks. So very similar to any other browsers that you have used, you simply come to the address bar on the very top and type the URL that you want to visit and then hit Enter. One thing to remember here with the macOS is that the controls for this particular application are going to be on the left-hand side, unlike in a Windows PC. Now, if I want to make this application larger and full screen, you click here on Full Screen on the green icon and select Full Screen. It takes away the docking area and we can use just this particular application. To get out of the full screen mode, we can simply press Escape on the keyboard and it will bring us back to the options that we're using earlier. You can use the minimize button here to minimize it, and then you can also use the close button on the top left. One of the key things to remember is that, again, this is an application that we are using in macOS. On the very top here, we have the menu bar for this particular application. So, for example, we can customize the preferences for Safari, or we can close Safari by clicking on Safari and then quit Safari. So typically you'd have the name of the application as one of the first items here on the taskbar. Notice that you have also About This Mac here on the far left, but the first item in this particular menu, and then you have other options along the way. So if we wanted to change the preferences for Safari, we click on the Safari, select Preferences, and customize then the Start page, because I want to remove the history, where to save the files and so on, how to use tabs, whether you want them separate and so on, and or compact, autofill, passwords, how to manage the passwords, searching, what default search engine to utilize, privacy, and so on and so on. So you can check those options for yourself, but the idea here is that nowadays, as we know, you can't really have a functional personal computer unless you're able to connect to the internet. And by default, on a MacBook or a Mac device, whether it's a MacBook or iMac, you need a browser, and the browser on a Mac is Safari. You can install and choose to download Chrome or Brave or Firefox and other applications as well. But remember that Safari is built with privacy in mind. It's integrated with the Apple security protocols in place. If you wanted to display the bookmarks, you can click on this icon here and it will show your favorites and bookmarks on the left-hand side. If you wanted to share a page or to share something, again on the Mac, again it's tight integration with a smartphone. It allows you to share this page, either to add it as a bookmark from here, and then it'll show up on my bookmarks area, or you can share it with messages, which is text it to someone else, or to email it, or to AirDrop. AirDrop is sending it to one of your contacts that is nearby you. To open something in a new tab, you click on the new tab icon. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to use messaging or send text messages through your Mac. macOS integrates text messaging as part of the operating system, and that is done through iCloud and obviously having an iPhone, an iOS device, or an iPadOS device. Now, to locate the messaging, we can either click here on Messages on the dock area, or we can go to the Launchpad and locate the Messages application, or search for it if it's too many of them in there and we don't know how to locate it. Now we click on it to view previous messages. We simply click on the messages here on the left. The message content will display on the right-hand side. To create a new message, you can search for the contact in the search area, or we can create a new message from scratch and then put in the number manually. Obviously that's a fictitious number, then we type the message here. And then remember, you can also add here photos, emojis, and other components as well. And then once you're ready, you press enter. Now at this point, the message will utilize iCloud to send it out, and responses will show up on the left-hand side. But this is how you'll read the messages, and then to reply, you just type right below it. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to recover files once you delete them from your system. On the far right here, notice that you'll have the trash bin area. Let's say I have this file and I go here to Finder, and I have this my essay. It's just a document, and let's say I'm done with it, but somehow I deleted it. Now typically to delete something, you'd right-click on the file and select Move to Trash. You can also drag something to trash. Now it's gone. If I go back and let's say 2 days from now I for some reason need that back, we go back here to trash and I want to recover my essay, then you can click here on Undo Move My Essay. And that's how you'll get it back. So we go here to My Essay, we click on the file, and then click on Undo My Essay. Now if we go back to Finder and we go to Documents, and there is my essay that we recovered. Obviously, if you wanted to empty the trash, you can click here on Empty Trash. However, I do not suggest that you utilize that feature unless you're really sure that you want to get rid of something. So let's say this image, I really don't need it anymore in my, and that will allow me to empty the trash. It will empty everything that is in the trash at that point. Again, use that with much caution. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to get to the various settings in your MacBook. To get to the settings, we can either use this System Preferences option in the dock area, or click here on the Apple icon on the top left, and then go to System Preferences. Once we are in System Preferences, to really familiarize yourself with this system, go through the various menus and check what's there, how you want to change things. Maybe take a snapshot of the settings, how they were initially, and then adjust the settings as you prefer. If you wanted to add printers, you go to Printers and then click on the plus sign and then select the printer that you want to add and click on Add. So the key when using a MacBook or a Mac system is to use this plus and minus here on the left hand side. To get back to the main menu for the system settings, you use this back arrow on the top. So that's how you get to the system settings and how you install a printer in our case that I just demonstrated. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'll demonstrate some of the functionality of the trackpad. Unlike Windows, where the touchpad is really not very helpful, in a macOS you use a single tap, double tap, or triple tap if you use one or two or more fingers, and if you swipe from the left and from the right, everything does some specific function. Now to get to those functions, we go here to System Settings and then go to System Preferences. So click on the Apple icon, System Preferences, and if we go to Trackpad, notice that we have these various options that we can utilize. A single tap and holding it down, in our case, it will display the properties for that particular item that is selected. The secondary click, by default, it's done using the two fingers. So very similar to how you see on this animation on the right hand side. Use both fingers to tap, tap to click. Well, by default it's not enabled. You simply tap on the touchpad and it will select an object. Now here you can also tweak the speed of the navigation, the speed of the click, and the speed of the tracking as well. Notice here you have additional options such as the zoom and scroll. So as you see in the animation, if you hold both fingers, you can either scroll up and down. So if I go here to my Safari, I'm using both fingers, I can scroll up or down. If I wanted to zoom in, use both fingers, the thumb and the index finger, and you can zoom in and out, very similar here in the animation. And there's a zoom in and out. And then there's also smart zooming, where you double tap with both fingers and the system is going to try to bring full screen what might be the best visual aspect of it. You can also, as you can see here, you can rotate an object. Now under more gestures, to swipe between pages, you simply hold both fingers within the area of the touchpad and you're moving from one tab to another in the browser. Now to swipe between the apps, notice that you're using 3 fingers and you're moving from left to right within the touchpad area. To view the notifications, notice that you are swiping from outside of the touchpad to the area of the touchpad. So it would look like that, and I'm doing it now similarly to the animation. So again, the key there is start outside and then move into the touchpad. So there are functions within the touchpad area and outside of the touchpad area. The mission control, it will display all the various windows, and notice it's using 3 fingers to display all the various applications. You can enable also this app expose, where you're swiping with 3 fingers. So you're basically switching between multiple apps on the trackpad. The launch pad, this is how you'll display the launch pad. So basically you're using 3 fingers to show you the launch pad. So going out, that'll display the desktop. It's actually one of the pretty neat features in a MacBook, the use of the touchpad for additional functionality, unlike that of Windows. And the best way is to practice with these gestures, and it will make the navigation a lot easier than in Windows. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to change the wallpaper on your desktop. To change the wallpaper, we can either go here to System Preferences from the dock area, or we can go to the Apple icon and then go to System Preferences, and then we select Desktop and Wallpaper. From here, we can select one of the options that we prefer to display. Some of those wallpapers are available online, so they have to be downloaded, so you need to click on this download button, and it will change the whole theme and the visual look of the desktop. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to update the operating system in your MacBook. So we need to go to the System Preferences, either from the docking area, or we click here on the Apple icon, and then we go about this Mac, and then we click Software Update. Once we are ready to update, we click on Update Now. Typically it takes longer actually in a Mac, so you need to be prepared to take at least 15 to 20 minutes for the updates to be applied. Unless it's a really minor update, of course it depends on the speed of your computer. You click on Update Now and then follow the prompts from there. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to install applications in your system. So you can install applications by downloading them from the web, but the most common one is by using the App Store. As you open it up, you'll have various options on the left here, and by work or play or development tools, or you can search here is, let's say, Excel. We want to download Excel. Once you locate the application, then simply click here on Get. Now some of those will be paid and others will be free. Click on Install, and at this stage it will prompt you to use your username and password. And then once you utilize the credentials for your iCloud account, it will download the software. For some of the applications, you might have to license them, such as the Office products, but that's all that there is to it to install an application in a Mac system. Then once the application has been downloaded and installed, the application will show up in the Launchpad. And earlier I downloaded Microsoft Word. Then you're going to launch it from the Launchpad by simply clicking on it to open it up. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'll demonstrate how to reboot your MacBook or your Mac system. So to reboot your Mac system, you need to go to System Preferences, either from the dock area, or click on the Apple icon and then select Restart. Just like with any other system, even though MacBooks are much better at managing the system resources and so on, and not needing to reboot them as often, still if you go weeks and months without rebooting, it's going to slow down, so it is best to restart the system every so often. You'd simply click here on Restart and then just wait for it to start back up again, and then enter the password when prompted to do so. In this segment of the macOS tutorial, I'm going to demonstrate how to shut down your MacBook, macOS system. So to shut it down, we go to System Preferences, or we click on the Apple icon here and then select Shut Down. And then simply wait for the system to shut down, and that's all that there is to it. It's best to shut it down every so often, or to reboot the system every so often, maybe every week or every other week, because even though it's a Mac and it's much better than Windows, it still needs a complete restart to clear the memory and for the applications to start from scratch. In this session, I'll demonstrate how to use Google Drive to collaborate with others. First, we'll start with some concepts related to Google Drive so we can get a better understanding as to how it is designed to work, and then I will get into the more detailed stuff such as creating documents, sharing those documents with others, and then collaborating with others on those documents in Google Drive. So let's get started. Google Drive, it's a cloud-based solution where you can store your documents or create new ones on the Google systems. It's very similar to Dropbox or OneDrive from Microsoft, but Google Drive, it's designed with collaboration in mind. Typically, you'd access it from drive.google.com, and from there you can create new content, for example, documents, sheets, slides, it's like PowerPoint, or you could upload your own files. You can access them through a mobile device by going to your App Store and downloading Google Drive from there. Now, it download docs or sheets or slides. Those are separate apps for you to create content and work on existing files from Google Drive over the web. Additionally, on a desktop computer, you can access those files by installing a client software. As of the time of this recording, Google is using backup and sync. This is what users would use to access the Google Drive documents on their desktop, so that they synchronize, very similar to Dropbox. The backup and sync also allows you to specify what directories you want to backup and sync. Now think of file stream just like you stream videos or content from Netflix, where you're not really downloading and having your library of movies on your computer. You're simply picking and choosing what you want to stream to watch. The idea here with file stream is to save you space on your computer, particularly with the newer computers that have the solid-state drives where you don't have enough space. You can actually pick and choose certain files to be streamed, like opening them directly from the web through this application on your desktop, or you can choose to have those files synced so that you have a copy on your local computer, choosing to synchronize them at all times. In Google Drive, you can actually create new content from there. Then they can be synchronized through the desktop client's file stream and Google Sync. In this session, I will demonstrate how to access your Google Drive account and also how to create files from your Google Drive. To use Google Drive, it's best to use Google Chrome. So to access your Google Drive, go to drive.google.com and then log in with an account. On the left-hand side, you have My Drive, and then you have Team Drives, and then you have File Shared with Me, and then Recent and Folders and Trash. My Drive is files and folders that you have created or are your files. They are not by default shared with anyone else within the organization or anyone else out there, unless you chose to do so when you created the files. Quick access, this is a preview of recent documents, and then further down here we have the various folders and files that you may have created at some point in the past. If you have no files in here, no need to worry. I will cover how to create new ones in a moment. Then also there is Team Drives. For now, think of it, My Drive is designed for your files, for your content, for your stuff, even though you can share it with others. And then Team Drives are designed to be collaborative workplace where you work with other team members, but you are the owner of the files in that folder. In My Drive, even though you may create a folder, whoever creates a new file within that folder that you shared, they are the owner of that file. So the file basically disappears. Then under Shared with Me, these are files and folders that have been shared with you. You'll get the links typically via email. However, they'll show up in here under Shared with Me. Under Recent, this is the recent files and folders that I've been working on. You may choose to upload photos and keep track of them. And then under Trash, this is where the deleted files will show up. Other components of the interface here are the ability for you to search for specific files or folders. And this is where the power of Google comes in. You can search for just about anything. You just search on the top here and then simply click on the file and it will open that up for you. Now notice that it opened it up in a new tab. Now next, let's learn how to create new files and new content from Google Drive. So if you go here under New, notice that we can create a new folder. We can upload files or upload folders, or we can create a new Google Docs file, Google Sheets, or Google Slides. This is similar to Word, this is similar to Excel, and this is similar to PowerPoint. And notice you can create even additional things as well. Here under Docs, notice that you can create a blank document or you can use an existing template. If we click on Create a New Document, you can specify the title on the left-hand side.
and then simply start typing. This is very similar to Microsoft Word with a variety of icons and sections here. You have the different menus on the top as well. It may not look as rich in features as Microsoft Word. However, it is designed for you to collaborate with others. You use this platform for creating a new proposal or a new document with somebody else, or having somebody else review the work. So basically at this point you simply start typing. All the changes are saved by default on Google Drive. You can click right here and every change is tracked automatically. If you don't know how to work with something in this document, you can always click here under Help. For example, how to change the margins, let's say. Notice it comes with page setup, and then all you have to do is just click on page setup and it brings the margins for it. If I wanted, let's say, to insert hyperlinks, how to insert a link, just click on it and then just paste the link in there. The advantage of Google Drive is you can collaborate with others using this document in real time, or they can work on it and asynchronously, not at the same time as you, and be able to modify this document. By default, the documents are not shared with anyone else. You are the only one that has access to it. So to share this document, once I start typing here and creating it, we'll click here on Share. Now, there are a couple ways to do the sharing, and this is very important. It's important to set the permissions right. So my suggestion would be that before I even get started with this, I'd explain that if you're just creating a quick blank document and you are collaborating with someone else for, let's say, the agenda for a meeting or something this short, a page or 2 pages, or a quick proposal, then you can give full access to another individual or 2 other individuals if you're a very small team. However, if it's a long document and it's a complex document, then I would recommend that you keep control to the document and you just give the others the capability to simply comment on it. And they'll make changes in the document, and then when the document comes back or when you go to review it, then you'd approve those changes or disapprove them or make modifications and such. There are 3 types of permissions that you can do here. Basically, you're sharing with an individual and you'll put in the email address in here. You can add more email addresses in here if I want it as well. Then, notice that by default, they're going to be able to edit. So this pencil icon shows that they'll be able to edit this document. The other option here is that they can view this document or can comment on the doc. Let's assume that with distance learning staff, I want to give them full editing access. They can delete stuff and they can modify stuff. Even though you gave somebody full editing access, you can track those changes by going here under all changes and be able to see who changed what. However, if it's a really long document, it's going to be very cumbersome for you to identify as to what changed and what to approve and what to go back to the previous settings. So again, I recommend that you use here the can comment for most long documents. So in our case, I'll say I want to allow them to edit the file directly, and then type here a quick message. And then once I click on send, the recipient will receive an email and a direct link to this. The other thing you can do is click here under advanced, and here you can see additional permissions. Right now it's still private access, and then the distance learning staff that can access this and change stuff. If you scroll down here under advanced, there are additional controls here, and I'll try to explain those in a little bit. But one key important component here is that you can prevent the editor, take away the capability of them to change access or add additional people. In most cases, you want to control who has access to your document. So then click on Save Changes, and then press Send. And then click on Done, and now I'll go ahead and log in here as Distance Learning Staff with a different browser. So we are assuming now the Distance Learning Staff is logging in. I'll go to Drive here. I'll log in. And now under Shared with Me, this is where that document will show up. Or you could click on the link from the email and it will take you directly to the document. So we are assuming here we are the Distance Learning Staff. So here's the document. I'm logged in as distance learning staff, and I have full access to this document. So I can also put them side by side. So on the right hand side I have distance learning staff, on the left it's my account. So this is one of the methods to collaborate with others, where you create the document, you're the one that shares the document with specific individuals, and then you're all working at the same time on the same document. Like I mentioned earlier, you can go here under all changes saved in this document, and you'll see that distance learning changed this right here. Notice the colors here on the right hand side matches with the color of the text. In this session I'm going to demonstrate how to share a document with others so that they can only comment on it and you can track changes, and yet you maintaining the control over the changes of the document. I suggest this for most of your documents, particularly in documents that you have already created and you want others to get their feedback. Let's assume I created this document and now I want to send to other individuals to collaborate with them. Now we click here on share, and then you can put in there the name of the individual that you want to share with. Then by default, whenever you choose a specific individual to share the file with, they'll be able to edit the document directly. In this case we don't want them to edit directly, we just want them to comment on it. So click on Can Comment and then put a note in there and then press send. If you wanted to add additional individuals, you can simply click here on Add More People. Now at this point this has been shared with the other individuals, and I'm going to go ahead here and sign in the distance learning staff, and under Shared with Me they'll be able to see the document that was shared, or they can open it from the link that they received via email. So they'll click on Open, and notice here we are working here in real time. I have on the left hand side my own, I'm logged in as a creator of this document. On the right it's the distance learning account. So now distance learning staff is editing this, and they press delete here, and notice the system, it's tracking the changes. So they are making additional changes. The changes are being reflected in real time. They can make all the comments in the document itself, and then when it's time for you to go back and review this, notice you'll see these comments that were added by the collaborators along with their name. If you like what they changed, you simply click on Accept here and then move to the next one, and then click on Accept as well, Accept again, and so on, or deny it and reject the change. And then the changes will be applied. So the key here is under Share to give that specific individual the commenting option. In this session I'm going to demonstrate collaborating in real time using Google Chat. We are here in Google Drive, and we go to the document that we are working with. It can be any of those that we have already shared or we want to share from scratch. So here's the document. If I go here under Share, this is shared with the distance learning staff, and distance learning staff in this case has the can make comments or suggestions option. Now there are cases where you want to collaborate with two or more individuals via chat options. We click here under Show Chat, and then just start typing, and then hit Enter. Now I'm going to switch to the distance learning staff, and notice this is what it will show up on their side of things. It says New Message, and they can click on Show Chat. Nothing is actually taking place within the document at this point. It's just a chat going back and forth, and notice this is what they see on the other end. And they could either add it themselves, or you could add it. If they added it themselves, then you have to approve this change here. When you want to close the chat option, you just click on the X there, click on Accept the Suggestion, and now it's over there. In this session I'm going to demonstrate how to create a new folder in Google Drive and share that folder and files within that folder with other individuals. So we are going to go here under drive.google.com, and then we'll click here on New, and then we'll choose, let's say, a new folder. Click on Create, And notice the folder at this point has been created. Now we can either right-click on it and choose to share it from here, or we can use the share option over here as well to share that specific folder. Now, one important concept if you're using My Drive is that even though you share a folder with somebody else, any files put in that shared folder, of course, they'll access them using the permissions that you granted them. However, if they create a file in your shared folder, that means that they are the owner of the file. So it could be that somebody creates a really important document, then they leave the institution, and then 3 years down the road they delete that file, and they could have created that file with their personal account. Then that file is gone and they can delete it at any point. So now to share this folder, you right-click on it and choose Share. You can share it with specific individuals like we learned in the previous sessions, or you can go here under Advanced, and by default notice that only you have access to the folder, and then you can put there the different individuals that you want to have access to this folder. And notice at this point you're giving them full access by default, or you can just give them access to view the contents of that folder only. You can add a message and then click on OK. If you wanted anybody to have access who has a direct link to it, then you can click here under Change, and the way we did this was we right-click on the folder, we go under Share, we go under Advanced, and then we click on Change. Now notice you have a whole bunch of options here that you can change. You can make this specific to only particular individuals that you're sharing with, or you can make it anyone with a link. If it's a file or a folder where the contents are not of high sensitivity, then, and to minimize any of the issues, then you might want to use this option, anyone with a link. Note that people could forward it, so be cautious. So you want to choose anyone with a link. Notice that by default it's can view only, so you do not want to give them organize or edit access, just anybody who has the link to it. Now we click OK here, and this is the link that you want to copy and paste in your email to other individuals. Now remember, you're sharing a whole folder. Once they get the link to that folder, they'll see whatever you have placed within that folder. So you'll copy that. I'm right-clicking, choosing Copy, click OK, and then you'd paste that into your email. You can also get the link to that file or that folder by